Marvel Ninja God. Chapter 451. Although Asgard was a universal civilization with a long history, Asgard's war culture was not much different from medieval Europe. To put it simply, both sides of the war would gather their respective armies, then choose a battlefield where no one had any objections, set up a formation, and finally, charge directly. Yes, Asgard's war culture was so simple, just like a street gang fight. The only difference was that the number of people fighting was a little more, the weapons were more powerful, and the individual combat power was a little stronger. When Fenrir refused Hyla's summon, Thor, who was riding on the eight-legged Thor's hammer, directly raised the hammer of Thor in his right hand and summoned a huge lightning bolt that cut through the cold wind. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and sword into the sky, flying straight toward Hyla, who was on the frost behemoth. Without any orders, when Thor took the lead and flew toward the goddess of death, Asgard's army also rushed toward the frost giant army and the undead army on the opposite side like a torrent. Stupid! Looking at Thor, who was flying toward her like lightning, goddess of death Hyla snorted disdainfully. Then, she slowly raised her right hand and gently waved it from left to right. The moment Hyla waved her hand, black swords appeared out of thin air and flew toward Thor and the Asgard army behind him like a rainstorm. However, just as these black swords flew out, a Nan wrapped in lightning took the lead and flew into the frost giant's army. Raiden, spiral electromagnetic gun. Rogge, who was riding on Fenrir's back, did not charge with Thor, but directly used ninjutsu. Since Thor didn't want Asgard to be known as bloody and cruel, then this bad name will be carried by me. Unlike Thor, Rogge didn't care what others would think of him. Even on Earth, he dared to let Konoha maintain a strong and domineering style, and he didn't care what others would say about him and Konoha. Not to mention that he was now in an alien kingdom like Jotunheim, facing an alien race like the Frost Giants. Although the spiral electromagnetic cannon was not big, its speed and power were not small at all. Before the black sword that Hyla shot out could reach Thor, the light blue spiral railgun had already landed in the middle of the Frost Giant army. Boom! A terrifying explosion that caused the earth to tremble resounded. A huge light blue ball of light soared into the sky, and a powerful energy storm and shockwave swept out in all directions like a hurricane, instantly engulfing everything. The terrifying shockwave produced by the explosion blew away the raging cold wind, causing the harsh cold weather to temporarily disappear. No one thought that Rogge's first shot would be a large-scale attack ninjutsu. However, what surprised them even more was what he did next. Before the explosion of the first spiral electromagnetic gun had dissipated, he threw out the second spiral electromagnetic gun. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth shots followed. Rogge used the electromagnetic pulse gun 6 times before he ended the saturation attack. That's all I can do for you. Although Thor decided to follow the tradition of Asgard and use Asgard's army to face the Frost Giants and the Undead army head-on. However, Rogge was not willing to see these ordinary soldiers die in vain. The place where they were now was called Jotunheim, the place with the most Frost Giants in the universe. Coupled with the racial characteristics of the Frost Giants, the number of enemies facing Asgard's army was several times their own. For this decisive battle, Thor basically pulled out all of Asgard's main forces. But even so, Asgard's soldiers were less than 100,000. Opposite them were hundreds of thousands of Frost Giants and an even more astonishing undead army. He respected the tradition of Asgard, but he also hoped that more ordinary soldiers could return to Asgard alive. After all, during this time, Asgard had provided him with a meticulous feudal life. If you respect me, I will return the favor tenfold. The 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons were his return to this feudal and depraved life. The 6 powerful electromagnetic pulse gun shots not only disrupted the formation of the Frost Giants and the Undead army, but also significantly reduced their advantage in numbers. As for the rest, of course, it was up to Asgard's soldiers to deal with. Moreover, when Asgard's soldiers and the Frost Giants fought, Rogge could not continue to use these saturation attacks. Unless he wanted to take Asgard's ordinary soldiers with him. The goddess of death originally thought that she only needed to get rid of her brother Thor this time. However, it turned out that her thinking was a little too simple. If she wanted to return to Asgard's throne, defeating Thor was far from enough. At least in Hyla's opinion, this guy called Rogge was more troublesome than Thor. When subduing the frost giants, she did not forget to inquire about Asgard. She knew what Rogge had done in Asgard in recent years, but what she did not expect was that Rogge was stronger than the rumors said. Looking at the frost giants and the undead army scattered around, Hyla put away her initial disdain and stroked her black hair with both hands. With a stroke of her hands, her long black hair disappeared. What replaced it was a black helmet with 10 sharp horns of different lengths. The goddess of death, Hyla, had officially entered battle mode. As soon as Hyla's black helmet appeared, Thor, who was holding 2 hammers, one big and one small, appeared in front of her. Then, he held the Thunder Titan's hammer in his left hand and smashed it at Hyla. Thor did not leave and use Thor's hammer to attack Hyla. This was because he knew that as the previous owner of Thor's hammer, Hyla definitely had the ability to block Thor's hammer's attack. Facing Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer, Hyla, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not dodge. She casually stretched out her right hand. The huge Thunder Titan's hammer fell with the power of thunder and smashed into Hyla's right hand. Then, nothing happened. Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer was like a floating balloon, easily blocked by Hyla and did not cause any damage to her. Not only that, when Thor tried to pull back the Thunder Titan's hammer, he suddenly realized that he could not. With Thor's hammer as a sample, the Thunder Titan's hammer, which Tani had painstakingly created, seemed to be nailed to Hyla's hand. No matter how hard Thor tried, the Thunder Titan's hammer did not move at all. Thor had seen this scene before when others tried to lift Thor's hammer. Kneel. Hyla, who was holding the Thunder Titan's hammer, looked at Thor calmly and said like a queen. Chapter 452. When Hyla said kneel with an expressionless face, Thor felt as if he was looking at a female version of Loki. Just as arrogant, just as insufferably arrogant. As the Thor of Asgard and the regent, of course, Thor would not choose to kneel. He raised Thor's hammer and summoned a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket from the cloudy sky toward Hyla. The bolt of lightning from the sky arrived before Hyla at an unimaginable speed and accurately hit her body. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion rang out, and tiny electric snakes scattered like fireworks. He had succeeded. Saul's heart surged with joy. However, in the next second, the joy in his heart disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. The messy electric snakes quickly dissipated in the air, and Hyla's figure appeared before him once again. Unharmed. Not only was Hyla not injured as Thor had imagined, but even the frost behemoth under her was also unharmed. How is this possible? Although it was a last-minute move, Thor was very clear about the power of the lightning he summoned. Has Odin gone senile? To actually choose a weakling like you to inherit the throne. With Hyla's strength, she could have dodged the lightning before it hit her. However, she did not do so because she wanted to see what kind of strength the heir that Odin had carefully cultivated had. She was very disappointed. Very disappointed. With the strength that Thor had shown so far, he was far from being able to compete with her before she was imprisoned, let alone the current her. Thinking of this, Hyla's disdain for Thor became even more obvious. She had originally thought that the heir that Odin had carefully cultivated would be a top expert that could look down on the 9 worlds, but reality proved that she had thought too much. After personally experiencing Thor's attack, Hyla did not intend to continue playing with Thor. She grabbed the Thunder Titan's hammer with her right hand and exerted force. Bang! The Thunder Titan's hammer, which was made of Uru metal and other metals from the Divine Palace, shattered under Hyla's grab, turning into pieces of scrap metal of different sizes. Shattering a hammer with her bare hands. Although Hyla did not crush Thor's hammer this time but the Thunder Titan's hammer that Tawny had created, the scene was still shocking. The most shocked one was Tawny, who had personally created the Thunder Titan's hammer. He knew that Hyla was very strong, or they would not have brought tens of thousands of troops here. However, he did not expect Hyla was to be this strong. If even the Thunder Titan's hammer could not withstand a casual grab from Hyla, then Mark 46 would definitely not be able to. It took less than a second for Tony to make the decision to stay away from hell. Saul's entire family was a monster. Of course, monsters could only be dealt with. Tawny began to look for traces of the other monster, Rogge. After using 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons, Rogge used super light rock to leave Fenrir's back, allowing Fenrir to freely attack the frost giants and the undead army. As for himself, he was floating above the battlefield, looking down at the battle between Thor and Hyla. Hyla was very strong, undeniably strong. Especially after witnessing Hyla block the lightning with the divine power of death, he was even more certain. It was not difficult to use the divine power of death to protect oneself from lightning. As long as one was slightly proficient in energy control, they could do this. However, what Hyla did was far more than that. Not only did Hyla use the divine power of death to protect herself, but she also protected the frost giant under her and the surrounding ground. What was even rarer was that Hyla controlled the output of the divine power of death to an extremely precise degree, making the divine power of death just enough to offset the power of the lightning, creating a scene as if nothing had happened. If one were to describe it in terms of figure, then one would be fat if one were to add a bit more, and one would be thin if one were to add a bit less. Perfect. Perfect in the truest sense. Although Rogge's control of chakra could be considered exquisite, compared to Hyla's control of the divine power of death, he was not just a little bit behind. As expected of the goddess of death who had once made Odin feel troubled. Just as Rogge was admiring Hyla's exquisite control, a black sword suddenly appeared in Hyla's left hand, directly piercing toward Thor, who was still in a state of shock. Clang! The black sword that Hyla casually summoned hit the anti-Hela armor on Thor's body, creating a crisp sound of collision. Different from the Thunder Titan's hammer, the anti-Hela armor did not disgrace Tawny's reputation as a genius inventor, easily blocking Hyla's sword. It was only when the tip of the black sword hit the anti-Hela armor on his body that Thor finally reacted, quickly waving Thor's hammer, increasing the distance between him and Hyla. The image of Hyla blocking the lightning without any injury and crushing the Thunder Titan with her bare hands brought immense pressure to Thor. At the same time, it also made him feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, it was the Thunder Titan's hammer that had smashed toward Hyla in the beginning and not Thor's hammer, or he would have lost more than just a weapon. After Thor increased the distance between him and Hyla, Rogge, who was floating in the air, quickly flew to Thor's side. "Your mind is a little unstable right now. Let me deal with her first, you go deal with the other enemies." If anyone else had said this to him at this time, Thor would definitely have rejected without even thinking. However, the person who said this to him was Rogge. "Be careful. She's very strong, much stronger than we thought." After giving Rogge a reminder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and flew toward the area with the most frost giants. After Thor left, Rogge took a deep breath and calmed his mind completely. 3 Tomo Sharingan, open. With the opening of the Sharingan, his aura also changed, becoming as sharp as the cold wind around him. Lightning body blink. Rogge, who was glowing with a light blue light, instantly disappeared. Lightning body blink had already become a habit for him. No matter what kind of enemy he was facing, using lightning body blink to launch a surprise attack or test the waters was a good method. In just an instant, Rogge appeared in front of Hyla as if he had teleported. He jumped high into the air and slashed at Hyla's neck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang! Hyla, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not change her expression. She casually raised the black sword in her left hand and blocked the incoming Kusanagi sword. At the same time, she summoned a black sword with her empty right hand and stabbed it at Rogge, who was in mid-air. Chi! The black sword in Hyla's right hand instantly pierced through Rogge's body. Blue blood spurted out, and a 2-meter-tall frost giant painfully gripped the black sword that had pierced through his body. Substitution Technique. Chapter 453. Rogge had not used the substitution jutsu in a battle for a long time. As he mastered more and more ninjutsu, there were fewer and fewer battles where he needed to use the substitution jutsu. Even so, when he used this ninjutsu that he had not used for a long time, he did not feel unfamiliar with it. When the black sword in Hyla's right hand stabbed towards him, he randomly picked a target from the frost giants around him and let this unlucky guy take the hit for him. In Naruto's world, the substitution jutsu was one of the 3 entry-level ninjutsu. Those who did not learn the substitution jutsu were not even qualified to graduate from the ninja academy. However, in this world, the substitution jutsu was definitely a godly technique for dodging attacks. Even if there was a limit to its range, it did not affect this point at all. Compared to when he first learned the substitution jutsu, Rogge's range was now several times larger, enough to allow him to dodge most attacks except for large-scale ones. For example, at a time like this, when she blocked Rogge's Kusanagi sword, Hyla did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about his attack this time. However, when Rogge used the substitution jutsu that she had never seen before and could not even see through, Hyla's expression appeared as if she had seen a new prey. In an instant, he replaced her position with the frost giants and let them take the hit that should have been taken by her. Interesting. Hyla did not pay attention to the frost giants that were still struggling in pain. She released her right hand and directly abandoned the black sword. For Hyla, this black sword was a consumable that she did not need to care about at all. However, when she released her right hand and threw away the black sword, Rogge, who had disappeared, once again appeared in her sight. She saw him stepping on the frost giant's head, and when the frost giant fell due to gravity, he swung the Kusanagi sword that was wrapped in lightning. Lightning release, Chidori blade. After testing it out, he roughly understood the strength of the black sword. Since the Kusanagi sword under normal conditions could not cut through it, then he would try the more lethal and sharper Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. While Hyla had plenty of combat experience and exquisite techniques, she had never met an opponent like Rogge, who did not play by the rules. Normal people would choose to pull away after their first attack failed and redeploy a second attack. However, Rogge did not do so. Although he had used the substitution technique and let the unlucky frost giant take the blow for him, the frost giant's body was still very weak. However, he did not distance himself from them. Instead, he hid in the blind spot created by the frost giant and the frost behemoth. Because of the angle, Hyla, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not notice his little action immediately. Instead, she thought that he had chosen to distance himself from her like everyone else. When Hyla let go of her right hand and tried to find him, he instantly appeared above the falling frost giant from her blind spot. When she saw Rogge stepping on the frost giant's head, Hyla's right hand once again summoned the black sword, and the black sword in her left hand immediately attacked him. However, to Rogge, Hyla's movements were too slow. In this kind of high-speed close-range combat, even a delay of 0.01 seconds would cause irreparable consequences. The Kusanagi sword in Rogge's hand drew a beautiful arc, and under Hyla's gaze, he instantly appeared in front of her. She. The Kusanagi sword with lightning wrapped around it slashed through Hyla, cutting off one of the sharp horns on her helmet. It was not that Rogge did not want to directly cut off Hyla's head, but he did not have such a chance. While the black swords in Hyla's hands could not stop him in time, her strangely shaped black helmet with 10 sharp horns managed to block his unexpected attack. At the start, Rogge was still curious as to why the goddess of death would choose such a strange helmet. Now, he knew. This black helmet was not only a decoration that made Hyla look more domineering, but it was also a protective equipment with good defensive effects. At the very least, when Hyla was wearing this helmet, Rogge would definitely not choose to attack her head with his bare hands. Lightning blink. While the final result was a little different from what he had imagined, he did not hesitate and directly used lightning blink to leave the frost giant's head. When the frost giant with the black sword in its chest fell heavily in front of the frost behemoth, the black horn that was cut off by the Kusanagi sword Thousand Birds blade fell onto the frost behemoth's body, then bounced up slightly and fell onto the thick frozen ground. "You're good, at least much better than Thor." Looking at the black horn that had fallen to the ground, Hyla's expression did not change as she spoke to Rogge, who was dozens of meters away. Then, under Rogge's gaze, Hyla raised her right hand and gently touched the horn that had been cut off by Rogge. When Hyla's right hand touched the smooth surface of the cut, a ghostly green light lit up, and the black horn that had been cut off quickly returned to its original state. At the same time, the black horn on the ground turned into a bundle of black hair. "It's actually hair." Seeing this scene, Rogge revealed a look of doubt. All this time, he had thought that Hyla was wearing a strange helmet. However, now it seemed that it was not a helmet at all but hair that had been changed by the god of death. This way of using energy was very imaginative. Using energy to strengthen parts of the body was a relatively common and orthodox method. For example, Rogge often used chakra to strengthen his body, giving him more strength and speed in battle. However, Hyla's method was completely different. She used the god of death's power on her hair, turning it into a strange helmet. When the helmet that had turned into hair returned to its original state, Hyla, who was holding two swords, jumped down from the frost behemoth and slowly walked toward Rogge. When she was only 20 meters away from Rogge, she stopped and said to Rogge with the arrogance of a queen, "Submit and be loyal to me, and I will give you the position of Asgard's executioner." Although Hyla's tone made people feel very unhappy, and her arrogant attitude was even more annoying than Loki before he was beaten up, for some reason, when these words came out of Hyla's mouth, it made people feel as if it was natural. "Sorry, I have no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate." Rogge did not hesitate and directly rejected Hyla's suggestion. Then, she continued, "Also, you do not have the authority to appoint Asgard's executioner." Appointing an executioner was a power that only the king of Asgard had. Putting aside the fact that Hyla did not have such authority, even the current soul did not have it. Chapter 454. After being rejected by Rogge, Hyla did not say anything else and only looked at him coldly. Then, she threw the black sword in her hand directly at Rogge. Clang! Clang! Hyla's throwing attack was no threat to Rogge, who had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He casually raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and deflected the two black swords that were flying at him like bullets. "Throwing attacks in front of me, who has activated his Sharingan? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much?" Just as Rogge looked at Hyla with dissatisfaction, Hyla suddenly disappeared from his sight. In just an instant, Hyla had crossed the distance of 20 meters and was directly in front of him. So fast! Hyla's sudden burst of speed gave Rogge a slight shock. The speed that Hyla displayed at this moment was not any slower than Rogge, who had used lightning body blink. Before he had time to marvel at Hyla's speed, Hyla's hands once again summoned the black swords. Rogge did not know if these black swords that Hyla summoned were the so-called swords of the night sky, but he was certain that the quality of these black swords was not low at all. From a certain perspective, they could even be called high-quality weapons. The weapons that Asgard's Golden Palace guards carried with them were clearly inferior to these black swords. Clang clang clang! After summoning the black swords with both hands again, Hyla did not hesitate and launched a barrage of attacks at Rogge. Hyla's swordsmanship was very good. It was sharp, deadly, and extremely fast. If Hyla's opponent was not Rogge, who was using the Kusanagi sword, but Thor, who was using Thor's hammer. With just this superb swordsmanship, Hyla could easily control the rhythm of the battle in her hands. However, it was a pity that she was facing Rogge, who was also skilled in swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, he had never been afraid of anyone. Hyla, who held the sword with both hands, attacked like a machine that would not tire, and the sharp blade continuously attacked Rogge's vital parts. Heart, throat, head. Even Rogge's lower body was one of Hyla's targets. Rogge did not dare to be careless in the face of Hyla's attacks, which could severely injure him even if he did not die. He had no intention of dying in Jotunheim, nor of risking the happiness of the rest of his life. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was able to block all of Hyla's attacks with his Kusanagi sword. At this time, although Hyla and Rogge did not use any powerful attacks, the surrounding frost giants and Asgard's warriors all silently distanced themselves from the two of them. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they couldn't help at all. While Hyla and Rogge were only competing in swordsmanship, their competition had already exceeded the scope of what ordinary people could understand. Simply put, it could be described with one word: fast. It was faster than the limit of what the naked eye could capture. In the eyes of others, Rogge and Hyla seemed to be shrouded in endless black and white sword shadows. Not only could they not see the black sword and the Kusanagi sword, but even the figures of Rogge and Hyla were blurry. On the other side of the battlefield, when Tani saw Rogge and Hyla competing in swordsmanship, he tried to ask Friday on Mark 46 to analyze their fighting style. However, within a few seconds, Friday gave a reply that exceeded the system's capture and analysis. Monsters. They're all monsters. Although Tani knew that Rogge was a monster, every battle with Rogge would refresh his understanding of monsters. In addition to Tani, Hulk, who was beating up the frost giants, also had the intention of helping Rogge. However, after seeing their dazzling attacks, Hulk wisely gave up the idea. Although Hulk was not as smart as Dr. Banner, his combat IQ was much higher than Dr. Banner's. With just a casual glance, Hulk knew that he could not keep up with the rhythm and speed of Rogge and Hyla's battle, let alone intervene. While the people around them were shocked by their rapid attack and defense, Rogge became calmer and calmer. In the past few years, he had fought many opponents. However, he had never met an enemy like Hyla. Hyla's melee fighting style was extremely similar to his, and it could even be said that they came from the same philosophy. That was, in the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be defeated, only speed could not be defeated. Both of them were the kind of people who gave up on fancy moves and focused on speed. Faster attack speed, faster attack speed, faster reaction speed. Although this method of attack seemed simple and crude, in a real battle, it could play an unbelievable effect. As time passed by, Hyla and Rogge's rapid attack and defense did not show any signs of slowing down. Instead, it began to develop in an even more extreme direction. They both knew very well that once one of them could not hold on, it would be a one-sided crushing situation. If they were slower by one sword, they would completely lose the initiative. Because he was holding the sword with one hand, Rogge began to slowly fall into a situation where he was more defensive than offensive. The attack frequency of the one-sword style was naturally slower than that of the two-sword style. Damn it! As Hyla's attacks became more and more intense, Rogge finally took out the flying Thor kunai from his ninja bag and held it in his left hand. He originally thought that his one-sword style would be enough to resist Hyla's two-sword style attack. However, it turned out that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Hyla. When the flying Thor kunai also joined the battle, the tilted balance became balanced again, and Rogge and Hyla fell into a situation where neither could do anything to the other. Double sword style Rogge vs double sword style Hyla. Just as the battle was about to reach a stalemate, Rogge suddenly made a move that Hyla did not expect. After blocking a wave of attacks from Hyla, Rogge threw the flying Thor kunai in his left hand up and took the initiative to end the two-sword style. However, in the next second, Rogge, who was crazily fighting with Hyla, disappeared. Not retreating, not dodging. Instead, he had truly disappeared. What's going on? Hyla's attention had always been on Rogge. so she was very sure that Rogge definitely did not have the time to play any tricks. Just as Hyla subconsciously stopped attacking with both hands, Rogge, who had disappeared, appeared in front of her again. Flying Thor. A normal blink would not be able to make him disappear in this situation. However, the Flying Thor could. Rogge, who had reappeared, bit the handle of the Flying Thor kunai that had been thrown away, and his left hand had also grabbed a Flying Thor kunai. Three-sword style Rogge, enter. Chapter 455. Whether it was using his mouth to bite the kunai or fighting with three weapons at the same time, none of them were Rogge's original ideas. However, this did not stop him from using these techniques in battle. When it came to imitating physical techniques, the Sharingan could be said to be omnipotent. Taking advantage of the moment when Hyla stopped attacking, Rogge, who had returned from the Flying Thunder God, quickly entered a berserk state. Previously, Hyla had initiated the attack, so she had a certain advantage. Now, this advantage was in Rogge's hands. In his right hand was the Kusanagi sword, in his left hand was the Flying Thor kunai, and in his mouth was a Flying Thor kunai. This was Rogge's three-sword style. He did not hesitate at all when he reappeared and immediately attacked Hyla. Clang 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 clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out like a Gatling gun, playing the prelude to Rogge's battle. In terms of swordsmanship, Hyla was definitely the strongest among Asgard's people. Even Fandral, who was also famous for his swordsmanship among the three warriors of Sengoku, was far inferior to Hyla in this aspect. However, now, Rogge had shown Hyla what a swordsman from Earth was like. Hyla, who was originally on par with Rogge in swordsmanship, was quickly forced into a defensive situation when Rogge suddenly used the three-sword style that no one had ever used before. The Flying Thor kunai was far shorter than the Black Sword and the Kusanagi sword. However, under Rogge's ingenious attacks, the Flying Thor kunai was useless. This proved what it meant to be an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Hyla did not expect that Rogge would use the factor of disappearing as a factor to win the battle. When the enemy disappeared, anyone would stop immediately. No one liked to fight with the air. This was especially true for those who were good at close combat and could control their own attacks at will. However, Rogge used this combat mentality to negate Hyla's advantage and completed the transition from two-sword style to three-sword style. This was a beautiful move. Even though they were enemies, Hyla still felt that Rogge had played this move beautifully and could not help but praise him in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, this guy named Rogge would be a good opponent to spar with. After confirming that she could no longer turn the situation around, Hyla's thoughts became more and more scattered. Even though she was unwilling, she had to admit that she had lost in this battle of swordsmanship. Although her defense was still impenetrable, she could clearly feel that she was losing the rhythm of the battle. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Rogge would be able to completely break through her defense and cut her with his Kusanagi sword and Flying Thor kunai. She was not someone who could not afford to lose. After confirming that she had no chance of winning, she decisively mobilized the divine power of death in her body. The moment she activated her divine power, Rogge, who was in the midst of his frenzied attacks, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, he decisively used a ninjutsu, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. The moment he left his original spot, black blades that were several meters long surged out from the ground like the spikes of a hedgehog, covering an area of more than 10 meters. F***ck. Hyla, you don't have any morals. Seeing this, Rogge cursed in his heart. Even when the first and second sword style was more defensive than offensive, he did not choose to use fire extinguisher or water wave breaker on Hyla. That was because he did not want to destroy the purity of this swordsmanship competition. However, he did not expect that just as he saw the hope of winning with his three-sword style, Hyla would start to disregard her morals and use an area of effect attack. If not for the fact that he was more sensitive to the flow of energy, he might have already become a human skewer on those black blades. We agreed to have a pleasant swordsmanship competition, but you secretly used an area of effect attack. Even though he cursed in his heart, Rogge did not take this matter to heart. After all, he and Hyla were fighting with their lives on the line, and this was not a friendly exchange between swordsmanship enthusiasts. Would release, Descent of the Tree World. When Hyla took the initiative to use an area of effect attack, Rogge did not hold back and directly used a super large area of effect ninjutsu that could change the terrain. On the barren frozen plains, huge trees grew rapidly, adding a touch of green to this monotonous ice field. If it was just to attack Hyla, Rogge did not need to use such a large area of effect ninjutsu. In addition to attacking Hyla, Descent of the Tree World had other uses. It increased the home field advantage. And to guard against Hyla's heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Until now, Rogge still had not figured out how Hyla was able to summon weapons out of thin air without any restrictions. However, he did not want to have to pay attention to the rain of swords that Hyla casually threw out in the following battle. The dense forest formed by Descent of the Tree World covered most of the plains. In this dense forest, the rain of swords thrown by Hyla would be blocked to the greatest extent. Unless Hyla was like Rogge, throwing out the incomprehensible Uchiha Jutsu. The moment Descent of the Tree World took shape, Hyla saw through Rogge's intentions. This also caused her to have a doubt. For some reason, she felt that Rogge seemed to be very clear about her fighting style and what kind of ability she had, as if he was an opponent who had fought with her before. However, Hyla was very sure that today was the first time she had met Rogge. Did he see the battle footage I saved in Asgard? Other than that, Hyla did not understand how Rogge could be so clear about her fighting style and be able to make arrangements to counter it. On this point, Hyla was completely wrong. Not to mention her battle footage, even her name was considered a top secret in Asgard. If not for Odin's impending death, news about her would not have appeared in Asgard at all. The fact that Rogge knew her fighting style was purely due to his prophetic aura as a transmigrator. Just as Hyla was thinking about how Rogge knew about her fighting style, Rogge put away the flying Thor Kunao and Kusanagi sword and summoned 4 wood clones. These 4 wood clones were not used to attack Hyla but to create an undisturbed battlefield. Without any arrangements, these 4 shadow clones rushed to the north, south, east, and west respectively. Then, they used the same ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. A rectangular purple barrier rose into the sky, creating a small battlefield separated from the main battlefield. Chapter 456. When the 4 purple flame formation was completely formed, Rogge, who put away his weapon, took a deep breath. Then, he put his hands together and clapped hard. Shikotsu Forest Sage Mode. In just a moment, the chakra in his body turned into Senjutsu Chakra. At the same time, a simple red arc eyeshadow appeared around the Sharingan, and a red circular pattern appeared in the center of his forehead. Although the intensity of natural energy in Jotunheim was not as strong as Asgard and Warnerheim, it was much stronger than Earth. Moreover, using immortal mode here wouldn't be as painful as in Hell. 30 minutes. After the chakra and sage mode were further improved, the duration of sage mode was also increased. Although 30 minutes was not particularly long, it was enough for Rogge to solve most of the battles. As for those that he couldn't solve, he would give up. Of course, this was just a joke. In addition to Sage Mode, he now had a lot of trump cards. For example, Susanoo and Tailed Beast. So even if the time limit of Sage Mode was reached, he still had the strength to continue fighting. The moment Rogge entered Sage Mode, Hyla immediately noticed that he was different. Previously, Loge barely had the qualifications to challenge her, but now, Loge was no match for her. Then the current Rogge was an opponent of the same level that she needed to go all out and take seriously. As an Asgard and the goddess of death who had awakened the divine power of death, Hyla's perception of energy was not weak. If she couldn't even sense this energy, she wouldn't be able to operate the divine power of death so exquisitely. After entering Sage mode, Rogge did not hesitate and immediately used the Senjutsu that had been significantly improved. Note 1. Senjutsu Mokuton Woodman Technique. Senjutsu Wood Dragon Technique. These two ninjutsu that Rogge had used to train Fenrir and Abomination were upgraded to the level of Senjutsu under the buff of Senjutsu Chakra, and he used it as a starting move to attack Hyla. Arhat, who was tens of meters tall, climbed out of the ground with the hook-nosed wooden dragon, and immediately became the most eye-catching existence in the entire forest. Then, Rogge, who was standing on the huge branch, flashed to Arhat's head. Although standing on the branch didn't affect his control of Arhat and the long-nosed wood dragon, in terms of observation, it was still inferior to the top of Arhat's head. More importantly, standing on top of Arhat's head made him look even more domineering. The goddess of death was indeed very strong, and the divine power of death in her body was bottomless. However, like Loki, Hyla did not know how to fly. Therefore, standing on top of Arhat's head, Rogge did not need to worry about Hyla suddenly flying in front of him. When everything was ready, Rogge directly controlled the wooden Arhat and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon. Although Arhat's build was simple and honest, its attack speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, its huge right fist was right in front of her. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and with Hyla as the center, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground dozens of meters around her. Arhat's punch could not be said to be weak. However, this titan-like punch did not land on Hyla's body as expected. 5 or 6 sharp black blades suddenly surged out from the ground and pressed against the wooden Arhat's right fist like spears, piercing deeply into his fist. Before Rogge could control Arhat to retract his right fist, Hyla waved her right hand, and 3 black swords 6 to 7 meters long appeared out of thin air, attacking him like ground-to-air missiles. With the flying speed of the black swords, it would take less than 1 or 2 seconds to reach Rogge. At this time, the long-nosed wood dragon jumped up from the ground like a viper hunting its prey and directly bit the 3 black swords, neutralizing Hyla's attack. Taking advantage of the time when the long-nosed wood dragon bit the black swords, Rogge had Arhat retract his right fist. Then, he punched with both fists. Yula 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 yula. Since one fist was not enough, he would add one more. The praised Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique, which had once destroyed the immortal Palace Guardian Destroyer and Mephisto's demon puppet, was performed once again. 3,600 revolutions per breath. Save the world with great compassion and compassion. Although Rogge had used the 4 purple flame formation to isolate himself and Hyla from the main battlefield, the terrifying momentum caused by Arhat's Gatling fist still shocked both sides. Looking at Wood Arhat's fists that were about to turn into afterimages, the frost giant who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a chill. The frost giants had an extremely high resistance to cold, but for some reason, when they saw the wooden Arhat, who looked like an ancient titan, frantically throwing punches, they felt a chill that originated from their biological instincts. From the start, the frost giant had not taken the initiative to stand on Hyla's side. Although they hated Asgard, they also knew that Asgard was not an existence they could easily provoke. Even when the previous frost giant king, Laufey, was still in power, they could only do some sneaky tricks. Not to mention that they hadn't even chosen a new frost giant king yet. If Hyla hadn't forced them to join this war with unrivaled strength, they wouldn't have appeared here at all. After seeing Wood Arhat's frightening and violent attacks, they felt more and more that they shouldn't have joined this war. This was the family affair of Asgard's royal family, and it had nothing to do with them, the frost giants. The last time they intervened in Odin's family affairs, their king died, and the whole family was almost wiped out by Bifrost. After such a painful experience, they had planned to live a peaceful life in Jotunheim. They didn't expect that Hyla, the goddess of death, would come. They were now beginning to wonder if any family disputes would happen in Odin's family, and they, the frost giants, would die with them. Although they were very reluctant, they knew one thing very well, and that was, before Hyla completely failed, they had better not choose to give up easily. Otherwise, their ending might be even worse than the last time. From the looks of it, Rogge now had the upper hand. However, he was the only one who knew the real situation. Although Wood Arhut was doing well now, he still couldn't break through Hyla's defense. It was as if Hyla's black blades were free of charge. After one was broken, a few more would appear. It was as if there was no end to them. What was even more troublesome was that behind these black blades, there was an energy barrier built by the divine power of death. Chapter 457. Compared to Thor, who could only summon lightning to attack, Hyla's use of divine power was clearly several levels higher. Strengthening the body, creating weapons out of thin air, awakening the dead, energy barrier. This was only the ability that Hyla had displayed so far. As for whether she had any other hidden methods, only she knew. When Wood Arhut broke the black longsword that Hyla summoned again, Rogge stopped this seemingly powerful praise of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique that did not hurt Hyla at all. Without his control, the huge Wood Arhut quickly returned to the form that wood should have, turning into a huge wooden sculpture that was dozens of meters tall. The moment Wood Arhut stopped moving, 4 or 5 black blades that were dozens of meters long shot out from the ground where Hyla was, piercing through the motionless Wood Arhut. Rogge did not care that Wood Arhut was pierced. When the black blades shot out of the ground, he flashed from the top of Wood Arhut's head to the head of the long hook-nosed wood dragon. At the same time, he controlled the wood dragon to fly directly toward Hyla on the ground. Although the wood dragon's size was not as shocking as Wood Arhut's, the slimmer long hook-nosed wood dragon had a speed that far exceeded Wood Arhut's. Almost at the same time that Wood Arhut was pierced, the wood dragon had already arrived in front of Hyla. Looking at the wood dragon and Rogge that were only 10 meters away from her, Hyla's expression did not change at all. She waved her right hand gently from left to right. The moment Hyla waved her hand, dozens of black swords of different sizes quickly appeared in the originally empty air. These black swords were like bullets, shooting towards the wood dragon and Loge at lightning speed. Although the wood dragon was larger and easier to hit, Hyla's attack was not limited to Hyla. Under Hyla's invisible control, most of these black swords attacked Rogge, who was standing on the wood dragon's head. To catch bandits, first catch the king. As a commander who had led Asgard's army to conquer the 9 worlds, Hyla was not unaware of this. In the blink of an eye, these dozens of black swords from different directions arrived in front of Rogge. Then, they completely pierced through his body. No. This is not Rogge's original body. As soon as the black swords hit Rogge, Hyla felt that something was wrong. Although she did not understand Rogge's fighting style, she knew one thing. That was that Rogge, who had almost defeated her in swordsmanship, would definitely not be so easy to hit. Just as Hyla expected, the moment the black sword pierced through Rogge's body, Rogge, who looked no different from a real person, suddenly turned into a 3-legged giant black crow with 3 black megatama in its red eyes. It screeched and flew in all directions. Sharingan reality illusion, 8 crow clone. Normal illusions would not work on her at all. Even the more powerful Sharingan illusions had a high risk of failure. Unless you use Mangekyo Sharingan to cast Genjutsu, or break the boundary between reality and illusion, and use Genjutsu that is similar to reality. Sharingan reality illusion. This was not a part of the Sharingan illusion system, but a brand new illusion that combined the Sharingan illusion and the reality gem. Using the reality gem, Rogge turned the illusory Sharingan illusion into something real, creating this strange and realistic scene. Dozens of 3-legged Yagata crows screeched as they flew in all directions, circling around Hyla like hawks trying to catch their prey. At the same time, the wood dragon that had been hit in the eyes and face by the black swords crossed the last 10 meters, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed Hyla on the ground. Hyla did not care about the attack of the wood dragon. With her speed, if she wanted to avoid the long hook-nosed wooden dragon's beast-like attack, she could leave before the wooden dragon opened its mouth. However, she did not do so. With the energy barrier built by the divine power of death, not to mention that the wood dragon was just a wooden creature. Even if the long hook-nosed wood dragon was a real dragon, she wouldn't take it to heart. At this time, she was more concerned about Rogge, who had just turned into 8 crows. Although Hyla was not a mage, she was no stranger to illusions. To some extent, she could even be regarded as proficient in Asgard magic. It was precisely because of this that she was so concerned about the Sharingan reality illusion that Rogge had just cast. The reason why illusions were called illusions was because it was an illusory existence. And the reality illusion that Rogge had just cast clearly broke the most basic essence of illusions. End this quickly. Use the fastest speed to defeat this strange earthling. Then find out what method he used to break the boundary between reality and illusion. As the princess of Asgard and the goddess of death, there were not many things that could interest Hyla. For example, the throne of Asgard or the reality illusion that Rogge had just cast. Of course, what Hyla wanted was not Rogge's method of turning into 8 crows. What she was interested in was what was behind this illusion. What she wanted was Rogge's method of breaking the boundary between reality and illusion. As long as she mastered the mystery, she could make the underworld that she longed for appear in this world. Thinking of this, Hyla did not hesitate. The energy barrier protecting her instantly turned into a terrifying energy impact. Boom! The wood dragon's huge head instantly exploded. Hyla, who was wrapped in the dark green divine power of death, slowly landed on the ground, her eyes constantly sweeping across the 8 crows flying in the air. Although Hyla did not know how Rogge did it, she knew that Rogge's real body was one of the 8 crows. Finding Rogge's real body among dozens of identical 8 crows might be a very difficult task for others. However, 2 to 3 seconds was enough for the goddess of death, Hyla. Although these 8 crows flying and screaming in the sky looked exactly the same, Hyla soon discovered the difference. Most of the 8-foot crows had 3 black tomo in their eyes. In the eyes of one of them, there was a triangular dart-shaped pattern. Found you! Gathering the divine power of death in her legs, Hyla gently leaped and arrived in front of this 8-foot crow with completely different eye patterns. Just as she was about to slash the black sword in her hand at this different 8-foot crow, this 8-foot crow suddenly spoke. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This was Rogge's voice. Hyla instinctively sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Before Hyla could react, the flying 8-foot crow spoke again. Welcome to my Tsukuyomi world. Chapter 458. A huge crimson moon hung in the deep night sky. Other than the occasional crow screams in the distance, this place was as quiet as a dead world without any life. Hyla immediately realized the abnormality of this world. However, just as she was about to mobilize the divine power of death in her body, she was shocked to find that she could not feel any divine power of death. At the same time, she realized that she had been tied to a cross more than 2 meters tall. Looking at the hemp rope tying her hands and feet, she snorted disdainfully. You want to tie me up completely with these hemp ropes? Without any hesitation, Hyla's limbs suddenly exerted force. After that, nothing changed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The moment she could not sense the divine power of death, Hyla knew that she was in an illusion. She knew that her mind was trapped in the illusion space called Tsukuyomi world. However, she did not take this illusion to heart. For an existence like her, even if her mind was trapped in an illusion space, it was not a big deal. However, when she found that she could not even break free from the hemp rope that was not even as thick as a finger, she realized that something was wrong. This was not a simple illusion space. Although Hyla was not a mage, her mental power was not weak at all. It was even stronger than Loki, who had the title of mage. If it was an ordinary illusion space, she would definitely be able to break free. I told you just now that this is my world, so don't waste your energy. Just as Hyla was thinking about how to get rid of the Tsukuyomi world, more than 10 three-legged Yagata crows flew in front of her. Then, they condensed into Rogge's appearance. I have to say, I underestimated you. Come on, let me see what kind of ability a ninja from Earth has. Although she had completely lost the initiative, Hyla still maintained her arrogant attitude. All the attacks in the illusion space would only be reflected on the mental level. And Hyla was confident in her mental power. Although more than 2,000 years of imprisonment had seriously slowed down the growth of her divine power of death, it had greatly increased her mental power. If she did not have a strong enough mental power, she would not have been able to stay awake for more than 2,000 years in captivity. Rogge did not care about Hyla's provocation. Instead, he looked at Hyla from head to toe. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything else. However, this seemingly simple sizing up caused Hyla's dissatisfaction. This was the look of someone sizing up prey in a defeated opponent. Of course, some fallen nobles would also have such a look in their eyes when they looked at beautiful young slaves in the slave market. You. To the prideful Hyla, Rogge's gaze was much more serious than any verbal or physical insult. This was blatant disregard. Ignoring her identity, ignoring her strength, ignoring everything about her. Ever since she was born, no one had ever dared to look at her like that. Never. Are you still a man? If you want to do it, then do it quickly. Don't dilly-dally. Hyla taunted again. However, Rogge remained indifferent. I know what you're thinking. You want to use the pain on the mental level to forcefully break through the illusion and return your consciousness to your body. But you don't have to waste your energy. After I pull your consciousness into the Tsukuyomi world, it's unlikely that you can escape. If he used Tsukuyomi in a normal state, Rogge would indeed need to worry about whether Hyla could forcefully get rid of Tsukuyomi's effects. After all, Hyla's mental power was not weak, and her divine power of death was so dense that it was enough to take on the entire Asgard alone. However, he was now casting Tsukuyomi in immortal mode. Although Sage mode was not 100% compatible with Mangekyo Sharingan, it was undeniable that Sage mode greatly increased the power of ninjutsu's genjutsu. Tsukuyomi was a unique genjutsu of Mangekyo Sharingan. But in the end, Tsukuyomi was still a genjutsu, and it would also be enhanced by Sage mode. If Hyla could still forcefully get rid of his Tsukuyomi in this state, he would kill himself without Hyla needing to do anything. He didn't want to continue embarrassing Tsukuyomi in Shikotsu Forest's Sage mode, who had the strongest mental attacks. Not to mention, he had made so many arrangements to get Hyla into Tsukuyomi. First, he used the reality gem to combine with the Sharingan's genjutsu to cast a reality ninjutsu that broke the boundary between reality and illusion, thus piquing Hyla's interest. Then, he deliberately let Yakata, where his true body was, reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan's patterns, allowing Hyla to discover his true body and take the initiative to come in front of him. Finally, he used Tsukuyomi when they were less than a meter apart. After doing so many tricks, if he still allowed Hyla to get rid of Tsukuyomi, he could really gouge out his left eye. It's not up to you to decide whether I can or not. Hyla's tone was as arrogant as ever. From her point of view, it was beneficial for her whether Rogge attacked her here or did nothing and allowed time to pass. If Rogge attacked her, she could try to use mental pain to stimulate her consciousness. If Rogge didn't attack her, she could slowly wait for the illusion's effects to disappear. Therefore, no matter what Rogge planned to do, she had a certain level of initiative. Before we attack, let me tell you something. Odin's actions back then might have caused you great harm. However, the premise for him to do so is that you made a mistake first. When he entrusted me with the task of stopping you from returning to Asgard, he told me earnestly that if possible, I should try my best not to kill you. 3 times. That night, he said it 3 times, as if he was afraid that I would forget it. I don't know why he thought so highly of me back then and felt that I had the ability to stop you. But I have to say that he still cares about you. Back then, you were indeed very strong. But don't forget that Odin was also at his peak back then. If he really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have survived until now. All right, that's all. It's time to put an end to this. Just as he said that, a Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword appeared in Rogge's right hand, as well as 9 of him holding Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi swords. Next, he repeatedly drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword. Time passed bit by bit. After this unskilled attack and retraction lasted for half a year, Rogge took the initiative to dispel Tsukuyomi. Half a year in Tsukuyomi, 1 second in reality. Immortal Rogge vs Goddess of Death Hyla, Rogge wins. Chapter 459. Although the battle on the main battlefield was not over yet, the second family dispute in Odin's family had already come to an end. Whether the Frost Giants and the Undead Army chose to resist to the end, this war would end with Asgard's victory. Hyla had lost. The Frost Giants and the Undead Army were destined to lose. I will fulfill my promise with Odin and spare your life. As long as you don't return to Asgard, you can go wherever you want. Rogge looked at Hyla, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently. Then, he closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and removed Sage Mode and Wood Clone. Hyla still had a large amount of divine power of death in her body, but her mind was severely damaged, and it was impossible for her to continue fighting. If she wasn't Asgard and had used the divine power of death to strengthen her body, she wouldn't even be able to half kneel. The attack lasted for half a year before Hyla's mind was completely destroyed. Both of them were hit by Tsukuyomi. Hulk lasted for 3 days, while Luonan lasted for 5 days. Hulk had the strongest body, but his mental power was the weakest among the 3 of them. Therefore, his resistance time was the shortest among the 3. When the 4-violet flame formation completely dissipated, Rogge used quantum teleportation and came to the other side of the forest. After confirming that Hyla could no longer see his figure, he sat on the ground without caring about his image and closed his eyes. Maintaining the Tsukuyomi for half a year was also a great burden on his mind. If he hadn't deliberately improved his immortal body before, his mind might not have been able to last until Hyla collapsed. In terms of willpower, Hyla was definitely the strongest he had met so far. As expected of someone who hadn't broken down after being locked up alone for more than 2,000 years. Her willpower was tenacious. Ordinary people would be at risk of a mental breakdown after being locked up for a few days. And Hyla had been locked up by Odin for more than 2,600 years. If he remembered correctly, Europe was still in the ancient Greek period, and China was still in the spring and autumn period. No wonder Loki looked down on Earthlings so much. The average lifespan of Asgard people was as high as 5,000 years. Other than the Huaxia civilization that had not been cut off, the average lifespan of the other civilizations on Earth was not as long as the Asgard people. After the 4-violet flame formation disappeared, the Frost Giants and Asgard's warriors knew that the battle between Rogge and Hyla had ended. However, because Rogge and Hyla did not appear, they could not be sure who the victor was. Although the 4-violet flame formation was no longer blocking them, they all tacitly chose to wait for the result instead of entering the forest to personally confirm it. Time passed slowly, and half an hour after the 4-purple flame formation disappeared, they still did not see Hyla and Loge. Could it be that they had perished together? This conjecture appeared in everyone's mind. After some serious consideration, Thor waved the Thor's hammer in his hand, intending to take a look himself. If Hyla had won, then he would inherit Rogge's unfulfilled wish and fight with Hyla to the end. At the same time, he would avenge Rogge. Just as he was about to fly into the forest created by the tree world's descent, a figure slowly floated up from the forest and flew hundreds of meters into the air. It was Rogge. The winner was Rogge. After seeing that the person floating in the air was Rogge, all the Asgard people, including Thor, let out an excited roar. Although they did not know how Rogge had done it, they knew that this time, Rogge had won. They had won. Long live Asgard! It was unknown which Asgard soldier took the lead to shout this sentence. Then, one soldier after another followed suit, converging into a huge wave of cheers that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Compared to the Asgard army whose morale had reached its peak, the Frost Giant's expressions were extremely ugly. Lost. He had lost once again. Although they were forced to join Hyla's side, a loss was a loss. They had once again lost to Asgard. Amidst the cheers of the Asgard soldiers, the Frost Giants put down the weapons in their hands and sat down on the bone-chilling ground as if they had accepted their fate. The Frost Giants used their actions to prove their surrender, while the undead army continued to charge toward the Asgard soldiers without a care for their own lives. Just as the morale of the Asgard soldiers had reached its peak and were about to send the undead back to where they belonged, these brave undead soldiers were like wheat that had been blown by the wind. One by one, they fell down, and the death energy in their bodies quickly dissipated into the air. In less than a few seconds, not a single undead soldier could be seen standing on the battlefield. Hyla had made her move. She had personally ended her own undead army. Asgard's Golden Palace, Odin's bedroom. After returning from Jotunheim to Asgard, Rogge, Thor, and Loki immediately went to Odin's bedroom. Odin, who was shrouded in a pale golden energy shield, was at the end of his life. Although he was nourished by Asgard's energy, Odin had still reached the end of his life. When Thor half knelt in front of Odin's bed and reported the results of the battle to Odin with a choked voice, Rogge slowly came to the other side of the bed. "I have fulfilled our bargain, and she has left Jotunheim alive. She asked me to give this to you and tell you something. Asgard's eldest princess and the goddess of death died the day you sent out the Valkyrie army. The dead will never appear in Asgard again." With that, he put the black sword in his hand beside Odin. Sword of the Night Sky. This was the weapon that had accompanied Hyla the longest. It was also a gift from Odin on the day she awakened the divine power of death. After putting down the Sword of the Night Sky, Rogge did not say anything else and silently left Odin's bedroom. The rest of the time belonged to Thor and Loki. That night, the king of Asgard, the father of gods, Odin, passed away. A legend of a generation had come to an end. One day later, Asgard held an Asgard-style funeral for Odin and the soldiers who died in Jotunheim. After attending Odin's funeral, Rogge and the others left Asgard and returned to Earth. The moment they stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge with the eternal fire and the giant wolf Fenrir, Rogge went to Thor who was sending them off and gave him a serious order. "Protect Asgard well. If you need anything, contact me at any time. Also, be careful of Thanos." Chapter 460. Although the current timeline was becoming more and more different from what he remembered, and even began to develop in a direction that no one knew. But no one knew if Thanos, the crazy titan, would directly take the space gem after Odin's death. In order to prevent Saul from truly becoming a loner, Loge had specifically instructed him to take care of himself. Be careful of Thanos. However, Thor did not understand Rogge's meaning at all. Although Asgard was a universal civilization, it was different from the Kari Empire and Xandar. Asgard was the kind of existence that did not like to deal with the outside world. Except for the Nine Lands, Asgard did not care about other things that happened in the universe. Yes, be careful of Thanos. If you meet him, remember to contact me immediately, don't try to be brave. Because of himself, the current Thor was weaker than Rogge's memory. According to the original timeline, Thor should have completely awakened the power of thunder, instead of still foolishly thinking that he could only control lightning through Thor's hammer. What's more, even if Thor was truly awakened, there was still a long way to go before Thanos. Without relying on foreign objects, Thor after awakening was still not as good as Thanos with his bare hands. Although this comparison was a bit cruel, it was true. Okay. I know. Thor did not continue to ask. After knowing Rogge for so long, he knew that Rogge had many unknown secrets. Since Rogge did not take the initiative to mention it, he would not continue to ask. After instructing Thor, Rogge walked into the Bifrost with the giant wolf Fenrir and left Asgard. Although Asgard rarely dealt with the cosmic civilizations outside the Nine Lands, the news of the death of Odin, the father of all gods, would soon spread throughout the universe. At that time, who knew how many ambitious guys would target Asgard? Although he had a good relationship with Thor, Rogge could not replace Thor to protect Asgard. Protecting Asgard was the duty of the king of Asgard. It was also the first test after Thor inherited the throne. Hulk and Tawny returned directly to the headquarters in the suburbs of New York through the Bifrost, while Rogge returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington with Fenrir. When Fenrir, with a shoulder height of 4 or 5 meters and a body length of more than 10 meters, walked out of the transmission beam of the Bifrost, a harsh alarm immediately sounded in the Konoha headquarters. However, this alarm only sounded for a few seconds before it was turned off by Hinata. This was because Rogge had also walked out of the Rainbow Bridge. Although Fenrir was larger in size, it walked out of the Bifrost earlier than Rogge. The reason was simple. When it knew that it was going to the earth, it became like a husky going to the wild and entered a state of excitement. Even in the fully automatic transmission beam of the Bifrost, it couldn't help but run forward for a distance, trying to reach the earth earlier. However, when it really walked out of the transmission beam, its excitement immediately disappeared. In Fenrir's memory, the earth was a country full of food. However, the scene in front of it was completely different from what it remembered. There was no grassland, no forest, no food. The air was also filled with an unpleasant smell. "What are you doing? Let's go." Looking at the motionless Fenrir, Rogge turned his head and urged. "Woo!" After letting out a disappointed whimper, Fenrir lowered its head and followed behind Rogge listlessly. Although Fenrir didn't look like a creature from the earth, since it was a pet brought back by Rogge, the people of Konoha were not surprised. In the hearts of the people of Konoha, Rogge was not only a synonym for strength, but also a synonym for mystery. Even if he said one day that he was a god from ancient times, or an alien from other planets, they wouldn't think he was joking. Because of its huge size, there was no room suitable for Fenrir to live in Konoha. Therefore, Rogge took Fenrir directly to a fighter hangar in the headquarters of Konoha. "You live here for the time being. I will ask people to transform the environment here later to make it slightly more in line with your taste. In the headquarters of Konoha, as long as you can get in, you can go. In addition, I will ask Hinata to introduce you to the people in the headquarters of Konoha. The guy called Abomination is your spiritual beast senpai. If there is anything you don't understand, you can." At this point, Rogge finally realized what was going on. Although Fenrir could hear them, they couldn't understand Fenrir's wolf language. "Well, I will try to make you speak as much as possible so that you can communicate with them in the future. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave the headquarters of Konoha, understand?" After Rogge finished, Fenrir nodded weakly, and then directly lay on the concrete floor of the hangar. Looking at the disappointed look on Fenrir's face, Rogge also sighed helplessly. It was indeed not appropriate to let Fenrir live in the hangar. But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Although summoning jutsu can ignore the distance to a certain extent and directly summon the beast to the caster's side. But summoning jutsu is not omnipotent. It is impossible to really ignore the distance and summon the beast from anywhere. If Fenrir stays in Asgard, it is basically no different from completely abandoning it. Although there is no rigorous calculation, the limit of summoning jutsu should be almost the distance of a planet. As long as it is on the same planet, it will not fail. But as long as it exceeds this distance, the probability of failure is greatly increased. Don't be so listless. When the people outside know that you are my wolf, as long as you don't enter the city where humans live, you can go anywhere you want. Touching Fenrir's huge wolf head, Rogge comforted it. After comforting Fenrir, Rogge used quantum transmission to return to his office. He doesn't need to do this kind of thing himself to introduce everyone in Konoha to Fenrir. Hinata will naturally arrange everything. Hinata, Project Dr. Connor's recent research report. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual display screen appeared in front of Rogge, which recorded the latest research progress of Dr. Connors. Before he left the Earth, Dr. Connors had already begun his research on Super Skrull. Counting the time, more than half a month has passed. After browsing Dr. Connors' recent research report in detail, Rogge frowned. Although Dr. Connors is the most proficient expert in the field of biology in Konoha, it is a pity that he is still a long way from the super geniuses like Tawny and Banner. Even with 3 living Super Skrulls, Dr. Connors' progress is still not optimistic. Chapter 461. It can't go on like this. Konoha must train a team of scientific talents. At this moment, Rogge once again envied Orochimaru. In Naruto, some people believe in bloodline, some believe in will, some believe in innate inheritance, and some believe in acquired effort. Only Orochimaru believes in science. Because of this, when all the villains died in various ways, only Orochimaru succeeded in surviving. And if there is no accident, he will even live longer than those destined protagonists. Science changes life. Science changes fate. Orochimaru is a living example. Hinata, help me search for a scientist. His name is Reed Richards. By the way, where are Susan Stone, Johnny Stone, and Ben Graham in his team? In this world, there are many genius scientists. But there are very few who can really reach the level of Tawny and Banner. And Reed Richards happens to be one of them. Reed Richards is currently conducting experimental research on the effects of high-energy cosmic storms caused by the coronal solar wind on the evolution of early planetary life on the space station in outer space. Susan Stone and the other 2 are also in the research team. Within a few seconds, Hinata projected the relevant information on the display screen. The effects of high-energy cosmic storms on the evolution of early planetary life? Rogge was not surprised that Hinata could find Reed's whereabouts. What he wondered was how Hinata knew that Reed was working on this project. This kind of project is a research project that needs to be strictly confidential at first glance. How do you know about their research project in the space station? Rogge asked curiously. A week ago, Reed Richards submitted a related project application to Konoha, hoping to get financial support and equipment support from Konoha. Hinata quickly explained. At the same time, she displayed Reed's application report. Glancing at Reed's application report, Rogge had more and more questions in his mind. This kind of research has always been the research scope of biological research institutions and NASA. Why did he apply to Konoha? If Rogge remembered correctly, Konoha should be a military group, not a scientific research institution. Half a year ago, when you were practicing in Konoha, I synchronized the research data of number 2. From the second database, I integrated the contents of weapons research, biological research, civilian technology, and so on. Combined with Dr. Connors' research results, I established a research institute affiliated with Konoha. While Hinata was explaining, an institution named Konoha's Science and Technology Laboratory appeared on the screen. Konoha's Science and Technology Laboratory? Looking at this familiar name, Rogge remembered something that he had neglected. When he was training in Konoha's hidden village, Hinata mentioned to him the proposal to establish a laboratory to improve the research and development level of Konoha's technology. At that time, he agreed to the proposal, but he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. Show me the current research projects in the laboratory. Then, the display in front of him changed again. There were many ongoing projects in the laboratory, covering mechanical engineering, quantum physics, new energy, artificial intelligence, biology, genetic engineering, medicine, and many other fields. In addition to the research carried out with the data and equipment he brought back from the Kari Empire and Xandar, the laboratory also sponsored a lot of private research. After quickly browsing through the dozens of research projects being carried out in the laboratory, Rogge sighed. Then, he said in a serious tone, Hinata, you are playing with fire. Hinata, who had always answered his questions, suddenly became quiet at this time. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that she replied, Hinata wants to try it. What Rogge said about playing with fire was not referring to Hinata's further research on the alien technology and data, but the research that Hinata was conducting in secret. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with the research being carried out in the laboratory. But from these studies, Rogge saw some unabashedly related projects. And after all these related projects were integrated, it was a taboo research that challenged the laws of nature. Androids. The project that Hinata was secretly researching was androids. Not clones, nor artificial intelligence robots like Ultron, but androids in the true sense. Rogge thought that Hinata should be the most obedient of all his subordinates. However, he didn't expect that Hinata's madness was far beyond that of others. After 2 or 3 minutes of silence, he spoke again, "And these research projects?" "Rogge-sama." Hinata's electronic synthetic voice, which had always been emotionless, showed obvious fluctuations. "These things can't be studied on Earth. All of them will be transferred to Konoha's hidden village. I will give you the highest authorization authority. You can mobilize all of Konoha's resources. The calculation matrix data of Genjutsu, Dr. Banner's plan to implant artificial intelligence into organic creatures, Dr. Zhao Halen's Cradle of Regeneration project data, I will find a way to get these materials to you. Since you want your own body, then I will help you." In terms of madness, Rogge was the craziest one in Konoha. "Thank you, Sama." Hinata replied immediately. "Don't thank me, whether you can study the results you want depends on you. I only have one requirement. Your new body can only be the same as the holographic image. As for which one to choose, you choose." After instructing Hinata, Rogge put his thoughts back on Reed. Reed just went to the space station to study the space storm, so there is a high probability that he hasn't mutated yet. Of course, it is not ruled out that he won't become Mr. Miracle at all in this world. Whether he becomes Mr. Miracle or not, it won't affect Rogge's plan. What he wants is just Reed's brain that is so smart that it seems to have been turned on. As for whether he mutates or not, whether he can become Mr. Miracle or not, it doesn't matter. Compared with Mr. Miracle, Rogge cared more about the man named Doom. Dr. Destruction. Victor Von Doom. In this world where superheroes either relied on superpowers or advanced technology, deity Doom was the only man who believed in science and practiced magic. He has no superpowers, but he used his super-smart brain to invent various high-tech equipment and learned magic. He was born in the poor and backward small Eastern European country of Litovania, but he overthrew the feudal rule here with his own ability and turned the small agricultural country of Litovania into a high-tech modern country. Doom may not be a good person in the conventional sense, but he is definitely a very charismatic person. Chapter 462. If there was a chance, he must meet this magic and technology dual cultivator Lord Doom. It was no less than Iron Man's high-tech armor, and his magic level could compete with Doctor Strange's. It would be too much of a pity if such an ambitious and ruthless person did not meet him. If Rogge remembered correctly, Lord Doom had a similar experience as himself. Victor Von Doom, Doctor of Destruction, was one of the few Earthlings on Earth who had fought with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and returned alive. And in terms of the number of times he had fought against Mephisto, Lord Doom had fought against him more than Rogge. Lord Doom's mother, Cynthia, was a gypsy witch. In order to rebel against King Vladimir, who ruled Litovania at the time, she prayed for power from Mephisto. The result was no different from the previous supplicants. Lord Doom's mother was deceived by Mephisto, and her soul was imprisoned in hell, becoming Mephisto's plaything. After overthrowing the old king's rule, Lord Doom summoned Mephisto and accepted Mephisto's bet. Every year, Mephisto gave Lord Doom a chance to fight for his mother's freedom. If he won, his mother's soul would regain freedom and ascend to heaven. If he lost, the people of Litovania would despise him. Every time he lost, his people would despise him even more. If he lost too many times, Doom would become the most useless and incapable ruler in the history of Litovania. Lord Doom set the town where his mother, Cynthia, died as the new capital of Litovania. When the blizzard came, he would come to the deepest dungeon of Litovania to fight for the freedom of his mother, Cynthia. In Rogge's memory, Lord Doom finally joined forces with Doctor Strange and successfully deceived Mephisto, allowing his mother to be redeemed and ascend to heaven. However, this was only his memory before he transmigrated. As for whether this future would develop like this, he was not sure now. After all, his legendary junior brother, Doctor Strange, had yet to go to Camartage, let alone inherit the title of Ancient One's Sorcerer Supreme. Although Lord Doom was a villain, to be honest, Rogge still admired him. Except for deceiving the US military once, he didn't do anything outrageous. Note 1. From the perspective of the people of Litovania, he could even be regarded as a wise ruler who liberated Litovania. Rogge wasn't sure what others thought of Lord Doom. But from his point of view, he admired Lord Doom's behavior of fighting against Lord Mephisto in order to save his mother's soul. After temporarily putting aside his appreciation for Lord Doom, he opened the information he had collected by the intelligence department. Although Sir Goddum basically didn't leave Litovania, Rogge didn't forget to ask the intelligence department to collect information on him. After browsing through the information collected by the intelligence department, he found that Sir Goddum's life experience was basically not much different from what he remembered. Doom was 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 Doom. When he resisted the rule of the old king, some of his small inventions attracted the attention of the US military, which brought him to the United States. During his days in the United States, he received professional scientific education and invented many new weapons for the military. It was also during this period that Lord Doom met Mr. Fantastic Reed, who was also studying in the academy. In the end, he was expelled from the school because of an experimental accident and he was disfigured. Although the military didn't mind the little accident he caused, he had no intention of continuing to stay in the United States. He destroyed all the inventions he left for the military and quietly left the United States. Lord Doom's information in the United States was the most complete, even the dormitory he lived in at the time and the girl he almost had a relationship beyond friendship with were recorded. However, the detailed records ended there. Following that, there were some scattered pieces of information. For example, Lord Doom, who was disfigured, returned to Litovania at some point and then relied on the destruction robots and magic he invented to overthrow the rule of the old king. At the end of the information, there was also the internal structure and programming algorithm of the destruction robots specially collected by the intelligence department. Although Konoha's intelligence department is not weak, it is not strong enough to inquire about the top-secret information of other countries at will. The reason why they can get this information about the destruction robots is purely because Lord Doom used this information as a compulsory subject for high school students in Litovania and as a graduation exam content. According to the information collected by the intelligence department, this is a decision made by Lord Doom in order to raise the next generation's awareness of danger in times of peace and to improve the ability of Litovania's citizens to protect themselves and fight back in times of national disaster. Note 2. One had to admit that Sir Goddum's way of doing things was very unique. But Rogge appreciates his approach. This is what it means to be a formidable person. If there is a chance, Rogge really wants to have a drink with this Lord Doom. Time passed day by day. Because he had just completed the commission of Thor, Rogge didn't have much interest in wandering outside these days. He stayed at Konoha's headquarters to digest the reward he just received. Plus the 350 ninja coins reward he got from the commission, he now has 660 unspent ninja coins. Although the number is a lot, he doesn't have anything in particular to exchange for now, so he didn't exchange any new ninjutsu or kekei genkai for himself. In the past few days, his main focus has been on the Eternal Fire. Like the Infernal Fire, the Eternal Fire is also a supernatural special flame. And in terms of energy level, the Eternal Fire is a little higher than the Infernal Fire. However, unlike the Infernal Fire that can perfectly match humans, the eternal fire's compatibility with humans is not high. The eternal fire is the most powerful treasure of the flame giant Surtur. After combining with his crown, it can grow to the point where he can destroy Asgard with a single sword strike. Although Rogge got the eternal fire that Surtur dreamed of getting back, now there is an awkward problem in front of him. He is not the flame giant Surtur. He can't perfectly match the eternal fire. It's not difficult for him to simply use the eternal fire. But if it's just simple use, it will undoubtedly be a great waste of the eternal fire. As a careful ninja, he absolutely can't tolerate this kind of wasteful behavior. After studying it carefully for 3 days and confirming that he can't exert the power of the eternal fire to the maximum by relying on his own ability, he remembered his cheap teacher. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The strongest sorcerer on earth, no one can compare to him. Even if the scope is expanded to the entire universe, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is one of the strongest peak existences in the magic domain. At this time, Rogge once again understood why his fellow travelers were keen to bring an old man with them. If you have difficulties, find your teacher. Without further ado, Rogge used quantum teleportation to come to Fenrir's new home and woke it up from its afternoon nap. Get up and come with me to see my teacher. Before Fenrir was completely awake, he opened the portal to Camartage, and then rushed the confused Fenrir into the portal. If it's just to see Ancient One, Rogge can go by himself. In order to avoid Fenrir being attacked by Camartage sorcerers as a different world's magical beast in the future, it's necessary to introduce Fenrir to Camartage's people in advance. Although most of the sorcerers in Camartage can't be Fenrir's opponent, the process still has to be followed. At least after doing this, Camartage's people will know that Fenrir is his wolf and enjoys his protection. Of course, if Fenrir causes any trouble, he will also take full responsibility. It's a very irresponsible practice to only enjoy the pleasure brought by pets and not be responsible for the behavior of pets. Before crossing, he was extremely disgusted with those irresponsible poop picker. Just like when he returned to Konoha headquarters, when Fenrir appeared in Camartage, it immediately put Camartage into a state of alert. But when they saw Rogge riding on Fenrir's back, these sorcerers quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. You stay here and don't go anywhere. If someone wants to come and touch you, you have to bear with it first. After that, Rogge left Fenrir alone in the square and quickly disappeared in front of him. It didn't take long for him to come to the familiar reception hall and saw Ancient One who was still making tea. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but when he saw Ancient One again, he felt that his cheap sensei seemed to be different. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. It was just a pure intuition. Sensei, Rogge said respectfully, and then sat on the futon opposite Ancient One. Life and death are one of the basic laws of the world. It's not a good habit to bring a dead life back to the world. Ancient One's tone was as calm as ever, but Rogge could hear that she was hinting that his practice was a bit over the line. Only this time, there won't be a next time. After taking the honey tea handed over by Ancient One, Rogge silently explained. Tell me, what did you encounter this time? After taking a sip of the freshly brewed honey tea, Ancient One spoke again. Actually, it's not a big deal, I just want to ask Sensei if you have any information about the eternal fire. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge summoned a small cluster of eternal fire to his right hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Ancient One. After he summoned the eternal fire, Ancient One's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she picked up the folding fan on the table with her left hand, and forcibly guided the eternal fire burning in his right hand onto the folding fan. This works too? Although he watched Ancient One use the folding fan to guide away the eternal fire in his hand, Rogge didn't feel anything strange at all. He couldn't even see what kind of technique Ancient One had used. An expert is an expert. Any casual move is mysterious and unpredictable. Rogge sighed silently in his heart, and then patiently waited for Ancient One's answer. The last time I saw the eternal fire, it was in Odin's treasure house. In the blink of an eye, things have changed. Ancient One, who has always been calm, showed a rare look of regret. This is the treasure of the flame giant Surtur, which you should know very well. Looking at you, you should want to know how to fully exert the power of the eternal fire. Ancient One glanced at Rogge, and then continued, the eternal fire is a treasure that is bound to Surtur's soul. Except for him, no one can exert the power of the eternal fire to the limit. Odin can't do it, and I can't do it either. To some extent, you can understand the eternal fire as Surtur's exclusive weapon. Although you can't exert the eternal fire to the same extent as Surtur, it's not impossible to exert its power as much as possible. Having said that, Ancient One paused for a moment and let the eternal fire on the folding fan fly back to Rogge's hand. To explain it in scientific terms, you can think of the eternal fire as controllable nuclear fusion, which is the so-called artificial sunday. But when using this artificial sun, you need to prepare the corresponding instruments in advance. For example, Surtur's Twilight Sword. Of course, if you just want to find more ways to use it, there are a lot of corresponding books in the library, you can borrow them. After that, Ancient One stopped talking and tasted the honey tea in front of him seriously. Thank you, teacher, I will visit you next time. Rogge did not continue to disturb Ancient One and left the reception hall directly and returned to the square outside. I'm going to stay here for a while. Do you want to go back to the headquarters, or do you want to stay here with me? In the short term, he doesn't plan to leave Camartage. At least before the initial integration of the eternal fire into the existing combat power system, he won't leave. Woo, woo woo. Okay, I see. I'll tell the people here that you can go outside and play, but only if you don't hurt anyone, can you do that? Woo woo. Fenrir answered excitedly and tried to shoot out its tongue to lick Rogge. But before it had time to stick out its tongue, Rogge disappeared in front of it. After talking to the sorcerer who was in charge of dealing with the creatures from another world, he returned to Fenrir and opened the portal to the Himalayas. Without needing his instructions, when the portal opened, Fenrir ran in like a runaway husky. Looking at Fenrir who looked like a mad dog, Rogge sighed helplessly. While he was talking to Ancient One, Fenrir saw the Himalayas in the distance, and then could no longer suppress its yearning for nature. Out of respect for Fenrir and for its psychological health, Rogge agreed to Fenrir's little request. As for whether the appearance of Fenrir will attract the attention of the outside world to the magical creatures of the Himalayas, he didn't care. He has already considered that if Fenrir is discovered by the outside world, he will announce Fenrir's existence to the public on the grounds of capturing a prehistoric mysterious creature. If it is not discovered, it is even simpler. Fenrir is a brand new pet dog breed recently improved by Konoha. Docile and loyal, warm and friendly, smart and alert, it is the most loyal and reliable friend of people in the future. As for whether people will believe this, with Konoha's current reputation among people, it is not difficult. After releasing Fenrir, Rogge came to the room where he lived and changed into the Camartage standard robe. Although whether he changes his robe or not, other sorcerers know that he is a student of Ancient One. But, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he plans to study in Camartage for a while, it is best to follow the customs of Camartage. This has nothing to do with strength and status, it is purely a kind of respect. In this way, Rogge once again started his learning journey in Camartage. Unlike the last time he had Ancient One to teach him personally, this time, he can only learn by himself. Outer space, private research space station. The cosmic storm is accelerating, and it will come in a few minutes, not a few hours. Reed Richards, who was wearing a light blue uniform, said nervously to Susan Stone, who was next to him. We have less than 6 minutes left. After checking the latest observation data, the blonde Susan said anxiously. Damn it! After getting the latest data, Reed cursed and then ran quickly to the other side of the space station. Ben, come in right away. While running to the observation room, Reed used his portable communicator to contact Ben, who was working outside the space station. "I've just finished half of my work, top student." Ben, wearing a spacesuit, turned his head to look at the observation room and replied with a smile. "Ben, come back right away," Reed said again. Ben heard Reed's anxiety. After working with Reed for so many years, it was the first time he heard Reed's anxious tone. Although he didn't know what was going on, Ben decided to follow Reed's reminder and return to the space station. However, at the moment he turned around, he saw a cosmic vision that he had never seen before. In the orange-red cosmic storm, energy beams flashed like golden lightning. This cosmic storm, more gorgeous than the aurora, quickly approached the space station at a terrifying speed. "Brothers, I can't go back," Ben said with a bitter smile in a resigned tone. "Ben, jump over here, this is the only way." At this time, Susan's younger brother, Johnny, gave his own advice. At the same time, Susan in the main control room ignored the reminders of the other staff and ran to the observation room. However, she didn't expect that just as she ran out of the door of the main control room, the staff inside activated the protective shield and completely isolated the main control room. In terms of safety procedures, these staff's approach was not wrong. However, at a time like this, their choice was a little too inhumane. Susan ignored the gradually closing protective shield and continued to run to the observation room. Reed and Ben were Susan's classmates and friends. The real reason why she risked her life to run to the observation room was because of her brother, Johnny. As a sister, she couldn't do nothing when her brother was in danger. While Susan quickly rushed to the observation room, Ben, wearing a heavy spacesuit, also made the craziest jump of his life so far. At the moment when Ben took off, the cosmic storm caused by the coronal solar wind came to the space station and surged through their bodies like a wave. Ben in outer space, Reed and Johnny in the observation room, and Susan on the runway were all completely swallowed by the cosmic storm at this moment. Rogge's boring learning process in Camartage lasted for more than half a month. After he finished reading dozens of magic books that were 5 or 6 centimeters thick, he finally ended this boring magic learning journey. The more he learned about magic theories that were completely different from the scientific and technological civilization, the more he admired Lord Doom. Compared with the mainstream scientific and technological civilization of the Earth, magic explains the existence of this world from another perspective. The collision of two different civilizations brought about a subversive change in understanding. Even with the magic foundation laid by Ancient One and the ninjutsu theory he mastered, the learning of these magic theories still gave him a headache. After saying goodbye to Ancient One, Rogge returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington alone. Although he didn't bring Fenrir back, he wasn't worried that Fenrir would disappear. With summoning technique, there is no possibility of Fenrir going missing. After returning to his room, he took a comfortable bath and enjoyed a comfortable afternoon nap before coming to his office again. During the time when he was learning magic, Hinata moved all the research projects about androids in the Konoha Science and Technology Laboratory to Konoha's hidden village on Tatoin. In order to complete the research as soon as possible, Hinata even transferred her main program over and changed its position with number 2 in Konoha's hidden village. Now, Hinata number 2 is in charge of Konoha's headquarters. Number 2, is there any recent news about mysterious creatures in the Himalayas? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, number 2 projected the relevant news in front of Rogge. Although there are few people in the Himalayas, there are still many mountaineers and indigenous people who found traces of Fenrir. In addition to the pictures taken by these mountaineers and indigenous people, Fenrir's traces were also discovered by reporters from some news channels. Giant wild wolf in the Himalayas, suspected to be a prehistoric ancient creature. Prehistoric behemoth appears. Top biologists gather in the Himalayas. The mythical wolf? The view of Norse mythology researchers. The sign of the end. The countdown to the destruction of human civilization. Unlike the previous news about unknown creatures, the news published recently, without exception, took clear photos. One of the most intuitive pictures was when Fenrir came in front of a photographer and ate the photographer's transportation, a pack horse that had just reached adulthood. The picture of Fenrir opening its mouth and quickly swallowing the pack horse was completely captured by the photographer, letting the audience around the world understand a fact they should have known long ago. Wolves in the wild are dangerous. Giant wild wolves in the wild are even more dangerous. Number 2. Prepare a press conference in the name of Konoha, including the following 3 points. First, for the sake of public safety, Konoha captured this prehistoric giant wild wolf. Second, after communication, this giant wolf named Fenrir expressed the desire to join Konoha's intelligence agency. Third, Konoha agreed to the application of the giant wolf Fenrir and reached a consensus on friendly cooperation and joint maintenance of the world's security. Although this is a statement that can't stand up to scrutiny and can even be regarded as very deceptive, Rogge doesn't care about this at all. He just needs an opportunity to publicly announce Fenrir. As for whether other people believe it or not, it's their problem. If they have any dissatisfaction, they can ask Fenrir's wolf in person. However, he estimated that no one would dare to do this, and Fenrir would never pay attention to them. Okay, the time of the press conference is scheduled at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the location is in the headquarters square. Number 2 quickly gave a reply. Reed Richards and the others have not returned to the Earth. If they come back, send them an invitation letter from Konoha and invite them to come to Konoha. After solving Fenrir's matter, Rogge turned his attention back to Reed. A week ago, the space station where Reed Richards was located was hit by a cosmic storm, and the research was forced to be suspended. At present, they are being observed in isolation in the hospital to check whether they have been exposed to radiation from the cosmic storm. The test results are normal, and they can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. This is their physical examination report. After that, Number 2 projected the examination report of Reed and the others. Send them an invitation letter first, and arrange a team of special forces to pick them up. I hope to see the 4 of them after the press conference. Rogge didn't look at the examination report given by Number 2. Since Reed and the others suffered from the cosmic storm, their fate was doomed. The Fantastic Four. Whether they want to or not, this is their next life. As for why the hospital's examination report shows normal, the reason is very simple. Because the radiation impact of the cosmic storm has not yet begun, they are now in the final stage of normal human beings. After a while, they can completely say goodbye to the identity of normal human beings. The next afternoon, the press conference about Fenrir was held on time, and Rogge also summoned Fenrir, who was playing in the Himalayas, back in advance. He did not attend the press conference, but gave the task to Frank the Punisher. As he guessed, when Frank seriously said the excuse he casually made up yesterday, the reporters present showed an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Although they knew that this was an excuse to fool people, after seeing Fenrir lying next to Frank, they wisely chose to shut up. The press conference ended smoothly according to the established process, and Fenrir officially became a Konoha agent with a legal establishment. Not long after the press conference, Rogge saw the future Fantastic Four in the conference room. Just as he remembered, the man who looked like a researcher was Reed Richards, the future Mr. Fantastic. The bald, brawny man was Ben Graham. He used to be a pilot in the Marine Corps. Now, he was a NASA astronaut and a future Stone Man. The youngest and most handsome one was Johnny Stone. He was an arrogant and unruly mechanic cum racer who did things his own way. He was the future Thunderfire. As for the last one, it was the future Invisible Woman, Susan Stone. Like her younger brother Johnny, Susan has a good appearance, a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and an amazing career. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Rogge, the current director of Konoha Intelligence Agency. After seeing Reed and the others come in, Rogge, who was sitting on the sofa, took the initiative to stand up and introduce himself. Hello, my name is Reed. Reed introduced himself with a puzzled look on his face. He then shook hands with Rogge in a daze. With Reed taking the lead, the other three introduced themselves one after another. Sit anywhere, you don't have to be so nervous, I'm not a bad person. People who know me know that I'm a very kind person. Rogge said with a smile, and then sat on the sofa opposite the four of them. However, his explanation did not ease the tension of Reed and the others, but made them more nervous. Reed and the others couldn't be blamed for being too nervous, after all, Rogge's image in the outside world was a bit too domineering. Coupled with his superhero identity, this made Reed and the others, who were ordinary people, involuntarily feel a pressure and nervousness that seemed to come from their biological instincts. The four of you are professionals in your respective fields. This time I invited you here in the hope that you can join Konoha and help Konoha better maintain world peace. Rogge did not tell them about the Super Skrull, but directly invited the four of them to join Konoha. Rogge-san, I'm sorry, we all have our own research, it may not be convenient for us to join Konoha. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Reed cautiously expressed his opinion. I don't object to you having your own research, but what I want to say is that joining Konoha will make it more convenient for you to carry out your own research. Whether it's equipment, funds, or personnel, Konoha can provide you with everything you need. If the information I got is correct, Reed, the fourth installment of your Baxter Building payment is almost overdue, right? Normally, a genius scientist would not be short of money. Especially in a capitalistic society like America. However, not every genius scientist could go through the initial stage of accumulation. The higher the level of the research project, the more resources it required. Science and technology required financial support. Can we really get everything we need? The one who spoke wasn't Reed, but the youngest, Johnny. That's right, everything. Including your little hobbies, Konoha can satisfy you. Among the four of them, Johnny was definitely the easiest to tempt. Greedy, lustful, doing things his own way, hedonistic. I'm in. After receiving Rogge's confirmation, Johnny didn't even think about it before agreeing to it. A wise decision, welcome to the team. With Johnny's good start, the rest of the matter became much simpler. Since Johnny joined, Susan would naturally join as well. As for Reed and Ben, after a few minutes of serious consideration, they finally agreed to Rogge's invitation. The future Fantastic Four now belonged to Konoha. Chapter 463. Other than Johnny, the other three didn't seem to be very willing to do so. But Rogge didn't take it to heart. Although in web novels, there was never a lack of protagonists who would join in regardless of life and death. But he never felt that this kind of thing would happen to him. You encountered a sudden space storm in the space station last week. Although you have done a detailed examination and received normal test results. But I see something different in you. If you don't mind, you can stay in Konoha for a few days. After you stabilize a little, you can consider whether you want to live in the Konoha headquarters. Rogge didn't directly tell the four of them that they were going to mutate soon. Instead, he said it like a fraud. Something different. If the person who said this wasn't Rogge, Reed wouldn't believe a word. As a super genius with a doctorate in engineering, mathematics, physics, and other fields, Reed didn't have any doubts about the results of scientific tests. In this regard, Reed was very similar to the former Tawny. They both felt that everything in the world could be explained by science. However, the facts proved again and again that science was not the only truth in the world. Tawny has further expanded his thinking and vision, while Reed stayed at the stage before Tawny. Sorry, is it convenient to ask what it is? For some reason, Susan always felt that Rogge seemed to know something, but he didn't want to disclose it to them. I just saw something from you that doesn't belong to Earth. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe we just need to wait a few days and we will know the final answer. Rogge continued to speak in the tone of a charlatan. There is nothing to be afraid of. Didn't we do a comprehensive physical examination? We are healthy. Unlike Reed and Susan, who had solemn expressions, Johnny had an indifferent look on his face. He could even be said to be a little happy. Golden thigh. A golden thigh thicker than he imagined. Johnny now began to fantasize about his good life after joining Konoha. Although Konoha didn't have a good reputation in the outside world, it wasn't a problem for Johnny. If he cared about other people's opinions, he wouldn't have become the arrogant and unruly person he was today. Under the lead of a female assistant with a good figure, Reed and the other three left the reception room and went to the room arranged for them by number 2. When the door of the reception room closed, Rogge activated Byakugan. The words just now were purely made up based on his previous memory. He didn't see anything abnormal in Reed and the other three. But with his normal vision just now, he couldn't see anything abnormal. However, when he activated Byakugan and used his unreasonable supervision to look at them, he saw what he wanted to see. The radiation mutation brought about by the cosmic storm had begun. He looked away from Susan, closed Byakugan, and began to organize the things he had to deal with next. First, he had to help the Fantastic to adapt to the superpowers as soon as possible. Even if he did not intervene, the 4 of them would be able to completely adapt to the changes in their bodies. However, this would take a lot more time. And time was the cost. After dealing with the 4 of them, he would take the time to go to Latvinia, which was ruled by Lord Doom, to meet this supervillain who was both good and evil. He also wanted to see if he could cooperate with Lord Doom, such as joining forces to deal with Lord Mephisto. Finally, he had to wait for the results of Dr. Connors and Reed's research on the Super Skrull's cloning ability. Of course, while waiting for the results of the research, he wouldn't be idle. After all, no one knew how long it would take the 2 of them to study the best results. In addition to these things, there were basically some routine activities such as daily training and executing commissions. If everything went well, this should be his next arrangement. If it didn't go well, for example, if Thanos suddenly had the idea of Asgard without Odin, then it was hard to say what would happen next. On the first day of Reed and the others' stay in Konoha, nothing special happened. Although the mutation in their bodies continued, it had not developed to the point where it was obvious. On this day, Rogge basically took them around Konoha and introduced them to the people of Konoha so that they had a preliminary understanding of Konoha. As he guessed, when Reed saw the Super Skrull research being carried out by Dr. Connors, he was completely attracted. The reason why Reed went to the space station for research was to study the impact of the cosmic storm on the early life of a planet. But now, there were 3 Super Skrulls that did not belong to Earth in front of him, showing him another possibility of planetary life. For Reed, this was like a scene that would only appear in his beautiful imagination, suddenly appearing in reality. It was difficult to impress a genius scientist, but it was also easy to say the same thing. As long as you can provide him with a research topic that he is interested in and do not restrict his research, he will not hesitate to take the bait. Rogge did not deny that Reed was a super genius, otherwise, he would not have the idea of pulling him into Konoha. But Reed's genius was only reflected in scientific research. If only 1/10 of his genius could be reflected in interpersonal communication, he would not have been unable to get Susan, who he had been secretly in love with since college. Reed was attracted by Dr. Connors' research, and Johnny was completely fascinated by Konoha. There were too many things in Konoha that could impress Johnny. Rogge simply agreed to take him out for a ride in a Quinjet, and he had a feeling of meeting a confidant. He almost called Rogge a brother directly. Unlike Reed and Johnny, who had a strong preference, Susan and Ben were much calmer. Especially Ben, who had served in the Marine Corps, was as calm as his future superpower. Throughout the day, he was like a tourist visiting Konoha, always keeping calm. As the only woman in the team, Susan was not particularly interested in the existence of research and equipment in Konoha. However, after she met Daisy and Wanda, everything was different. Both women, Susan had a natural sense of intimacy with Daisy and Wanda. More importantly, she was obsessed with Daisy's and Wanda's superpowers as if she was a superstar. It was not only men who had hero worship when they were young, but women also had it. In less than a day, the three of them became best friends who had been together for many years. Daisy and Wanda did not have a happy childhood, and Susan had a good childhood, which happened to be the existence they had fantasized about. For Susan, Daisy and Wanda with superpowers were the future she had fantasized about when she was a child, but she could not have it. Especially after listening to Daisy's story of leading Konoha's special forces to hunt down Hydra and fight the Skrull, Susan had an inexplicable worship for Daisy. The friendship between women was born so quickly. The first day of Reed's group of 4 in Konoha passed peacefully. Except for Ben, the other 3 were well integrated into Konoha's life. Reed went to Dr. Connor's lab early in the morning to study the Super Skrull with Dr. Connors. Johnny, who had just finished driving the Quinjet yesterday, had his eyes on Rogge's limited edition sports car in Konoha's garage today. After getting Rogge's permission, he drove the sports car out of Konoha's headquarters and began his hunting trip in Washington. As for Susan, Rogge did not know where she went today. According to No 2's report, Daisy, Wanda, and Susan quietly left Konoha's headquarters at dawn. Rogge did not ask number 2 to confirm their whereabouts. With Daisy and Wanda's abilities, even if they encountered trouble, they had enough ability to solve it. The only thing he had to worry about was whether or not Susan would suddenly awaken her superpower outside. However, with Daisy and Wanda, even if Susan really awakened her superpower outside, it would not be a particularly troublesome matter. Both Daisy and Wanda had experienced the awakening of their superpowers and had enough experience to deal with this kind of thing. It was night in an instant. Just when Rogge thought that today would be peaceful, number 2 suddenly took the initiative to project in front of him, interrupting his preparation to fall asleep. At this time, number 2 projected the image of Hinata after her marriage. And the projected image was the kind that Rogge had never seen before. Although number 2 still looked like Hinata, it was Hinata wearing a classic kimono. Rogge clearly remembered that he had never seen Hinata in this image before. Before he could ask, number 2 reported, "Sir, there's an abnormal energy fluctuation in Ben Graham's room. Should we arrange for guards to go over?" Abnormal energy fluctuation? After hearing No 2's report, Rogge did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. "Immediately seal his room and inform Reed and the other 2. No need to arrange guards. I'll go there myself." As soon as his voice fell, Rogge's body shone with a brilliant aurora-like light, and then completely disappeared from the room. At the same time, Reed and the other 2 also received No 2's notice and went to Ben's room. The moment they walked out of the door, they saw Rogge already at the door of Ben's room. "What's wrong with Ben?" Reed immediately ran to Rogge and asked anxiously. "If I explain it in a way that you're familiar with, then Ben is now mutating, a mutation at the DNA level," Rogge explained calmly. At this time, Reed and the other 2 noticed that the veins around Rogge's eyes were bulging. This made his white eyes, which were already different from ordinary people's, become even more strange. "Mutation? How did he mutate? How did you know?" Reed retracted his attention from Rogge's Byakugan and asked 3 questions in a row. "I saw it with my eyes. My eyes can see some things that ordinary people can't." Rogge did not explain the Byakugan's ability in detail. "Cool. Can I have this kind of eye too?" Johnny would always be the most indecent of the Fantastic Four. "No." Rogge looked at the 3 of them and then turned off the Byakugan. He used the Byakugan to confirm the situation of Johnny and the other 2 and found that they had also reached the critical point of complete mutation. Perhaps in a few seconds, they would be like Ben in the room and display their respective superpowers. "Then what are we waiting for? We need to." Seeing that Rogge had no intention of entering the room to help Ben, Reed's face showed some dissatisfaction. However, before he could finish, there was a series of loud crashing sounds in the room. Dong! Dong dong! Dong! The dull crashing sounds, like rocks hitting the wall, made Reed and the other 2 involuntarily take a few steps back. They looked at the door that was only a meter away from them with hesitation and panic. This is the reason. Mutation is not eating or sleeping. Changing from one form to another is not an easy process. Of course, if you want to go in and persuade Ben, I can ask number 2 to open the door for you. Just as Rogge finished speaking, an even more intense crashing sound came from the room. Boom! Along with the sound of the collision, the automatic metal door in the room also shook violently. Ben began to attack the door. Ben, is he going to be okay? Susan asked Roger with a nervous look on her face. No. It's just a little painful the first time, it won't happen in the future. Rogge's expression was as calm as ever. Although Ben made a lot of noise, he was not worried at all. Even if Ben mutated, it was nothing more than turning from a normal human into a stone man. Not to mention Ben, who was less than 2 meters tall, he had even killed 2 stone golems that were 4 or 5 meters tall. Seeing Reed looking at the metal door with a worried face, Rogge sighed slightly. Did the 3 of them forget something? Let me ask you a question, what do you think is the reason for Ben's mutation? In the first few seconds, Reed and the others were still seriously thinking about why Ben suddenly mutated. Then, they finally reacted. Rogge was not asking them why Ben mutated at all, but reminding them. Fuck. I told you a long time ago, don't study things outside the Earth, you just don't listen. Although Johnny is the least serious of the Fantastic Four, it doesn't mean that he is really brainless. You knew about this from the beginning, so you called us all to Konoha. Unlike Johnny who complained and scolded, Susan was so calm at this time that she didn't look like a woman. No. I just guessed this possibility, but I don't have any substantial evidence. Rogge certainly wouldn't say that he saw their future in other worlds, so he knew that they would become the Fantastic Four in the future. Although his explanation is not perfect, it is very consistent with his identity. He is the current director of Konoha's intelligence agency and the superhero 4th Hokage. It was completely reasonable for him to be able to guess some things. It must be that the cosmic storm fundamentally changed our DNA. Susan expressed her opinion. Let's not rush to conclusions. Before we come to a conclusion, we need to have a lot of evidence. Reed replied with the rigor of a scientist. Oh. Look. Just as Susan and Reed were about to continue to express their opinions, Johnny suddenly spoke. Turning around, Rogge and the others saw Johnny with his left hand burning. This. The scene in front of them was completely beyond the scope of Susan and Reed's understanding. Just as they were about to say something, the flame on Johnny's left hand suddenly soared and completely engulfed him. Johnny! Susan instinctively shouted as she looked at Johnny who was completely engulfed by the flame. However, in the next second, a waterfall like water appeared out of thin air above Johnny's head and poured down. Chi! Johnny, who was hit by the water, staggered and directly fell to the ground. The orange-red flame burning on his body completely disappeared. What disappeared with the flame was his clothes. Johnny's mutated flame superpower was very cool, but unfortunately, he mutated into a natural flame. Without oxygen, it will extinguish. It will also be extinguished by a large amount of water. What Rogge just used was not a newly developed water release ninjutsu, he just turned chakra into water. This kind of chakra manipulation skill is not very useful against other enemies. But it is very suitable for Johnny, who can only produce natural fire. Did you see that? I can produce flames. Haha, I also have superpowers. Johnny, who was washed down by the water, directly got up and excitedly gestured with his hands open. Not only did we see the flame, but we also saw your... Rogge pointed to Johnny's unusually cool lower body with his finger. Johnny looked in the direction of Rogge's finger. Reaching out, turning around, all in one breath. When Johnny's back was facing them, Reed leisurely said, "You are right, the cosmic storm changed our DNA." In the next second, Reed made a request to Rogge. "Rogge, I need to borrow Konoha's laboratory, now, immediately. No problem. After getting Rogge's approval, Reed did not stop, he directly pulled Susan and quickly walked in the direction of the laboratory. They have left, don't you want to go back and put on some clothes? Looking at Johnny's classic naked butt, Rogge warmly reminded him. Note 1. Johnny did not say a word, he lowered his head and returned to his room. A few minutes later, Ben's room was completely quiet. When there was no sound coming from inside, Rogge signaled number 2 to open the door and walked into the devastated room. The originally clean and tidy room now looked like it had been bombed by a bomb. There was no complete furniture in the room, it was all broken furniture and electrical corpses. In the corner of the room, Rogge saw Ben's completely changed appearance. At this time, Ben was like a bullied child, he hugged his knees and squatted in the corner. Take it easy, fate is not as bad as you think. Ben served in the Marine Corps before, according to common sense, his will was stronger than the average person. But unfortunately, what he encountered now was a mutation that completely subverted the state of life. I want to see Debbie, we agreed that no matter what happens, we will always be together. Can you help me? Ben said in a low tone. Buddy, I don't think this is a good idea. Debbie was Ben's fiancée, Rogge saw information about Debbie in Ben's information. Help me, okay. Ben made another request. I will arrange a plane to take you there, if you need, I can let the special force go with you. No, thank you. More than 10 minutes later, a Quinjet took off from the hangar and flew to New York with Ben, who had simply changed his clothes. Over the next few days, Reed and Dr. Connors thoroughly examined Susan, Johnny, and Ben from top to bottom, inside and out. Of course, Reed did not forget to test himself. In the process of the examination, Reed and Susan's superpowers also awakened one after another. Reed was responsible for studying the cause of the mutation, and Dr. Connors was responsible for testing their superpowers. Reed had obtained a super elastic body. He could extend his body substantially like rubber, and he could also change his shape through super elasticity, turning into various shapes such as cylinders, cubes, parachutes, and so on. Johnny gained the ability to create and manipulate flames. After testing, he could maintain his flames for 17 hours and achieve supersonic flight while burning his whole body. In addition, he could also burst out a flame explosion as high as 550,000 degrees Celsius, like a new star. Note 2. However, this flame explosion would exhaust all his energy and make him lose his superpowers for a short time. Susan could make herself, others, or objects invisible. However, her invisibility ability was not real invisibility, but it blocked the light and created an invisible effect on the naked eye. In addition, she could also create an invisible force field. The superpowers awakened by Reed and the other two did not cause any changes to their appearance. As for Ben, the only one who changed his appearance, he became extremely depressed after seeing Debbie. He had obtained a rock-like body and great strength, but his heart had become incomparably fragile and sensitive. Strong on the outside and soft on the inside, this was the true portrayal of Ben now. After reading the reports submitted by Reed and Dr. Connors, Rogge arranged the hero titles that originally belonged to them. Mr. Fantastic Reed, Susan the Invisible Woman, Johnny the Thunderbolt, Ben the Stone Man. As for their team name, of course, it was the Fantastic Four. While Reed and the other three developed and trained their superpowers, Rogge did not inform anyone and quietly left Konoha's headquarters. The matter of the Fantastic Four came to an end for the time being. He was now going to see the good and evil Lord Dumb, whom he admired very much. Lithuania is located in Eastern Europe, between Hungary, Romania, and Serbia. It is a small country with a population of less than 1 million. Although the population is small and the land area is small, with the help of the high-tech invented by Dumb, Lithuania successfully developed from a backward agricultural country to a developed country without hunger and war. Rogge, wearing ordinary clothes, strolled around the capital of Lithuania like a tourist at this time. enjoying the scenery of Latvinia. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this was a backward agricultural country more than 10 years ago. Rogge did not pay a visit to Lord Dum immediately. Before meeting this ambitious and ruthless man, he intended to find out what the people of Latvinia thought of him. In a seemingly casual conversation, he obtained the information he wanted from the mouths of these ordinary people. The ordinary people have two different views on Dum overthrowing the rule of the old king and freeing Latvinia from war and hunger. They can be simply divided into the young people and the young people. The young people's evaluation of Dum is more of praise and gratitude. They even have a fanatical worship of Dum. The middle-aged people, on the other hand, have a completely different evaluation. In their view, Dum is an out-and-out dictator, a tyrant who controls all the power in Latvinia. Dum decides everything. His softest breath is also the law. This sentence came from a public speech by the current Prime Minister of Latvinia. And now, this sentence has become a catchphrase for these middle-aged people to mock Dum. These two completely different evaluations reminded Rogge of the secret bet between Dum and Mephisto. These middle-aged people who assisted Dum in overthrowing the old king's rule back then are now his biggest opponents. It has to be said that this is a kind of irony. But then again, even without the help of these people back then, Dum could have overthrown the old king's rule. In a situation where strength is no longer in the same dimension, numbers are meaningless. At this time, Rogge was tasting a Latvinia specialty snack called the Whole World and looking at the magnificent castle in the center of the capital from time to time. This is a special skewer made by skewering cooked fish balls, meatballs, bird eggs, as well as fresh green peppers, onion slices, and small tomatoes, and then roasting them for a second time. In general, the taste is moderate, and the cooking method is not particularly rare. It's just that the name The Whole World is a bit interesting. The castle in the center of the city is Dum's residence and the center of power in Latvinia. Although Dum has all the rights in Latvinia, not many people in other countries know about him. He doesn't come out to deal with public affairs. These things that need to be seen are all left to the puppet prime minister. After finishing the Whole World in his hand, Rogge didn't continue to waste time. He directly used quantum teleportation to enter the castle. He didn't hide his aura, and with Dum's ability, it wasn't difficult to discover his arrival. Not to mention his magic, just his high-tech inventions were enough to let him discover an uninvited guest who entered the castle without permission. Not long after entering the castle, Rogge waited for Dum's guards, a team of guards composed entirely of robots. These robot guards, which didn't look like the style of Latvinia at all, didn't attack him. Instead, they said unhurriedly in an electronically synthesized voice, "Mr. Rogge, Lord Dum is waiting for you in the reception room." Under the guidance of these robots, Rogge entered the interior of the castle. In an antique reception room that exuded the aura of nobility everywhere, he saw the legendary Doctor of Destruction, Victor von Dum. He was wearing a green imperial robe, a rough-looking metal mask, and a full-body armor of the same color as the mask. The imperial robe that Dum wore was taken from the old king, symbolizing the status of the monarch of Latvinia. The mask on his face was obtained when he was learning magic in the Himalayas. It could enhance his magic ability. Because he was too eager, he put the mask on his face before it cooled down, which made his already disfigured face even more serious. However, with the mask, others couldn't see his true appearance. Therefore, there was no substantive difference between disfigurement and more serious disfigurement. As for the armor on his body, it was the best proof of his integration of technology and magic. This set of armor can not only absorb and manipulate a variety of energy, giving him complete control of machinery, but also use all the magic he has learned. On the armor, there are even fragments of the true cross, which can resist the attacks of Dracula and other vampires and other undead creatures. Latvinia has no intersection with Konoha. I can't think of any reason why the fourth Hokage of Konoha would come in person. Although Dum's tone was calm, the aura exuding from his body was not calm at all. It could even be regarded as oppressive. The purpose of my visit has nothing to do with Latvinia. I came here specifically to find you. After taking a sip of the coffee brought by the robot maid, Rogge said slowly. Find me? If I remember correctly, today is the first time we've met. If it weren't for his scruples about Rogge's strength, Dum wouldn't have wasted any time on him at all. With this kind of energy, he might as well study a few more magic spells or research a few more new inventions. We can cooperate even if it's the first time we meet, and I can guarantee that you will be very interested in my next proposal. Looking at Rogge's confident look, Dum pondered for more than 10 seconds, and then continued, Tell me your proposal. I can rescue your mother, Cynthia, from Mephisto. Rogge directly showed his trump card. The moment he finished speaking, Dum, who was sitting across the long table, suddenly stood up, and his body exuded strong magic fluctuations. Along with the magic fluctuations, there was also a murderous intent. Chapter 464. The secret that had never been known by anyone was exposed by Rogge, who had just met him. This made Dum, who was used to having everything in his hands, feel an instinctive threat. When Dum stood up and exuded a strong magic wave and killing intent, Rogge's body also shone with a light blue light. Of course, Rogge knew how his words would affect Dum. Although this would make Dum wary of him, it was the only trump card that could move Dum at the moment. In order to get Dum to cooperate with him, he could only choose to take the risk and try. Moreover, even if Dum really wanted to kill him, he had enough power to protect himself. Dum looked coldly at Rogge across the long table as if he was considering his final decision. Who are you? Dum spoke again. Although it was Dum's first time meeting Rogge, he was no stranger to Rogge. In fact, he knew him very well. Since Rogge appeared as the masked man, Dum had been paying attention to his existence and had even quietly investigated his past. However, like everyone else, Dum's investigation of Rogge could only be traced back to the time when Rogge was a private investigator. As for who he was before he became a private investigator and what kind of past he had, Dum did not obtain any useful information. In the beginning, Dum even suspected that Rogge was an alien from another planet, just like Thor from Asgard. However, it did not take long for him to overturn this conjecture. A person who was greedy and lustful on Earth, who did whatever he wanted, and who was also extremely domineering, could not be an alien from another planet. An alien from another planet could not be so interested in the existence of Earth. Even if it was a disguise, it was impossible to disguise so thoroughly. Through the analysis of Rogge's actions and the various signs shown in his daily life, Dum could be 100% sure that Rogge was a pure Earthling who had lived on Earth since he was a child. After overthrowing the theory that Rogge was an alien, Dum had also suspected that he was one of those supernatural cultivators with long lives. However, this conjecture was quickly overturned by him. From Dum's point of view, although Rogge was powerful enough, he wasn't steady at all. He didn't have the calmness and indifference of someone who had experienced the world. If he was not an alien, nor was he a cultivator who had lived in seclusion for many years, then it was very suspicious where Rogge's strength came from. Dum knew that there were some geniuses in this world who were born far beyond ordinary people. He himself was a very obvious representative. However, Dum did not sense the aura of a genius from Rogge. Coupled with the secret Rogge had just revealed, Dum increasingly felt that he had signed a contract with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Because he had signed a contract with Mephisto's, his origins were a mystery, and he displayed great strength the moment he appeared. It was precisely because of this that he knew that his mother, Cynthia, had been imprisoned by Mephisto, and that he had a bet with Mephisto. Rogge had publicly announced at the Thunder Secret Team's press conference that he was from a place called Konoha, and that he was the fourth Hokage of that mysterious hidden village. However, Dum didn't believe a single word of it. If there really was such a mysterious village on Earth, it was impossible for there to be no news of it at all. Even an existence like Camartage was more or less connected to the real world. Dum didn't think that the Konoha hidden village that Rogge was talking about would be more mysterious and powerful than Camartage. You don't have to look at me like that. I know you'll think I'm suspicious, and even wonder if I have something to do with Mephisto, and if I'm someone he specially arranged. I do have something to do with him, but it's not the kind of relationship you think. With that, Rogge summoned the contract that he hadn't signed with Mephisto. You've had a lot of dealings with Mephisto. You should be able to recognize his things. Under Rogge's control, the unsigned parchment contract slowly floated in front of Dum. Then, the living room fell completely silent. Dum carefully checked the contract that floated over and confirmed its authenticity. In the end, Dum let the parchment contract float back to Rogge. The magical fluctuations and killing intent emanating from his body completely disappeared, and he sat back on the high-backed chair. Although I don't know how you did it, you didn't sign a contract with Mephisto. You have no reason to return to hell. Dum said calmly. Of course I have a reason to return to hell. You've also cultivated in the Himalayas, so you should have heard of the term inner demon. I don't want a crack to appear in my cultivation state, so I have to go to hell. Rogge explained. He didn't make up the term inner demon, it really existed. Even if it wasn't an extraordinary person like them, it was possible for an ordinary person to have inner demons. Among them, the most common was the so-called eternal second place in sports competitions. The Himalayas? What's your relationship with Camartage? As a mage, it was impossible for Dum not to know about Camartage's existence. Ancient One is my teacher. With that, Rogge stretched out his right hand and opened a small portal that only allowed one's arm to pass through. This portal magic was one of Mage Camartage's signature spells. Just like the ninja school's triple body technique, a mage who hadn't learned the portal magic couldn't be considered a real Mage Camartage. After hearing that Ancient One was his teacher and confirming the portal magic with his own eyes, Dum dispelled his suspicion that Rogge was Mephisto's subordinate. Although he was still wary of Rogge, one thing he could confirm was that Rogge was a student of Ancient One and couldn't be one of Mephisto's men. The name of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was still very convincing in the extraordinary world, especially the magic world. Tell me about your plan. If it's reliable, I don't mind going to hell with you once. Dum took the initiative to ask about Rogge's plan. Rogge didn't hide anything and told him about the plan that originally belonged to Dum and Doctor Strange in his memory. But this time, the person who joined forces with Dr. Destruction Dum was no longer his junior brother, Doctor Strange, but himself. The plan sounds feasible, but the specific implementation steps still need to be carefully thought about. After listening to Rogge's plan, Dum suddenly felt like his train of thought had been completely opened. All this time, he had only been thinking about how to defeat Mephisto, win the bet, and regain his mother's freedom. However, he didn't expect that there would be such an alternative way to save his mother. I agree to your plan. What do you want in return? Dum had investigated Rogge, and of course he knew about Rogge's strange commission obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's very simple. I want all your magic cultivation information. In the beginning, Rogge intended to get a promise from Dum. For example, he wanted him to promise that when Thanos attacked Earth, he would go all out against Thanos once, so as to achieve the tactical effect of using supervillains to fight supervillains. However, this reward was quickly rejected by him. Although the system will recognize the commission reward of the promise type, the problem is that the promise is a kind of reward with no fixed time. If Thanos never comes to Earth, he won't be able to receive Dum's promise, and he won't be able to get the commission reward given by the system, and he will always occupy the only commission slot. So, he directly changed his goal and changed the reward to Dum's magic cultivation information. Although Camartage doesn't lack this content, most of Camartage's magic belongs to the category of white magic. But Dum's magic is different. He is the kind of magic that doesn't refuse. Whether it is white magic or black magic, he has a lot of it here. And the commission reward is just a bonus. What he really wants is the ninja coins given by the system. He now has 660 unspent ninja coins. If he completes Dum's commission, he won't be too far away from 1000 ninja coins. After he saves 1000 ninja coins, he can exchange the yin kuabai in the system and let yin and yang kuabai reunite as one. You have a big appetite, aren't you afraid of eating too much? Dum didn't doubt Rogge. In his opinion, if Rogge's reward was too low, then there would be a problem. He wasn't afraid of Rogge's appetite, he was only worried that Rogge wouldn't try his best. Although the plan proposed by Rogge just now is very feasible, there is only one chance. If it fails this time, Mephisto will never be fooled a second time. A man should have a big appetite and a big dream. Rogge replied with a smile. No problem, I agree, sign the scroll. As soon as Dum finished speaking, Rogge threw the commission scroll that he had prepared long ago. More than 10 seconds later, a new commission appeared in the system's commission page. Commission content: assist Professor Dum and let Cynthia's soul regain freedom. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 250 ninja coins. Dum's commission passed the judgment smoothly, and the system also gave a very reasonable commission reward. In a month, we will set off for hell. Throwing the completed commission scroll back to Rogge, Dum set the date of departure. Going to hell is not a trivial matter. Even Dum needs to be prepared in advance. And unlike the previous gambles, Mephisto won't be as easy to talk to as before. No problem. After putting away the commission scroll, Rogge opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters and left Dum's castle. After returning to Konoha, he first went to see the Fantastic Four who were adapting to their superpowers, and then teleported from the headquarters to Konoha's hidden village. Dum is not the only one who needs to prepare in advance. Before going to hell, he also needs to prepare well. And there is one thing he didn't disclose to Dum, that is, he plans to take something from Mephisto. Chapter 465. The last time he fought with Mephisto, he fully realized the gap between him and the Heavenly Father. Especially when this Heavenly Father was still on his home turf, he showed absolute dominance. Although he didn't go there to fight Mephisto this time, in order to ensure that his soul does not fall into the hands of Mephisto, he needs to make himself a little stronger. This time, Mephisto won't be as casual as the last time. Not to mention that Rogge had just cheated him not long ago. In fact, strictly speaking, he didn't cheat Mephisto. Because in another month, he will go to hell again. After returning to Konoha, Rogge went to see the progress of Hinata's android project. He had already received the Illusions operational matrix data and the Cradle of Regeneration engineering data from Tani and Dr. Zhao Halen, and he had already asked number 2 to send it to Hinata. The only thing that hasn't been obtained yet is Dr. Banner's plan to implant artificial intelligence into organic creatures. Rogge has a good relationship with Hulk, but his relationship with Dr. Banner is very average. And with a brutal case like Ultron in front of him, Banner was not very willing to give the plan to Rogge. In Banner's view, Rogge is more dangerous than Ultron. Rogge didn't force Dr. Banner. When Dr. Banner clearly expressed his reluctance, he gave up the idea of getting the plan from Dr. Banner. The reason is simple, because he now has Mr. Fantastic Reed, who is no worse than Dr. Banner. Although Reed's awakened superpower is not very good, Reed's most precious thing is his cheat-like brain. Unlike Dr. Banner, Reed is proficient in almost all fields of science and technology. Some of the inventions he made can even compete with the gods. The smartest person on Earth, the #1 genius in the Marvel world, God Reed. Although these titles haven't appeared on Reed's head yet, as long as he doesn't die early, these titles will fall on his head sooner or later. Therefore, Dr. Banner's refusal will not affect Rogge's next plan, and it won't even affect his mood. Men were creatures who would forget their old love once they had a new one. Dr. Banner is Rogge's old love, and Reed is his new love. After Hinata put most of her energy into the androids project, the progress of the project improved significantly. Especially after obtaining the Illusion Vision's calculation matrix data and the Cradle of Regeneration's engineering data, the difficulties in the project were solved one after another. Rogge didn't disturb Hinata for too long. After roughly understanding the progress of the android project, he went to his exclusive Naruto training room. Because he only had a month's time, he didn't plan to continue improving his bloodline and immortal body. His purpose this time was very simple, that is, to completely master the third form of Susanoo, that is, the form with black Tengu armor. The third form of Susanoo is also the final form mastered by Itachi. Compared to the second form, which had flesh and meridians, the third form, which had the black Tengu armor, not only had its defense greatly increased, it could also use more weapons. For example, Totsuka sword, Yata no Kagami, Kagami sword, and so on. Rogge has always been curious about whether he, who has a similar Mangekyo pattern to Itachi, can awaken Totsuka sword and Yata no Kagami like Itachi. As long as the target is stabbed, the target can be sealed forever in the dreamlike world of Genjutsu. Yata no Kagami can change its attributes according to the attribute of the attack, reflecting or defending all attacks. As long as one of them can be awakened, the strength of Rogge's Susanoo will skyrocket. If he can awaken two at the same time, his Susanoo will be almost invincible like Itachi's Susanoo. Note 1. Although in this world, the so-called forever and everything of Totsuka sword and Yata no Kagami is unlikely to become a reality. But even if it's not so absolute, it's enough to make his Susanoo's strength qualitatively improve. Coming to the exclusive training room, Rogge didn't hesitate and directly opened his Sharingan and began to practice the third form of Susanoo. A month passed in a flash, and when Hinata projected the message from Doom, Rogge left Konoha Hidden Village and returned to Earth. After returning to Konoha's headquarters, he didn't stay at the headquarters for too long. He opened the portal to Doom's castle and came to the meeting room where he met with Doom last time. "You're a little different." Although Doom didn't know what Rogge had done in the past month, he could clearly feel the obvious change in Rogge's aura. "I went to make some preparations to face Mephisto." Rogge gave a simple answer. He didn't need to explain his training to Doom. Doom was just his client, and the relationship between them wasn't good enough to reveal details to each other. "This is my latest plan, you can take a look at it first. The way to go to hell is also on it, but I believe you have your own way to go there." After saying that, Doom pointed to the document that had been placed in front of Rogge for a long time. Rogge opened the document and looked at the plan that Doom came up with after detailed research. The theme of the plan was similar to what he said before. He went to hell with Doom to face Mephisto, and then Doom sacrificed him to Mephisto for Cynthia. With Doom's understanding of his mother, Cynthia, he knew that Cynthia would definitely refuse him to help her regain her freedom in this way. Although when Cynthia died, Doom was still very young. But he knew that his mother, Cynthia, was a gentle angel. As long as Cynthia refused the freedom that Doom sacrificed Rogge for, then Cynthia's soul would be redeemed and fly to heaven, thus escaping from Mephisto's clutches. When the soul is redeemed, it can fly to heaven. This is the passive setting of heaven. As long as a soul does this, heaven will take the initiative to receive this soul, regardless of whether the soul is in hell or not. This is a trick to use heaven to defeat hell, but this approach is feasible. It's like only magic can defeat magic. If you want to defeat hell, you can only use the power of heaven. In the past month, Doom had repeatedly calculated the possibilities, and even specifically confirmed the power of heaven. Doom did not doubt the existence of heaven because there was a fragment of the true cross on his armor. However, he still needed to confirm whether the power of heaven's rules could really break Mephisto's imprisonment of Cynthia's soul. After a month of repeated calculations, he confirmed the feasibility of the plan and came up with the final implementation plan. "There's no problem with following this plan, but there's one thing I need to confirm first. Are you sure that your device can allow us to safely travel to and from hell? I don't want to go to hell and not be able to come back, and I don't want any accidents to happen on the way to hell. Rogge did not doubt that Doom could invent a device to go to hell. In fact, this kind of thing had happened once when Doom was still studying in the United States. However, that time, he had sent his soul to hell, not his body. Doom's handsome face was disfigured because of that experiment. Rogge did not want his face, which was even more handsome than Minato's, to become like Doom. There's absolutely no problem. I can swear on the soul of my mother, Cynthia. Of course, Doom knew what Rogge was worried about. On the surface, he was worried about whether the teleportation device he had discovered was safe or not. However, in reality, he was worried about whether he would leave him alone in hell after Cynthia's soul flew to heaven. All right. Then when do we set off? Under normal circumstances, if a mage wanted to make an oath credible, they would have to swear to a more powerful existence, such as a god. However, Doom did not do so. Instead, he swore on Cynthia's soul. From a magical point of view, this oath did not have a strong binding power. However, from Doom's perspective, this was the strongest guarantee he could make. In terms of filial piety to his mother, Doom was definitely a 100% filial son. Now, although going to hell a day earlier or a day later would not make much of a difference, Doom hoped to restore his mother's freedom as soon as possible, even if it was just a minute or a second earlier. All right. Under Doom's lead, Rogge came to the dungeon at the bottom of the castle. The area of the dungeon was larger than Rogge had imagined, and the environment was completely different from the dark dungeons in his memory. If he did not know that this was the place where Doom made a bet with Mephisto every year, he would even think that this was a secret research lab buried deep underground. Most of the items in the dungeon had been removed. In the dungeon, which was the size of a football field, there was only a circular door made of metal and those densely packed lines that covered the entire ground like a spider web. This portal will close after it opens, and reopen after 10 seconds. I've calculated the flow of time between hell and earth. This time is enough for us to finish everything in hell. If we can't finish it, we'll probably be dead in hell already. The last time Rogge went to hell with Ghost Rider Johnny, he didn't pay special attention to the flow of time between the hell dimension and earth. They hadn't stayed in hell for long, so they didn't feel anything when they returned to earth. But Doom was different. Apart from being a mage, he was also a scientist who was very sensitive to data. The details that Rogge and Ghost Rider Johnny hadn't noticed were important for him to figure out. As long as you're sure there's no problem. We're not in a hurry anyway. Rogge stood a meter behind Doom and watched him operate this hell portal that was a combination of technology and magic. Ghost Rider's Hellfire portal was more convenient. He could just drive the ghost motorcycle in, and there was no need to prepare so many things. Although that was what he thought, Rogge knew that Ghost Rider's ability to freely travel to hell wasn't something that could be found everywhere. In the field of magic, this kind of teleportation had a special term, dimensional teleportation. Chapter 466. Dimensional teleportation was different from ordinary teleportation. It was a teleportation that directly crossed worlds. Although dimensional teleportation did not necessarily require more energy than ordinary teleportation, it was definitely several levels more difficult than ordinary teleportation. In order to perform dimensional teleportation, the first problem to deal with was how to break the world wall between the two worlds. The world wall was an invisible and untouchable existence. Not to mention breaking it, even sensing it was not an easy task. Rogge stood quietly behind Doom and watched him operate the teleportation device that he could not understand at all. After Doom set all the data, this extraordinary-looking teleportation portal emitted a lava-like red light. As the red light lit up, a glass-like red light curtain appeared in the middle of the teleportation portal. On the other side of the light curtain was a dry yellow desert. Let's go. After activating the teleportation portal, Doom did not look back. He walked straight into the portal and arrived at Hell, which was completely different from Earth. After Doom entered the portal, Rogge activated the infinite mode that he had developed and followed him in. Hell was not a place where the living should come. Everything here did not welcome the living, such as the poisonous air and the will of hell. When Rogge also entered hell, the red teleportation portal behind him immediately closed and disappeared as if it had never appeared. Just like how Rogge had added infinite mode to himself, Doom had also added a magic effect that Rogge could not understand, giving him the right to move freely in hell. After arriving at this hell that was like a death planet, Rogge and Doom did not speak, and quietly adjusted their state. They were not rookies who had gone to hell for the first time, so they both knew that they did not need to look for Mephistos at all. As they had expected, not long after they arrived in hell, they saw their old friend, the Lord of Hell, Mephistos. At this moment, Mephistos did not reveal his demon true body, but maintained the demeanor of an old British noble that Rogge had seen before. He was wearing a slim black classical suit, meticulously groomed silver white hair, and a black cane inlaid with a silver skull. Looking at Mephistos, who looked like a British aristocrat, Doom frowned slightly. He had fought Mephisto many times, but he had never seen Mephisto in a human form. In the past, Mephistos had shown him the typical image of a demon with red skin, curved horns, and bat wings. "I didn't expect that we would meet in hell so soon. I thought that you would only appear at the last moment. Although 10 years is only equivalent to sleeping for a demon, I'm still gratified to be able to see you so soon." Mephistos glanced at Doom, then turned his gaze to Rogge. To him, Rogge and Doom were toys that could make him happy. The only difference was that Rogge's toy was slightly more expensive, while Doom's was slightly more ordinary. Of course, this did not mean that Doom was much weaker than Rogge. It was just that according to Mephistos's standards, Rogge's soul was an extremely rare limited edition, or even the only one that had gone out of print. "I said that I would definitely fulfill my promise. Don't underestimate a ninja's promise." Although this was hell, Mephistos's home ground, Rogge's mind was as calm as ever. Mephistos was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back at all. Furthermore, he had Professor Doom by his side. "Good. Very good," Mephistos said with great relief as he looked at Rogge with even more admiration. He originally thought that Rogge planned to continue cultivating for 10 years before coming to meet him in hell. However, Rogge's actions once again exceeded his expectations. Mephistos liked people who were unpredictable. This would make him feel the small surprises in life. When everything was under control, life would become especially boring. Why did Mephistos, a mighty lord of hell, always like to tempt ignorant ordinary people on earth? It was because he wanted his life to not be so boring. Seeing those souls struggle in pain and regret in his hands would give him a rare sense of satisfaction. "Mephistos, let's start this year's bet." Doom did not wait for Rogge and Mephistos to continue talking and directly said to Mephistos, "This year's bet? No problem. I don't mind having a small appetizer before I want to eat the delicacies." As soon as he finished speaking, Mephistos's aura became completely different. If the previous Mephistos more or less gave off a friendly and amiable feeling, then the current him was like a high and mighty king who ruled over all things. In fact, in hell, Mephistos was indeed a high and mighty king. However, the Rogge and Doom in front of him now were not the demons of hell who would tremble when they saw him and choose to submit from the bottom of their hearts. Mephistos displayed his aura as a lord of hell, but he did not change his human appearance. He still maintained the appearance of an old British noble. "Come, let me see what kind of abilities you have after joining forces." Whether it was Rogge or Doom, Mephistos was no stranger to them. Mephistos didn't know their strength 100%, but he knew it very well. As soon as Mephistos finished speaking, a strong holy aura erupted from Doom's body, making him look like an angel who had descended from heaven. Doom had many spells, but what he was using now was not the magic he had mastered, but the ability of the fragment of the true cross on his armor. Golden light instantly enveloped Doom's entire body, making him look extremely holy. Then, a laser-like holy beam of light descended from the sky and arrived in front of Mephistos like lightning. Although Mephistos was not an undead creature, the holy energy provided by the fragment of the true cross could still restrain his power of hell to a certain extent. Heaven was the nemesis of hell. The holy energy of heaven was also one of the energies that could restrain the power of hell the most. Doom had fought with Mephistos more than 10 times. Of course, he would not overlook this. When Doom summoned the holy beam of light to attack Mephistos, Rogge did not hesitate and directly summoned the Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword. The moment the silver-white Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword appeared in his right hand out of thin air, his figure also disappeared. Byakugan, open. Lightning release chakra mode. Unlimited mode could only give Rogge the ability to move safely in all kinds of environments. It was not a battle-type ninjutsu. So the moment he attacked Mephistos, Rogge gave himself the first layer of battle-specific buffs. The moment Rogge disappeared like lightning, the holy beam of light summoned by Doom also hit Mephistos, completely devouring the thin and weak Mephistos. To be precise, it devoured the afterimage left behind by Mephistos. Facing the attack of the holy beam of light, Mephistos did not use any magic or energy moves. He dodged the holy beam of light with just his physical strength and left behind an afterimage. As a lord of hell, Mephistos' physical strength could not be weak. He rarely used melee combat, not because he didn't know how, but because there was no need. Rogge and Doom were not surprised that Mephistos could easily dodge the attack of the holy beam of light. If Mephistos could not even dodge such an attack, he would not be qualified to be a lord of hell. Mephistos, who had dodged the holy beam of light, appeared more than 10 meters behind him again. At the same time, Rogge, who had entered lightning release chakra mode, also appeared in front of him. Lightning release, Thousand Birds Blade. In just an instant, the silver-white Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword was wrapped with light blue lightning as it stabbed directly at Mephistos' chest. Although Mephistos was a lord of hell, he also had a fatal weakness like the other demons of hell, his heart core. Through the Byakugan, Rogge saw the fist-sized heart core in Mephistos' chest that looked like a solidified red sun. Clang! Unlike the previous battle, Mephistos did not use an energy barrier to block Rogge's attack this time. Instead, he raised the black scepter in his hand. The black scepter that looked like it was made of ordinary wood blocked the Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword with great precision, and the crisp sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Before Rogge could retract his Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword, Mephistos held the tip of the scepter in his hand and turned it into a sharp sword, stabbing at Rogge repeatedly. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, Mephistos displayed exquisite swordsmanship. Just with one stab after another, he forced Rogge to retreat continuously. As expected of a lord of hell, he had a way. Rogge had no intention of competing with Mephistos in swordsmanship, so he immediately retreated. However, the moment he pulled away, Mephistos stuck close to him like a shadow. Before the Earthlings even had civilization, the demons were already masters of close combat. Playing with swords in front of me, aren't you looking down on the demons of hell too much? The swordsmanship that Mephistos displayed now was not inferior to that of the goddess of death, Hyla. Although his swordsmanship was only fast, accurate, and ruthless, in his hands, even the simplest of moves could turn into a storm of death that could take away one's life. Holy Halo! Holy Oath! Just as Rogge was being forced back by Mephistos, Doom cast 2 more holy spells in the distance. Rogge, who was enveloped in lightning release chakra, suddenly shone with a golden light that was like the sun. At the same time, the Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword in his hand was wrapped in holy flames that contained holy energy. Holy Halo gave Rogge the holy energy to resist the power of hell, increasing his strength and speed for a short period of time. Holy Oath gave the Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi sword in his hand the ability to deal holy damage. Professor of Destruction Doom became a reliable healer, giving Rogge 2 holy buffs. Chapter 467 Reality proved that although Professor Doom did not have a good reputation in the outside world, he would be a very good team member when working together. The timing of the two holy spells, Holy Halo and Holy Oath, could be said to be perfect. If not for the fact that this was Doom's first time fighting together, Rogge would have suspected that he had specially trained with Doom in this kind of tactic. The sudden burst of holy energy from Rogge's body instantly disrupted Mephisto's attack rhythm, giving him an almost negligible amount of time to catch his breath. To ordinary people, Mephisto's short delay of a few tenths of a second wasn't an opportunity at all. However, to people like Rogge or Hyla who were extremely proficient in close-range combat, this delay was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Mephisto's black cane brushed past Rogge's face, almost leaving a scar on his handsome face. Rogge did not waste the opportunity that Doom had created. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword wrapped in light blue lightning and golden holy flames stabbed out at a speed that exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could see. This time, Rogge did not stab at Mephisto's heart core in his chest. Instead, he stabbed at his right eye. Even if Mephisto was a lord of hell, as long as he was stabbed by this sword, he would definitely have a temporary loss of vision. This had nothing to do with whether Mephisto was a lord of hell or not. It was purely determined by his form. If Rogge did not have Holy Halo and Holy Oath, Mephisto would not care about this sword at all. Although the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword was fast, he could completely create an energy barrier before it stabbed him and block Rogge's sword. However, Mephisto did not dare to do so now. He could ignore Rogge's chakra, but he did not dare to underestimate the holy energy of the true cross fragment. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Mephisto, who had just mocked Rogge for overestimating himself and daring to use swordsmanship in front of him, was now forced back by Rogge's sword. Although Rogge didn't say anything harsh to Mephisto, he proved it to Mephisto with his actions. Don't act tough just because you're older. There were many examples of people who looked down on the Earth civilization and were defeated by the Earthlings in the end. Mephisto's chose to retreat, but Rogge wouldn't let him off so easily. A few seconds ago, Mephisto was still chasing after Rogge. But now, the situation was reversed. Dang 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 dang. Previously, Mephisto had used Rogge as a practice target. Now, it was Rogge's turn to return the favor. Just like Mephisto's, who only pursued speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness with his sword, Rogge's attack also followed these 3 points. Swords were lethal weapons, and swordsmanship was the art of killing. Note 1. The art of killing did not need to be fancy. Just as Rogge was about to leave the mark of an earthling on Mephisto's body in one go, the holy energy in his body disappeared. The duration of the holy halo and the holy oath had ended. The sudden disappearance of the buff inevitably made his movements a little incoherent. The experienced Mephisto naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Rogge opened his mouth silently. "Old man, you've been tricked." With Mephisto's ability, reading lips wasn't a problem at all. But before he could react, a holy light that seemed to have descended from heaven completely enveloped the two of them. Holy purification. It was true that Rogge and Doom had never worked together before, but they were both existences with rich combat experience. Even if they hadn't rehearsed or worked together before, as long as they had seen the same battle plan, they would be able to cooperate tacitly. Holy Halo, Holy Oath, Holy Purification. These holy spells were all in the plan that Doom had shown Rogge. In order to regain the freedom of Cynthia's soul, Doom generously revealed the spells he had mastered to Rogge. Although the spells recorded in the plan couldn't be all of Doom's spells. However, as long as he knew the effects of these spells, Rogge would be able to determine which spell Doom would cast at which time. This had nothing to do with whether the two of them were familiar with each other or not. It was purely because they had the same level of combat thinking. Simply put, this was like two kings being matched against the same passerby. They had indeed never worked together before, but under the premise of knowing what abilities the other party had, they could easily cooperate exquisitely. In a one-on-one situation, they were indeed no match for Mephisto. Although the humans on Earth were far inferior to the demons in Hell, humans had an advantage that demons could never have. Humans were creatures that would help and support each other. A single person's strength might be very insignificant, but when one human after another was added together, it was enough to change the world. Man could conquer nature. Because humans were weak, they learned to work together. Because humans were weak, they learned to use the laws of nature and borrow the power of the world itself. Because humans were weak, they learned to be humble and learn, and explore the truth of the world bit by bit. So, never, ever underestimate humans. The holy light that was like the descent of heaven dispelled the power of hell within a few hundred meters. This hellish place filled with destruction and chaos showed a warmth and light that had never appeared before. When the holy light dissipated, Rogge and Mephisto, who were at the center of the holy purification, disappeared. The power of holy purification was very strong, enough to deal a fatal blow to the undead and demons. But it also depended on who the opponent was. As a lord of hell, the holy purification that Doom used the true cross fragment to cast could indeed make him suffer a small loss, but it was far from enough to seriously injure him. However, Rogge and Doom didn't expect the holy purification to completely deal with the lord of hell. Being able to make Mephisto suffer a small loss was already a very good result. The defense towers had to be pushed down one by one, and the troops had to be pushed down in waves. In order to destroy the enemy's crystal, they had to build up their own advantage bit by bit. What Rogge and Doom were doing now was to increase their advantage bit by bit. This advantage might not be obvious now, but as long as they continued to accumulate, they would be able to destroy this crystal named Mephisto sooner or later. After the holy purification, Rogge's figure appeared 2 to 3 meters in front of Doom, while Mephisto's figure appeared more than 100 meters away. After being hit by the holy purification on the spot, even Mephisto was left with many marks. His classic black suit had obvious holes in it, and his meticulous silver hair had also become messy. Good. Very good. Both of you are very good. Although Mephisto's voice wasn't loud, Rogge and Doom could clearly hear the anger in his voice. Before they could say anything, Mephisto tore off his suit, revealing his strong muscles that didn't match his image of an old man. Under Rogge and Doom's gaze, Mephisto's skin turned dark red, and the human appearance that he maintained also changed. 2 huge curved horns grew out of his forehead, his human hands turned into monster-like claws, and a pair of huge red bat wings surged out of his back. In less than a second or two, Mephisto turned into the classic demon image in the legends. Although this red demon image looked like Mephisto's true demon body, Rogge knew that this wasn't Mephisto's true appearance. Mephisto's true appearance was unknown, and all the appearances he displayed were only changes he made according to his needs. Note 2. However, from the way Mephisto transformed from a human into a demon, he should be angry. Otherwise, he could have continued to maintain his human appearance and the mentality that this was just a small game. After Mephisto transformed into a demon, Rogge threw the Kusanagi sword back into the psychic scroll and deactivated the lightning escape chakra mode. Since Mephisto was starting to get angry, he naturally had to give himself a stronger buff. 8 inner hidden gates, 6th gate, Gate of View, open. Before the battle with Ronin on planet Sokka, Rogge had already grasped the 6th gate, Gate of View. It was just that Ronin's strength was too weak. He couldn't even survive the 5th gate, Gate of Stop, causing the 6th gate, Gate of View, to lose the opportunity to appear. Although Mephisto didn't know what kind of existence the 8 inner hidden gates were, he could clearly sense Rogge's greatly increased chakra and physical strength. Is he planning to continue fighting me in close combat? Mephisto's had changed his human form to that of a demon, with the intention of continuing to fight Rogge in close combat. But what he didn't expect was that after seeing his demon appearance, Rogge actually used a move that greatly increased his physical strength. Haha. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Looking at Rogge, who was emitting a green glow, Mephisto suddenly laughed. Under normal circumstances, people would choose to attack their opponent's weakness with their strengths. This was also the most suitable tactic in a battle. But at this moment, Rogge was doing the opposite. Mephisto transformed into a demon that was better at close combat, and he activated the 8 inner hidden gates that could greatly increase his close combat ability. Don't you want to fight in close combat? I'll give you the chance. Rogge's tit-for-tat and unyielding approach perfectly matched Mephisto's preferences. Looking at Rogge, Mephisto thought of his disappointing descendants. Why don't my descendants have such a personality? They only know how to scheme against each other all day and play small tricks that can't be shown in public. They're simply embarrassing me, Mephisto. If he had a descendant with Rogge's personality, why would he stay in hell and work so hard at his age? Be my son. Just as Rogge and Doom were waiting for Mephisto's revenge attack, Mephisto suddenly said something that confused them. Chapter 468. Was this guy crazy? Or did he go to the wrong set? Mephisto's words made Rogge and Doom look puzzled. However, after hearing this sentence, the two of them thought of completely different things. Doom had interacted with Mephisto many times, but he had never seen Mephisto like this. The current Mephisto didn't have the attitude of a lord of hell at all. Instead, he looked like an old human man anxiously looking for an heir. If he wasn't very sure that Rogge was a native of Earth and a disciple of the Ancient One, Doom would have suspected that Rogge really had some unspeakable relationship with Mephisto. Although Rogge didn't think as much as Doom, Mephisto's words reminded him of a great man who claimed to be a remnant of the old era. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era doesn't have a ship to carry me. Note 1. Until today, Rogge could still clearly remember how excited he was when he heard this sentence. A man's heroic life should come to an end in such a spectacular way. Therefore, when he heard Mephisto's words, he couldn't help but be distracted, and his thoughts involuntarily flew to the sea that carried the dreams of countless people. You should leave this kind of qualification to others. I can't afford it. Rogge directly rejected Mephisto's suggestion. Even if his brain had been fried by the chakra of the 8 gates, there was no way he would agree to Mephisto's suggestion. Wasn't it good to be a human? It's okay, I'll make you slowly agree. As long as you live in hell for a while, you'll find that hell isn't as bad as you think. Mephisto didn't care about Rogge's rejection. He would have been surprised if Rogge had agreed immediately. Moreover, Rogge's rejection made Mephisto admire him even more. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Rogge felt that there was something wrong with the way Mephisto looked at him. He remembered that he had seen this kind of gaze from a certain group of people with special sexual orientations. After shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, Rogge took a deep breath and took the initiative to attack Mephisto's in the distance. He had to complete the mission as soon as possible, then leave hell and stay away from that old pervert. Rogge, whose body was emitting green light, disappeared again. In the next second, he arrived in front of Mephisto, who had become more than 2 meters tall. Shadow Dance Leaf. Rogge, who appeared in front of Mephisto in a flash, raised his right leg, and kicked Mephisto's chin. Rogge, who had opened the 6th gate of view, erupted with a speed that shocked even Mephisto. However, just as his right foot was about to land on Mephisto's chin, the giant bat wings on Mephisto's back flapped gently, and he flew out of Lin Li's attack range. Although Mephisto had never seen the 8 inner hidden gates before, he knew one thing very well, and that was that the 8 inner hidden gates was definitely not simple. Not to mention the attack power of the 8 inner hidden gates, just the fact that it could increase Rogge's chakra was enough to make Mephisto extremely vigilant. The last time they fought, Mephisto discovered that Rogge's body had energy that far exceeded that of an earthling. At this moment, Rogge's chakra, which was already very large, became even more astonishing under the amplification of the 8 inner hidden gates. However, this was normal. After all, opening the 8 inner hidden gates was equivalent to burning one's life force. Whether it was burning one's life force, soul, or anything else, it could increase the caster's strength by a terrifying amount. There were many such methods in the human world, and there were also many in hell. Mephisto's bat wings flapped gently, and he flew dozens of meters into the air. He looked down at Rogge, who was on the ground. However, in the next second, Rogge disappeared from the ground again. Shadow Dancing Leaf was Lotus Flower's starting move. It was to kick the enemy into the air, so he deliberately targeted the enemy's chin. Although Logue's Shadow Dancing Leaf didn't hit Mephisto, Mephisto flew up on its own and completed the effect he wanted to cast on it. Inner Lotus. Just as Mephisto was about to sense Rogge's whereabouts, Rogge's voice sounded behind him. After Shadow Dancing Leaf, he could follow up with Outer Lotus and Inner Lotus. Rogge had originally planned to use Outer Lotus to test the power of Mephisto's demon form. However, after Mephisto said "Be my son" and revealed a look that gave him goosebumps, he decisively gave up on Outer Lotus. Outer Lotus needed to tie Mephisto up tightly with bandages or something else and then spin him into the ground. At this moment, Rogge didn't want to have such intimate contact with Mephisto. Therefore, Inner Lotus, who didn't need to be hugged by the opponent, became a more suitable choice. The moment the voice sounded, Rogge's right fist hit Mephisto's back, sending him flying to the ground. However, the moment Mephisto was sent flying, Rogge, who was originally behind Mephisto, arrived in front of him and kicked him in the chest with his right foot. Thus, Mephisto, who was originally flying toward the ground, flew backward into the sky. Mephisto's combat skills and reaction speed were extremely outstanding, but unfortunately, he had encountered Rogge, who had cheated. After hitting Mephisto twice in a row, Rogge arrived beside Mephisto again. Then, it was another heavy punch. Mephisto, a mighty lord of hell, was sent flying by Rogge like a volleyball. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled sounds of strikes rang out continuously, as if a battle song that belonged to Logue was being played. Although Dum really wanted to help Rogge add a few holy attribute enhancement spells, he helplessly discovered that he couldn't keep up with Rogge's speed at all. Rogge's Inner Lotus at this moment proved what it meant to be a high-speed attack that the enemy couldn't even touch. Even an existence like the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, couldn't stop Rogge's high-speed attacks, and could only passively choose to take the beating. Although Mephisto looked a little beaten up now, in fact, the damage that Inner Lotus had done to him was more in terms of image than physical body. This was the first time in Mephisto's long life that he was being hit like a volleyball. After punching and kicking Mephisto dozens of times in the air at a speed that was beyond what the naked eye could capture, Rogge finally made the final blow to end Inner Lotus. Boom! Mephisto, who had been hit in the chest by Rogge's right fist, crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater that was more than 10 meters wide. The thick ground outside the crater also cracked like a spider web from Mephisto's impact, spreading dozens of meters around the crater. After using Inner Lotus ultimate skill, Rogge also stopped flying in the air, and slowly landed on the ground. When Rogge landed on the ground, Dum finally had the chance to throw out the holy spell that he had prepared long ago. Light Armor. An armor completely made of golden light appeared on Rogge's body, making him look like a heavenly soldier from heaven. At the same time, the physical strength that he had just used to cast Inner Lotus quickly recovered, and all the fatigue and discomfort in his body were instantly dispelled. More importantly, the light armor added the holy attribute to his attacks that was most effective against hell demons. As the light armor appeared, Mephisto, who had been beaten up by Inner Lotus, also flew out of the crater. Inner Lotus, that's a pretty good move. But it's a pity that your attack just now didn't have any holy attribute. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic Mephisto moved his body in front of Rogge and Dum. With a series of crackling sounds, Mephisto's demonic form returned to its original state, and the wounds from Inner Lotus attack completely disappeared. It's okay, as long as I can beat you up. Rogge didn't expect Inner Lotus to seriously injure Mephisto. Manhwa was just a cover. His real goal had been achieved long before Manhwa ended. Is that so? Then I'll show you the battle stance of a demon. Mephisto, who was flying in the air, disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Rogge in a flash. Seeing Mephisto suddenly appear, Rogge's expression didn't change, and he didn't even move. Just as Mephisto's sharp and huge right claw was about to grab him, Rogge finally moved. Flying Thor. Mephisto's right claw slashed across where Rogge had been standing, and Rogge appeared behind Mephisto at the same time. Holy Super Jade Raise Nan. Before Mephisto could react, a Super Jade Raise Nan wrapped in holy power, like the sun, struck him hard on the back. Boom! The Super Jade Raise Nan that contained holy attributes exploded, and Mephisto, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Flying Thor. This was Rogge's real goal in using Inner Lotus to attack Mephisto. His goal had never been to use Inner Lotus to seriously injure Mephisto, but to use Inner Lotus attack to conceal the existence of the Flying Thor. It turned out that Mephisto had indeed been deceived by Inner Lotus attack. He didn't notice the existence of the Flying Thor at all. With Mephisto's ability, as long as he discovered the existence of the Flying Thor, it wouldn't be difficult for him to disperse the Thor. But he didn't do that at all. He only recovered from the injuries caused by Inner Lotus attack, and completely ignored the seemingly inconspicuous but even more fatal Flying Thor. Mephisto was considered experienced and knowledgeable, but the Flying Thor that Rogge used just now was completely beyond his imagination. He didn't even notice how Rogge had appeared behind him. Chapter 469. The power of the Okadama Raise Nan wasn't weak to begin with. Coupled with the holy power that countered demons, Rogge's holy Okadama Raise Nan dealt the highest damage since the start of the battle. Mephisto's flew backward for more than 100 meters before finally stopping. He used his body to draw a trench dozens of meters long on the ground. Looking at Mephisto's messy back and the fact that he was missing a bat wing, Rogge was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the holy Okadama Raise Nan that he suddenly came up with to be so powerful. The power of the holy power was far more effective against demons than he had imagined. Being sent flying by Rogge again, and being sent flying by the Okadama Raise Nan that contained holy power, made Mephisto's, who was already a little impatient, completely change his expression. He did admire Rogge, but he couldn't tolerate Rogge provoking him again and again. Although the injury on Mephisto's back was serious, it wasn't serious enough to seriously injure him. A visible black energy suddenly surged out of Mephisto's body. With the appearance of the black energy, the injury on his back quickly healed. The bat wing that had fallen to an unknown place had also grown back. Rapid regeneration. It only took a second or two for Mephisto's to recover completely, as if nothing had happened. The regenerative ability of demons was astonishing to begin with, not to mention that Mephisto's wasn't an ordinary demon. The regenerative ability of a Lord of Hell wasn't something that trash demons could compare to. When the injury on his back was completely healed, Mephisto's slowly turned around and looked at Rogge in the distance with a solemn expression. Although he really wanted Rogge to be his son, his most outstanding and powerful descendant. But he also knew that Rogge wasn't the kind of existence to be obedient. In the world of demons, there was a very simple way to make your subordinates and descendants obedient, and that was to use your fists to tell the other party who was the boss. The fist was the truth. This was the simple, efficient, and primitive values of Hell's demons. Although Rogge wasn't a demon from Hell, Mephisto's didn't mind letting him understand in advance what a filial son in Hell was. After healing his injuries again, Mephisto's didn't immediately attack Rogge. Instead, he silently checked his body. Although it was his first time seeing the Flying Thor, he immediately realized something. When Rogge suddenly appeared behind him, he sensed a spatial fluctuation that was so weak that it was almost negligible. To others, this weak spatial fluctuation was as if it didn't exist. But to Mephisto's, although it was weak, it wasn't enough to completely hide from his senses. Just as Mephisto's tried to check his body, Mephisto's, the holy armor, attacked Mephisto's attack. It hadn't been easy for Rogge to secretly leave a few flying lightning god spells on Mephisto's body. There was no way he was going to let Mephisto dispel them. The flying Thor. With a thought, Rogge appeared in front of Mephisto again, and punched at Mephisto with both fists at the same time. Morning Peacock. This was a powerful move that could only be used after opening the sixth gate, the Gate of View. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fist shadows appeared in front of Mephisto's. Rogge wasn't the thousand-hand Guanyin. Of course, he didn't have 1,000 fists. These countless fist shadows that filled the sky were purely visual afterimages caused by the speed of his punches being too fast. He infused the super speed and super attack power of the sixth gate, the Gate of View, into his fists and used countless fists to hit the enemy with a super powerful physical technique. This was Morning Peacock. And it was different from the Morning Peacock used under normal circumstances. Rogge's Morning Peacock not only produced flames because of its speed, but it also had the holy power of the holy armor, turning these orange-red flames into golden holy flames. Mephisto's was indeed very strong, but in front of Rogge's Morning Peacock, he could only passively defend. It wasn't that he didn't want to retreat, but that Rogge didn't give him any chance to retreat at all. Morning Peacock was a rapid, continuous attack that didn't give the enemy any time to breathe. If it was so easy to dodge Morning Peacock's attack, it wouldn't be qualified to be a move that could only be used after opening the sixth gate, the Gate of View. The greater the price paid, the more power one would gain. Any move or method that could increase the strength of the caster followed this simple and unadorned principle. Mephisto's, who had already tasted the power of the lotus flower and the sacred super Nan with his body, didn't hesitate. He immediately mobilized the seemingly endless magic power in his body and instantly constructed several layers of energy barriers in front of him. Layer after layer of blood-red or dark energy barriers appeared in front of Mephisto's, forming a line of defense between him and Rogge. As soon as Mephisto's energy barriers appeared, the golden flames scattered from Rogge's fists occupied his entire vision, turning the sky in front of him golden. It was as bright as the sunrise, as dazzling as the tail feathers of a peacock. Morning Peacock. It lived up to its name. The golden holy flames, along with Rogge's fists, kept hitting Mephisto's energy barriers. Bang! 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 Under Morning Peacock's attack, the energy barriers with astonishing defensive power only lasted for a short 1 or 2 seconds before they were completely shattered. Rogge's fists and the remaining holy flames poured down on Mephisto's body like bullets from a Gatling gun. This violent attack, with its visual effects, lasted for a full 5 seconds before it ended. Rogge's last punch landed heavily on Mephisto's demon head, directly shattering part of it. After Rogge ended Morning Peacock, Doom finally had time to size up Mephisto's appearance from afar. Mephisto's body, which had just recovered, was once again riddled with injuries. Being hit by the sacred super Nan only left Mephisto's back in a mess and destroyed one of his bat wings. After being attacked by Morning Peacock, Mephisto's not only lost all of his bat wings, but even the curved horn on his head was completely broken. What was even more shocking was that there were visible holes of different sizes on Mephisto's body. This time, Mephisto's wasn't sent flying, but stopped less than 5 meters away from Rogge. "Now, do you still think you can subdue me?" Rogge said as he walked toward the wounded Mephisto's, his right hand once again condensing the rays Nan containing holy power. Chapter 470. Just as Rogge condensed the sacred rays Nan and walked towards Mephisto, Dr. Doom, who had been watching the battle from behind for a long time, made his move again. Doom raised his empty right hand, as if holding an invisible whip, and threw it directly in Rogge's direction. The moment Doom's right hand fell, a chain completely condensed from golden light instantly appeared and struck Rogge like lightning. Chains of God. The chains of God condensed from golden light instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared behind Rogge in a flash. Then, it tied him up firmly. Doom directly attacked Rogge. Although the chains of God, which contained the divine power of heaven, were only 2 or 3 centimeters thick, the divine power on the chain displayed an extremely terrifying binding ability. The appearance of the chains of God stopped Rogge from moving forward and bound him in place. Before Rogge could turn around, Doom made his move again. Holy Sealing Sword. Doom's empty left hand was raised high, and as if he was swinging a sword, he swung it down from top to bottom. With the swing of Doom's left hand, 6 two-handed giant swords condensed from divine power fell from the sky like meteors and landed in front of Rogge, piercing through his body. These 6 holy sealing swords stabbed into Rogge's body from 6 different angles. Not only did they nail him in place, but they also sealed the flow of his chakra in an overbearing manner. In the blink of an eye, the green light shining on Rogge's body disappeared, and the Hatch Iman Tong Kao was forcibly closed. Even the sacred rays Nan condensed in his right hand burst silently like a bubble. Was this an internal strife? Mephisto, who was riddled with scars, did not understand what was going on for a while. After being beaten up by Rogge's Morning Peacock, which contained divine power, he planned to completely give up on close combat with Rogge. However, before he could change his form again, he saw the scene of internal strife. Mephisto, let's make a deal. Holding the chain of gods in his right hand, Dermu flew to a dozen meters behind Rogge and spoke to Mephisto condescendingly. Dumb, what do you mean by this? Before Mephisto could say anything, Rogge questioned Doom angrily. That's what I mean now. Doom did not mind Rogge's dissatisfaction, and gently tugged at the chains of God in his hand. The second Doom pulled on the chains of God, the chains on Rogge's body tightened around him like a python trying to strangle its prey. Doom, you better pray that I never return to Earth. Otherwise, I'll definitely wipe out your Latvinia. Although Rogge's voice was not loud, Doom and Mephisto could clearly feel the murderous intent that he was emitting. I never pray. As soon as he said that, the chains of God wrapped around Rogge's body extended to his head and completely tied him up like a bandage wrapped around a mummy. Although Mephisto did not know what Doom was planning, he could tell that Doom and Rogge, who were originally in the same team, had completely fallen out. Or rather, Doom had unilaterally chosen to betray his teammates. Mephisto first healed the holes and wounds on his body, then looked up at Doom, who was floating in the air. The mysterious energy in Rogge's body had really been sealed. Doom was being serious. As a demon from hell who had integrated cunningness into his instincts, Mephisto did not let the internal strife in front of him go to his head. He used his own method to sense Rogge's current state in detail. The chains of God bound Rogge's body, and the holy light sealing sword sealed the energy in his body. What do you want? Mephisto looked up at Doom and asked calmly. My mother's soul. Just as Mephisto had expected, Doom gave the answer he already knew. Using Log to exchange for your mother's soul, that's a pretty good deal. As he spoke, Mephisto raised his right hand and summoned an irregular hexagonal prism. In this crystal-like prism, there was a typical image of a woman from Earth. Cynthia's soul. The image in the prism that was like a holographic projection was the soul of Doom's mother, Cynthia. It's a good deal, but why should I believe you? Mephisto said with a smile. At the same time, orange-red hellfire burned in the prism. Ah! The moment the hellfire burned, Cynthia in the prism let out a painful howl. Hearing Cynthia's miserable howl, veins appeared on Doom's right hand that was holding the chains of God. His body exuded a strong killing intent that was not on the same level as Rogge's just now. Mephisto! Don't go overboard. Doom suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word. Overboard? I don't think so. Although he said that, Mephisto still ended the hellfire and let Cynthia escape her torture for the time being. Do you know that souls burned to death by hellfire are not only hated by hell and heaven, but they will also never have the chance to reincarnate. They will only become nutrients for hellfire and experience eternal pain in hellfire. Mephisto played with the prism that imprisoned Cynthia's soul and explained patiently. I know. But I also know that existences killed by divine power will neither appear in hell nor ascend to heaven. Since you like gambling so much, do you dare to bet with me? Let's see if I feel more despair when my mother is killed, or if you feel more pain when you lose Rogge's soul forever." As he spoke, the chains of God on Rogge's body became brighter and brighter, gradually turning from golden to blazing white. "Watch carefully. Rogge's soul that you want is about to disappear." As soon as he finished speaking, Dum's right hand that was holding the other end of the chains of God began to exert force. "Wait!" Just as the chains of God were about to completely turn blazing white, Mephisto spoke. "Give me Rogge, and I'll return your mother to you." Mephisto finally made the decision to make the deal. Cynthia's soul was just one of his many playthings. If not for the fact that Cynthia had a good son like Dum, he would not be so concerned about Cynthia's soul. "Okay. Count down from 3, and we'll make the deal." Dum raised his right hand and pointed at the prism in Mephisto's hand with his left. "No problem." Because they were in hell, Mephisto was not worried that Dum would play any tricks. Even if Dum had other intentions, he would not be able to leave hell with Cynthia. 3, 2. Since Mephisto agreed to the deal, Dum did not hesitate and began to count down. Just as he was about to count down to 1 and throw the chains of God in his hand to Mephisto, Cynthia suddenly spoke in the prism. Don't do this." Cynthia's words directly interrupted the deal between Dum and Mephisto. "Shut up!" Mephisto snorted unhappily, and made the hellfire appear in the prism again, intending to teach Cynthia a small lesson. "Let her speak." However, before Mephisto could do anything, Dum clenched the chains of God in his hand tightly, and made them shine with a blazing white light. "Dum, I'm already very happy to see you grow up. Back then, I did something wrong, so I fell into the hands of the devil. I don't want you to walk the same path. If I can obtain my freedom in this way, I'd rather continue to be tortured by this devil for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Dum, you've been a little angel who brings happiness and joy to others since you were young. I hope you can continue like this and bring happiness and joy to the people of Latvinia. You must become the guardian angel of Latvinia." Cynthia's voice wasn't loud, but Dum heard every word she said clearly. Looking at Dum, who was floating in the air and trying his best to control his trembling body, Cynthia stretched out her arms towards him, as if she wanted to hug her little angel. "Dum, Mom, I love you. I'll always love you." Cynthia smiled at Dum, a warm smile that did not fit in with hell appearing on her face. Then, Cynthia took the initiative to walk into the hellfire and was completely devoured by it. The hellfire that could bring extreme pain to the soul completely enveloped Cynthia's soul, but it did not bring any pain to Cynthia, unlike usual. At this moment, a faint golden light appeared on Cynthia's body. Cynthia gave up the freedom that Dum had obtained by betraying Rogge. She gave up her life to teach Dum the last lesson a mother could teach her son. Cynthia's soul had been redeemed. Looking at the white light that suddenly appeared on Cynthia's body, Mephisto realized that something was wrong. This familiar white light reminded him of a certain existence that he hated the most. Before Mephisto could think of a result, a door formed by white light appeared in the sky above them. "This is the door to heaven." Mephisto immediately reacted. However, it was already too late. A warm light that was like the sun shot out from the door to heaven. It was like sunlight that pierced through dark clouds and shone on Mephisto's right hand. Sizzle! Mephisto's right hand that was illuminated by the holy light emitted a sound like roasting meat. Then, under his gaze, his right hand completely collapsed and dissipated. Along with his right hand, the prism that imprisoned Cynthia's soul and the hellfire that devoured Cynthia also dissipated. Under the white light, Cynthia's soul returned to its original size and slowly floated in front of Dum. She reached out her right hand and silently touched the metal mask on Dum's face. Just as Dum tried to hug Cynthia with both hands, Cynthia's soul completely disappeared. Cynthia had ascended to heaven. Chapter 471. The gates of heaven took away Cynthia's soul and ended her fate of being tortured by Mephisto. It also allowed Rogge and Doom to complete their set battle goal. However, after Cynthia's soul ascended to heaven, the three people present didn't take any further action. Mephisto didn't do anything because he didn't expect that Cynthia's redemption would actually lead to the gates of heaven. This was hell, the farthest place from heaven. It was the dimension that rejected the power of heaven the most. Cynthia was just an ordinary person who knew a little about magic. She couldn't even be considered a magic apprentice. But it was such an ordinary person who completed her redemption in hell and even led the gates of heaven to hell. This was the first time in Mephisto's long life that such a phenomenon that didn't make sense at all. Mephisto was stunned because of the sudden appearance of the gates of heaven. As for Doom, who was floating in the air, he was so excited that he forgot what to do next. Cynthia's final farewell made Doom, who was known as Professor of Destruction, fall into deep memories. It made him recall the beautiful memories of his life with Cynthia. The only person who was more normal now was Rogge, who was tied up like a mummy by the chains of God. Although the seal of the Holy Light Sealing Sword wasn't weak, the fact that it could completely seal the flow of chakra had a lot to do with his tacit cooperation. He and Doom didn't discuss the exact time of the deceit segment. The reason why he was able to prepare in advance before the effect of the Holy Light Sealing Sword took effect was purely because he received the action signal from Doom. The Chains of God was the action signal from Doom. From Mephisto's point of view, the Chains of God was just a means for Doom to restrain Rogge and imprison him on the spot. But in reality, this was just a signal to remind Rogge to be prepared in advance. As for the Holy Light Sealing Sword that followed, it was purely a smokescreen for Mephisto. Mephisto's perception was indeed outstanding. But no matter how outstanding his perception was, he couldn't tell if Rogge had only sealed the flow of chakra in his body or if the chakra had been sealed by the Holy Light Sealing Sword. According to the plan, after Cynthia's soul ascended to heaven, Doom should immediately remove the restraints on Rogge. However, Doom, who was too emotional, temporarily forgot about this matter. Therefore, there was an awkward problem. Rogge could indeed remove the seal on his body and let chakra flow again. If necessary, he could even use the Nine Tails chakra to forcefully break free from the shackles of the Chains of God and the Holy Light Sealing Sword. But this way, he would have to give up on the plan to take something from Mephisto and return to the human world empty-handed. Dumb, can you wake up quickly? Your mother has already gone to heaven. Rogge silently Doom. Doom, you. Before Doom could recover, Mephisto spoke first. Fool. That's right, we were fooling you. After hearing Mephisto's angry voice, Doom finally regained his senses. Doom released the Chains of God in his right hand and removed the Holy Light Sealing Sword on Rogge. None of you can leave this place alive. Mephisto was completely enraged. In hell, in the world he ruled, he was actually fooled by two fellows from Earth. To Mephisto's, this was an intolerable humiliation. In an instant, the sky changed color. The sky darkened, and in the blink of an eye, it turned from day to night. At the same time, the power of hell that filled every corner of hell boiled like boiling water. Destruction, death, brutality, madness, chaos. An indescribable will silently enveloped the entire infernal realm. The will of hell. The sleeping will of hell was forcefully awakened by Mephisto. The moment the will of hell awakened, Rogge, who had just broken free from his restraints, and Doom, who was floating in the air, immediately felt a terrifying pressure that they could not resist. The awakened will of hell began to target them, two creatures that did not belong to hell. When the will of hell was in slumber, they could more or less feel the repulsion from hell. But that repulsion was far from comparable to now. When the will of hell was asleep, it was as if they had entered a party that they were not welcome at. Although they would feel a strong sense of incompatibility, they would not be attacked. But it was different now. The will of hell had awakened. They were still in that unwelcome party, but this time, everyone in the party had picked up a weapon and intended to kill the two of them. Being directly suppressed by the will of hell was not a good thing. I'll buy you 10 seconds. I don't care what method you use, you must open the portal. Otherwise, we'll become Mephisto's playthings together. After saying that, Rogge directly mobilized the hellfire that he had plundered from the Ghost Rider. Using hellfire in front of the will of hell and Mephisto was not a very wise thing to do. But at this time, hellfire was the only power in Rogge's hands that could slightly alleviate the suppression of the will of hell. When the orange-red hellfire completely enveloped him, the terrifying suppression brought by the will of hell was alleviated a lot, allowing him to prepare his next means more calmly. Susanoo. Without any hesitation, Rogge switched the Byakugan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time activated the Susanoo that he had been training for a month. The more than 10 meters tall Susanoo quickly took shape, completely enveloping him and Doom. Unlike the previous Susanoo, what Rogge is using now is the third form of the Black Tengu armor, which has a significant increase in defensive power. However, the most eye-catching thing is not the Black Tengu armor on the Susanoo's body, but the round shield in the Susanoo's left hand, which is branded with Megatama and spiral patterns, like a burning flame, and the gourd in the right hand. Yata no Kagami, Totsuka Sword. After cultivating the Susanoo to the third form, Rogge's Susanoo has the same Yata mirror and Totsuka Sword as Uchiha Itachi. The system gave Rogge the Mangekyo rune that is very similar to Uchiha Itachi's, and also gave him the Yata mirror and Totsuka sword that Uchiha Itachi once had. To be precise, it is a temporary Yata mirror and Totsuka sword. Although there is a limit to the number of uses, after knowing that his Susanoo also has Yata mirror and Totsuka sword, Rogge no longer has any complaints about his Mangekyo rune. Isn't it just a high imitation of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo rune? It doesn't matter, this is a trivial matter. Just after Rogge used Susanoo, Mephisto's attack arrived in front of him. At this time, Mephisto didn't use any fancy attack methods. Energy impact. A pure and terrifying energy impact containing the power of hell. When this terrifying impact, which was enough to completely change the terrain, arrived in front of him, Rogge didn't hesitate and directly blocked it with Yata mirror. Yata mirror, which can reflect and defend against all attacks, is really that powerful? Now is the best time to test it. The terrifying blood-red energy impact crashed into the Yata no Kagami like a roaring flood. This terrifying energy impact lasted for a full 4 or 5 seconds before it ended. When the energy impact was over, Yata mirror in Susanoo's hand once again revealed its true appearance. Unscathed. Yata mirror blocked Mephisto's energy impact. Although Dum didn't know what kind of existence Yata mirror was. But after seeing Yata mirror block Mephisto's attack unscathed, he found that he had seriously underestimated Rogge's strength. With Yata mirror alone, Rogge could ignore most of his attacks. Not only was Dum shocked by Yata mirror's amazing defensive power, but even Mephisto in the distance also showed a dignified look. Although the energy impact just now wasn't his full-strength attack, it was still an attack he sent out in a serious state. But soon, he put away the doubts in his heart and raised his right hand again. In the blink of an eye, another wave of energy that was even more powerful arrived in front of Rogge. Boom! Unlike the previous attack, when the energy impact hit the Yata no Kagami, it exploded like an intercontinental missile hitting the target. The huge explosion sound and the explosion of energy instantly engulfed Rogge's Susanoo. A few seconds later, when everything returned to normal, cracks appeared on Yata mirror in Susanoo's hand. Fortunately, Yata mirror itself was a spiritual weapon without a physical body, so these cracks were quickly repaired by Rogge's chakra and returned to its original appearance. Can you hurry up? I can't hold on any longer. The Yata mirror that Rogge had now was not the real Yata mirror. His current Yata mirror and Totsuka sword were both temporary items given by the system, and they were existences that would disappear after they were used up. 3 times. He only had 3 chances to use Yata mirror and Totsuka sword. Rogge did not intend to waste all the chances of Yata mirror on Mephisto, so the limit he could bear was 1 time. As long as Yata mirror was broken, it would be counted as 1 time. If he wanted to continue using Yata mirror, he could only use up 1 more chance. Stop rushing me, it's almost done. Although the portal on Earth would automatically open when the time was right, Rogge and Doom did not have that kind of time at all. By the time the portal opened according to the set time, the grass on their graves was already several meters tall. Standing in front of them now was not Mephisto, who was just playing around, but a completely enraged Heavenly Father. Chapter 472. Although Rogge also had the strength of a demigod, in front of a Heavenly Father, his strength was far from enough. The difference in strength between a demigod and a Heavenly Father was not something that could be made up for with numbers. Even if Rogge had Doom's help now, it would still be useless. It would be fine if Mephisto was just playing around. But once he became serious, and this was the hell he ruled, even if Rogge and Doom did their best, their chances of winning would not exceed 10%. Although this winning rate seemed cruel, it was already the highest winning rate they could achieve. If they made any more mistakes, their chances of winning would not even reach 5%. After 2 consecutive attacks failed to shatter the Yata mirror, Mephisto finally decided to use his full strength. For Mephisto, this was just something that needed to be taken seriously. But for Rogge and Doom, it was something that needed to be done with all their might. Just like before, Mephisto did not use any fancy attacks. Instead, he sent out an energy attack that symbolized the strength of a Heavenly Father. Unlike the previous 2 energy shockwaves, this energy shockwave was pure black. A deep black that symbolized death and nirvana. This black energy attack seemed to break through space and instantly appeared in front of Rogge, taking the initiative to collide with the Yata mirror in Suzanu's hand. There was no terrifying explosion, no uncontrollable energy turbulence, no unstoppable terrifying impact. This black energy was like an illusory bubble as it crashed into the Yata no Kagami. Then, it silently shattered and dissipated. Mephisto's full-strength attack did not display any terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Instead, it was like a silent joke. However, the moment this black energy dissipated, the Yata mirror in Suzanu's left hand shattered with a loud bang. Bang! The Yata mirror, which was said to be able to defend against all attacks, shattered like a mirror under Mephisto's full-strength attack. At the same time, Suzanu's left hand also shattered inch by inch. Suzanu was just a product of Chakra's materialization. But at this moment, Mephisto's black energy impact directly connected the Suzanu to the caster, Rogge. Suzanu's left hand disappeared, and Rogge's left hand also seemed to have been hit by a terrifying attack, and bright red blood burst out. F***ck. The intense pain made Rogge curse out loud. Even so, he still controlled the hellfire around his body to incinerate the blood that spurted out, not letting his blood drip onto the ground. After dealing with the crisis of leaving blood in hell, he mobilized chakra and performed a temporary treatment on his left hand that suddenly exploded. He didn't need to completely heal his left hand. As long as the wound stopped bleeding, his immortal body would automatically finish the rest of the work. Even if he did not activate chakra, the immortal body would automatically heal the injury on his left hand. However, in this way, he would have to constantly pay attention to whether or not his blood would fall to the ground unknowingly. Fresh blood was a very useful medium in the field of magic. Rogge did not want Mephisto to get his blood and then use it as a medium to cast several fatal curses on him. Yata no Kagami broke in the end. After blocking 3 attacks from Mephisto, Yata no Kagami ended its mission. The teleportation portal is ready. After paying the price of 1 use of Yata no Kagami, Dum finally opened the portal back to Earth. You go first. I still have some personal grudges to deal with. Rogge said calmly to Dum without turning back. Personal grudges. Dum was stunned. However, he did not hesitate for long. He directly walked into the portal less than a meter away and returned to his castle. Mephisto, this is the second and last time. Next time, the one who will escape will be you. Rogge said loudly to Mephisto in the distance. No, you won't have a next chance. As he spoke, Mephisto raised his right hand again and summoned a pure black energy ball that was only 1 meter in diameter. This was an energy ball that looked like a black hole. Mephisto did not care about the portal behind Rogge, because Rogge would not have the chance to walk through it at all. Is that so? But that's not up to you. As soon as he said that, Rogge controlled Susanoo, and let Susanoo, which only had its right hand left, hold the gourd hanging on its hand. When Susanoo held the gourd like it was holding a sword, the wine in the gourd flew out and condensed into a long sword burning with golden flames. Totsuka Sword. Unlike Yata no Kagami, Totsuka Sword's 3 chances were 3 chances to attack. As long as Yata no Kagami did not break, no matter how many attacks it blocked, it would only count as 1 chance. Totsuka Sword was different. As long as it attacked the target, it would count as 1 chance. The sword is not bad, but unfortunately, it's not. Before Mephisto could finish speaking, the Totsuka sword formed by golden flames appeared in front of him and pierced his body. The speed of the Totsuka sword's attack was beyond Mephisto's imagination. However, he still did not take the Totsuka sword's attack to heart, even if he had been pierced by the Totsuka sword. Do you think an attack of this level can defeat me? After feeling the power of the Totsuka sword, Mephisto laughed disdainfully, mocking Rogge for overestimating himself. I never said that I would use this move to defeat you. For some reason, after seeing Rogge's calm expression, Mephisto realized that something was wrong. However, he soon realized what was wrong. The Totsuka sword did not cause any serious injuries to his body, but began to forcibly seal his body. No, to be precise, it was not a seal, but a forceful pull of his body into another world. The Totsuka sword, also known as the Sakura Tachi, was a sealed sword without a physical body. As long as it was stabbed, it could seal the target forever in a drunken dreamlike illusory world. And unlike ordinary illusory worlds, the Totsuka sword's illusory world sealed not only the target's spirit and soul, but also the target's body. Orochimaru, who had used the Orakai Jutsu, was sealed in a gourd by Uchiha Itachi. Hit by the Totsuka sword, Mephisto's body began to deform rapidly, becoming like dough that was being pulled, showing a form that did not conform to common sense at all. This. How could this be? Mephisto had never seen an existence like the Totsuka sword, not even a similar existence. It could even be said that the Totsuka sword was completely beyond Mephisto's understanding. Mephisto was indeed a lord of hell, and in his long life, he had seen all kinds of strange things. But unfortunately, the Totsuka sword used by Rogge was not a product that should appear in this world at all. Whether it was the attribute of power, the principle, or the form, it did not belong to this world. Even if Mephisto was a heavenly father, it was impossible for him to know the knowledge of other worlds. If he could do this, he would not be a heavenly father, but a multiverse-level existence, or even a higher-level existence. As his body continued to deform, the black hole-like energy ball that Mephisto had summoned also shattered with a bang, completely collapsing. What was even more troublesome was that his body was constantly being pulled into the gourd by the Totsuka sword. Damn it! Although Mephisto did not have a fixed form, there was one thing that he could not avoid, and that was, his demon core was in his body. Rogge had never expected the Totsuka sword to completely seal Mephisto. No matter how magical the Totsuka sword was, it was impossible to seal a heavenly father-level existence. His goal from the beginning was Mephisto's core. Or a part of Mephisto's core. Unlike humans, everything about a hell demon was in their core. Whether it was their power or their knowledge, they were all stored in their core. Taking away their core was no different from taking away their life. Of course, a heavenly father-level existence like Mephisto would definitely not allow others to take away his core. However, even if he could only take away a small part of his core, Rogge would be satisfied. Because this meant that he had permanently taken away a part of Mephisto's power. If the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, was a high and mighty god, then the current Rogge was a blasphemer who was stealing the authority of a god. When a part of his body was completely pulled into the Totsuka sword's gourd, Mephisto finally made a decision. He took the initiative to give up a part of his body that was sealed. If he had enough time, he could completely break the Totsuka sword's seal. Unfortunately, he did not have such time now. After realizing that he could not change the outcome for the time being, Mephisto displayed the decisiveness and determination that a hell demon should have. He took the initiative to give up a part of his body and peeled off a part of his core that he could no longer break free from the seal. After splitting the important core into two, Mephisto separated a brand new body and broke free from the Totsuka sword's seal. "Thank you for your hospitality." Seeing that Mephisto had taken the initiative to give up a part of his core and reformed his body in the distance, Rogge raised his right hand to his left chest and bowed slightly. Then, he exerted some strength in his legs and jumped into the portal. The moment he entered the portal, he removed Susanoo to avoid putting too much pressure on the portal. In the end, Rogge completed his initial goal and left Hell alive with a part of Mephisto's core. When he returned to Earth, Dum did not hesitate and directly destroyed the portal he had created. Have you always been so crazy? Chapter 473. Crazy? You call this crazy? Rogge moved his left hand, which had yet to fully recover, and turned to ask doubtfully. You? Forget it. I'll arrange for someone to send the magic information you want now. Looking at Rogge's calm face, Dum felt for the first time that he had never really seen through Rogge's thoughts. Ever since he knew of Rogge's existence, Dum had always thought that Rogge was someone who would only act according to his mood. But now, he felt that he had guessed wrong. Rogge was not a straightforward person at all. He was a lunatic who walked between madness and calmness. When he was calm, he could persuade others with his eloquence alone. He was so meticulous that it was as if he could see through other people's thoughts. When he went crazy, he was a lunatic who did not even care about the lords of hell. These two completely different personalities appeared in him at the same time, making him extremely difficult to guess. Even if one interacted with him day and night, one might not be able to guess his true thoughts. Dum was not worried that his opponent would be meticulous, nor was he worried that his opponent would be crazy and unruly. But he did not want his opponent to be someone who repeatedly jumped between calmness and madness. It was a very troublesome thing to be an opponent with such a person. Especially when this person had extraordinary strength, it would make it even more difficult for one to attack. After destroying the teleportation portal to Hell, Dum brought Rogge back to the original reception hall and waited for the guards to send the reward that Rogge wanted. When do you plan to go to Hell next? While waiting, Dum asked a question that he was rather curious about. Although Dum had returned to Earth first, he had also heard the last conversation between Rogge and Mephisto, so he took the initiative to bring up this topic. I'm not sure yet. If it's fast, I might go in a few months. If it's slow, it might even be 8 to 10 years. Rogge answered silently and carefully checked his body. On one hand, he did not want to leave any hidden injuries on his body. On the other hand, he wanted to check if Mephisto had secretly left any marks or tricks on his body. One couldn't be too careful when dealing with Hell's demons, especially when dealing with a Lord of Hell like Mephisto. May I ask why you still want to go? You've already seen Mephisto's strength. It's not a wise thing to make him your enemy in Hell. Dum could not figure out why Rogge had to go to Hell. Hell wasn't a tourist attraction, not to mention a powerful existence like the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Most importantly, Rogge had already offended Mephisto to the core. As long as Rogge appeared in Hell, Dum could guarantee that Mephistos would definitely attack him with all his might without any hesitation or pity. Although Dum did not know what kind of existence the sword of Totsuka that Rogge had used at the end was, he knew that Rogge's sword had directly taken away a portion of Mephisto's power. As a professional scholar who had studied Hell and Mephisto for more than 10 years, Dum knew very well what this meant. It's simple, because I don't like to lose. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers in his body, Rogge replied with a smile. You want to go to Hell again just because of this reason. Dumb realized that he could not keep up with Rogge's thoughts. Isn't this a very normal thing? As the saying goes, you have to get up from where you fall. Including this time, I've already lost to Mephisto twice, so no matter what, I have to go to hell to get back at him. Rogge's reply was very casual, but his answer made Dumb confirm once again that he was a lunatic. It was normal to not like to lose. Competition and the unwillingness to admit defeat were innate instincts of life. Those who chose to live a comfortable life and did not want to improve had long been eliminated in the long river of evolution. I'm beginning to understand why you were able to become the famous fourth Hokage in just a few years. After saying that, Dumb fell silent and waited patiently for the guards to arrive. Both Rogge and Dumb were very patient people. For the rest of the time, they just looked at each other without saying a word, as if whoever spoke first would admit defeat. After this oppressive silence lasted for nearly 30 minutes, Dumb's robot guards finally pushed Rogge's reward in. These intelligent robot guards pushed carts that looked like food delivery carts in, one after another, one after another. When the last robot pushed the cart in, the originally spacious living room became as crowded as a market. These are the magic materials you asked for, all of them are here. Dumb pointed to the magic books piled up like a small hill on the cart and said calmly. I was just wondering whether you would give me the printed version or the electronic version of the materials. I didn't expect you to be more generous than I thought, actually handing over the original directly. Rogge casually picked up the nearest thick magic book and skimmed through a few pages. Similar to the books in the Camartage library, this magic book was an ancient book that had been passed down for many years. You helped me save my mother, this reward is nothing. Dumb did not mind Rogge taking away these ancient books. Not to mention that he had already read the contents of these magic books, even if he forgot in the future, he still had many backups. One of the benefits of the technological era was that the storage and circulation of knowledge had become extremely simple. Even the manufacturing principle of nuclear weapons could be easily found on the Internet. For example, in the 1970s, an economics student at Harvard University in the United States, relied on the public information in the library to complete a 400-page How to Make a Nuclear Bomb. Note 1. This was still something that happened in the 1970s, when the Internet was just a few years old. The Internet at that time was not the same as the Internet today. After all, the Internet with search functions was only invented in 1989. I'm very satisfied with this reward. While talking, a chakra hand formed by chakra rushed out of Rogge's body, collected the magic books on these small cars one by one, and then threw them all into the summon scroll. Looking at the chakra hand that rushed out of Rogge's body, Dumb's evaluation of him improved slightly. It's not difficult to build energy into the shape you want. But condensing hundreds of large and small energy arms of different lengths at one time like Rogge and performing exquisite control of these arms is not something that anyone can do. To be precise, not many people can do it. This level of control not only requires an extremely precise level of energy control, but also requires the user to have a computer-like multithreading processing ability to achieve this level of control of hundreds of arms at the same time. Just as Rogge put away the summon scroll and planned to open the portal back to Konoha's headquarters, Dumb spoke again, this time, I owe you a favor. If you hadn't proposed this plan, I wouldn't have been able to redeem my mother's soul. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me at any time. When Rogge showed his superb level of energy control, Dumb decided to establish more contact with him. It's always good to establish a relationship with such a strong person. You don't owe me a favor, this is just a fair cooperation. You saved your mother, and I got the reward I wanted. An exchange of equal value is a fair trade. Rogge pointed to the cars that had been completely emptied. Of course, this was only what he said to Dumb on the surface. What he really wanted was ninja coins that Dumb didn't know about at all. When he put all the magic books that Dumb promised into the summon scroll, he opened the commission page of the system and took a look. Commission content: assist Dr. Dumb to free Cynthia's soul. Commission status: completed. Commission reward, 250 ninja coins sent. With the 250 ninja coins, the number of ninja coins he had not consumed reached 910, and he was only 90 ninja coins away from the final 1000 ninja coins mark. But speaking of helping, I do have a plan. I don't know if you are interested. Rogge didn't directly refuse Dum's kindness. What plan? Dum asked calmly. Flame Giant Surtur, you should know him, right? Rogge didn't directly say what his plan was. If Dum didn't even know who the Flame Giant Surtur was, he wasn't qualified to join his plan. The Flame Giant Surtur is the ruler of Muspelheim, but it is said that he was defeated by Asgard Odin a long time ago, and his most important treasure, the Eternal Fire, was taken away. As a person who once pursued the mysteries of magic all over the world, Dum was certainly not unfamiliar with Surtur. If he had a way to go to other countries in the 9 worlds, he would have already gone to see other countries in the 9 worlds. The Eternal Fire is now with me. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge summoned a small cluster of Eternal Fire and let the Eternal Fire burn slowly on his fingertips. You actually got the Eternal Fire, then it seems that the news that Odin is dead some time ago is not a rumor. Although Dum hasn't been to other planets and countries, it doesn't mean that his information channels are blocked. For a sorcerer, especially a sorcerer who has mastered many magic, it is not particularly difficult to communicate with a life in other countries. Odin did fall, but this has nothing to do with my plan. Because the place I am going to go is Muspelheim. Tell me about your plan. Dum also began to wonder what Rogge was planning. How about the plan to conquer Muspelheim? Looking at Dum, who had obviously been interested, Rogge said calmly. Chapter 474. Conquer Muspelheim. Dum was stunned when he heard Rogge's answer. He thought he was a daring person, but compared to Rogge's craziness, he felt that his little craziness was nothing. Muspelheim was the kingdom of the flame giants. It was a place equivalent to the infernal inferno to humans. No, conquer Muspelheim. Although there are many flame giants in Muspelheim, the only one who can be considered a powerhouse is Surtur, and Surtur isn't in a good state right now. Ever since Odin took away his eternal fire, his strength has shown a steep decline. As long as we can get rid of Surtur, the remaining flame giants are nothing to be afraid of. Finding trouble with Surtur was not a temporary plan that Rogge came up with on a whim, but an operation that he had seriously considered the risks and rewards. Thor, who had not completely awakened the divine power of thunder, could single-handedly deal with Surtur who did not have the eternal fire. Therefore, the risk of the operation was not particularly high. In addition to Surtur being in a weakened state, another main reason was that Rogge had taken a fancy to his weapon, the Twilight Sword. The Twilight Sword was the best weapon for the eternal fire. As long as he had the Twilight Sword, he could use the eternal fire in his hands to the greatest extent, unlike now, where he could only use the eternal fire as an ordinary energy source or flame. Even if he had the Twilight Sword, he would not be able to exert the power of the eternal fire to the limit like Surtur, but it would still be more efficient than his current use. I need a few days to think about it. After a week, no matter what the outcome is, I will inform you. If Rogge was only planning to do something on Earth, Doom would not hesitate and agree immediately. However, Rogge's plan had completely exceeded his imagination, so he could not make a decision immediately. Although in the eyes of others, Professor of Destruction Doom was a rather crazy person, in fact, he still paid great attention to his own safety. If it was not necessary, Doom would never risk his life. There's no hurry. Even if we set off, it will be at least a month later. If you've made up your mind, you can contact me anytime. After saying that, Rogge opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters and returned directly from Dum's castle to the office of Konoha's headquarters. When the portal that was flashing with golden sparks completely closed, he sat on the sofa and began to review the Hell operation this time. In terms of results, this Hell operation had perfectly achieved its goal. The soul of Cynthia, Dum's mother, was redeemed and she ascended to heaven. Part of Mephisto's core had been sealed as well, weakening part of Mephisto's strength. This was a good foundation for the next final battle. The commission was completed, and he got the ninja coins. According to common sense, Rogge should be extremely satisfied at this time. However, his current mood had nothing to do with satisfaction at all. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, was stronger than he had imagined. Rogge had thought that he would be able to go toe-to-toe with Mephisto's this time since he had improved his strength further. However, it turned out that in front of the serious Mephisto's, he was far behind. If his Susanoo didn't happen to have Yata no Kagami and Totsuka sword, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block Mephisto's last 3 attacks. The serious Mephisto's proved one thing with facts, that is, the full strength attack of a Heavenly Father is terrifying. Yata no Kagami, which claimed to be able to defend and reflect all attacks, only took 3 attacks before it was completely shattered. The Totsuka sword, which claimed to be able to seal the enemy forever as long as it hits the enemy, only sealed a small part of Mephisto's core in the end. And this result was achieved when Mephisto's didn't understand the Totsuka sword at all. In the next battle, Mephisto's will definitely not be hit so easily. Difficult to deal with. These old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years, each one more difficult than the other. After rubbing his temples, Rogge temporarily put aside his thoughts about the final battle with Mephisto's and teleported back to his room. After a comfortable hot bath, he put on the gaming helmet that he brought back from the Carey Empire and started playing the game that he jokingly called Bug 2077, Carey Cyber 7702. He didn't know if the developer of this game was rushing the production too much, but this holographic game that opened Rogge's eyes had a lot of bugs. What was even more magical was that because this was a first-person visual game set in the future, sometimes you couldn't tell if it was a bug or a special part that the developer had specially set up. For example, there was a mission called Black Dream. Rogge thought that it was a plot arrangement that caused the character's mechanical eye to be blinded, so he could only carry out the mission with a black screen. Just as he was feeling emotional about the developer's amazing imagination and was about to enter the mission for the second time to experience this wonderful feeling again, he suddenly realized that the black screen visual effect he had experienced before was not set up by the developer, but purely a bug. It was just that this mission happened to be called Black Dream, and with only the system prompt, he could still rush through it. That was why this seemingly deliberate design, but it was actually a system bug, was created. Note 1. Although this game had more bugs than any game Rogge had ever played, this did not stop him from liking this game. Because this game was really awesome, it presented the players with a real world of Carey in the year 7702. Just as Rogge was relieving the pressure from the battle with Mephisto's through the game, a fierce argument broke out in a rest area in the headquarters. Am I the only one who thinks that this is a pretty cool thing? Johnny Thunderbolt said to Reed and the other two disapprovingly. Can you be more mature? The special forces aren't about flirting with girls. You don't have that kind of strength yet. Susan looked at Johnny helplessly, trying to get Johnny to dispel the idea of joining Konoha's special forces. After a month of adaptation, Susan and others have become familiar with various superpowers. At least their bodies will no longer suddenly soften or disappear, or suddenly burn their clothes. Come on, it's not like you haven't seen my training record, I graduated with high scores. Since Johnny learned that Konoha's Special Forces members could emit high temperatures, and some of them could even breathe fire, he had an obsession to join the Special Forces. For this reason, he also specifically went to Frank the Punisher and applied for a recruit training spot with Frank. In the beginning, there was no such thing as recruit training in Konoha. Those who can be selected by Konoha are basically elite warriors in their respective units or organizations. However, not every one of these selected elite warriors is qualified to accept the extremist transformation and become a real Konoha Special Forces member. Therefore, there is a so-called recruit training. Simply put, these recruits are the alternate members of Konoha's Special Forces. But before they have been transformed by extremists, they can't be regarded as real Special Forces members. Johnny joined the recruit training and passed the assessment with high scores. Because he has superpowers himself, he doesn't need to be transformed by extremists to directly become a member of Konoha's Special Forces. However, just when he planned to officially join the Special Forces, Susan and the others learned about it, and then the current quarrel occurred. In terms of age, Johnny is now a very mature adult. But in the view of his sister Susan, Johnny has always been the child who has not grown up. Susan is not the only one who has this view. Reed and Ben also have the same view. In addition, Ben also joined Konoha's Special Forces earlier than Johnny. Johnny wants to join the Special Forces, in addition to knowing that the Special Forces members have been transformed by extremists. Another reason is Ben's joining. If Ben can join, then why can't I? This is what Johnny really thinks. Even before the mutation, Johnny would compare himself with Ben intentionally or unintentionally. As long as it is something that can be done instinctively, he must do it. No means no. If it was something else, Susan might have softened her heart and agreed. After all, Johnny has done a lot of outrageous things before. But Johnny wants to join the Special Forces. She will not agree to anything. Although Susan has only joined Konoha for a month, she knows very well what kind of department Konoha's Special Forces is. It seems that our new little brother is going to be scolded by his sister again, so pitiful. Just as the quarrel between Susan and Johnny was about to get more and more intense, a malicious voice came over. The person who spoke was none other than Gecko Ishikawa, who had just returned to Konoha after completing a mission. At this time, Kara was still wearing her white gold uniform that could completely highlight her figure, showing her charm without concealing it. After hearing Kara's words, both Susan and Johnny showed dissatisfaction. Susan was dissatisfied because she didn't like Kara's way of watching the fun without thinking too much about it. Johnny was dissatisfied because he had been taught a lesson by Kara. Johnny, who had a flamboyant personality, became even more arrogant and presumptuous after awakening his superpowers. In addition, he was originally more flirtatious, so he was quickly attracted to Kara. However, on Kara, Johnny realized for the first time what it meant to have a low damage, but a very insulting blow. Johnny confidently showed his superpowers to Kara, and then, he was hit by Kara's even more unreasonable superpowers. Unwilling to admit defeat, he proposed to spar with Kara, and then, the blow became even bigger. His superpowers were not as good as Kara's, and he couldn't beat Kara in actual combat. What really made him more and more frustrated was that Kara would tease him from time to time by saying that he would only listen to his sister's words, just like now. Chapter 475. Just as Susan was about to say something, Kala took the initiative to leave and didn't continue to taunt Johnny. After watching the graceful figure of Kala leave the rest area, Johnny couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Kala continued to stay here, he didn't know what she would say next. Johnny had a deep understanding of Kala's ability to taunt people. Johnny didn't know that before Kala became the superhero Moonlight Stone, she was a famous PhD in psychology. Kara could tell what he was thinking at a glance. This is the main reason why Johnny has always been under Kala's control. The longer he stayed in Konoha, the more Johnny felt that the heroes in Konoha are all talents in the true sense. Even the Abomination and the Red Tank, who seemed to be the most brainless of them all, had a shocking level of tactical accomplishment and strategy. Although they give the impression that they are barbarian soldiers with strong limbs and simple minds, in fact, they are excellent commanders. Leading the team to execute the team and formulate tactical plans is as simple as eating for them. After Kala left, Johnny didn't continue to argue with Susan. Whether Susan agrees or not, he will join the Special Forces and become a field agent of Konoha. Even if Susan is his sister, she can't change his decision. When Johnny, Susan, and the others left the resting area became quiet again. Time passed day by day. When Johnny insisted on joining the Special Forces despite Susan's opposition, he finally received his first field mission. Because Johnny was a complete newbie, he was assigned by Punisher Frank to join the special forces led by Daisy, which had the highest success rate and the lowest casualty rate. Although Rogge didn't specifically instruct Frank and others, they can see that Rogge is very concerned about the new members of Konoha. In fact, Rogge only cares about Reed and Susan. However, from Frank's point of view, Rogge only cared about Reed and the other three. After all, they were the only ones who had their individual hero names and team names confirmed by Rogge. Konoha Headquarters, 5th Battle Room. According to the tip-off, there are suspected werewolves and vampires in the Los Angeles area. The local police and the FBI reported the case to Konoha's Los Angeles branch. Now, these cases are in our hands. The mission is very simple. If these werewolves and vampires are willing to abide by Konoha's rules, we just need to register them. If they don't want to abide by Konoha's rules, we will tell them the price of not following the rules. The specific information of the target has been sent to your combat computer. To appear in 15 minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. The one giving the mission briefing was Johnny's current captain, Shockwave Girl Daisy. Daisy's partner was originally Quicksilver. But Quicksilver was assigned to the Abominations team by Punisher Frank, so Johnny replaced Quicksilver and joined Daisy's team. In addition to the two of them, there would also be a standard 6-man Special Forces team set off with them. Generally, tasks will only be carried out the 6-person Special Forces. Only tasks involving extraordinary power will be led by superheroes such as Daisy. Well, I want to ask, are we now sure that they are werewolves and vampires? Johnny pointed to the targets on the combat computer that looked no different from ordinary people and asked doubtfully. It's not completely confirmed yet, but we can't rule out that they are imitators. Daisy replied calmly. Since the appearance of aliens and superheroes, more and more people with superpowers have emerged. Of course, there are still a few people with extraordinary powers. So, there are so-called imitators. These imitators were all ordinary people, but they had a perverted obsession with supernatural powers. Therefore, they imitated certain legendary existences and pretended that they were supernatural beings. These imitators are not in the minority. Nearly half of the extraordinary cases received by Konoha were done by these imitators. If they are imitators, do we need to hand them over to the local police? Johnny asked a question that was extremely new to him. As soon as he finished, he saw the other special forces looking at him like he was an idiot. No. Even if they are imitators, they will be imprisoned by Konoha. Daisy frowned and answered patiently. The so-called imprisonment by Konoha is just a nicer way to put it. Konoha's special prison is a secret place that even ordinary members of Konoha can't enter. And so far, none of the prisoners who were imprisoned in Konoha's special prison have been able to come out. Oh, I understand. 15 minutes later, when Daisy was about to lead Johnny and the special forces to board the Quinjet, a brilliant aurora-like light lit up beside Daisy. The people of Konoha are no stranger to this sudden light, because in the whole of Konoha, only Rogge can do this. When the brilliant light disappeared, Rogge appeared in front of Daisy and the others. You are going to Los Angeles to capture werewolves and vampires? Rogge asked Daisy. Yes, we just received a tip from the branch. Daisy looked at Rogge in confusion and answered silently. I will go with you for this mission. You are still the commander, just treat me as an ordinary member of the Special Forces. After that, Rogge took the initiative to board the Quinjet. Only now did Daisy and the others realize that Rogge was wearing the standard combat uniform of Konoha's Special Forces. Black combat uniform, standard combat vest, standard explosive rifle and pistol, and a series of supporting combat equipment. What's going on? Is there another secret behind the werewolves and vampires in Los Angeles? Looking at Rogge, who was no different from the other members of the Special Forces, Daisy, Johnny, and the others all showed a puzzled look. As far as they could remember, Rogge would only personally take action when he encountered a major event. But the werewolves and vampires in Los Angeles didn't look like they would cause any major harm. With a head full of questions, Daisy, Johnny, and the others boarded the Quinjet and flew toward Los Angeles. Rogge knew that Daisy and the others must be full of questions now, but he didn't give any explanation. He couldn't tell Daisy and the others that he was tired of playing virtual games, so he wanted to experience a real mission. Half an hour ago, Rogge successfully cleared Krupunk 7702. He didn't plan to open the second round for the time being, but he just learned from number 2 that Daisy was leading a team to Los Angeles. So, the idea of a live-action role-playing game appeared in his mind. No matter how realistic the holographic virtual game was, it couldn't compare to the real world. Since the establishment of Konoha, he had never really carried out any of Konoha's missions. So, he made the decision to temporarily join Daisy's team. Since he had nothing to do, it would be good to go and see the werewolves and vampires. And he also wanted to know if these werewolves and vampires were the same as in his memory. Blade Warrior, Dracula, Mobius, Blood Baron. These were the more famous vampires in his memory. Is there anything wrong with those werewolves and vampires? After a long struggle, Daisy couldn't help but ask Rogge. I don't know, I don't have more information in my hands than you. Also, you are the commander of this operation, you shouldn't ask me this kind of question. Rogge perfectly integrated into the identity of a special force member and answered Daisy's question. You. Looking at Rogge, who was obviously not right, Daisy was even more confused. Daisy would never have thought that Rogge at this time wanted to experience the real actions of a special force member. Konoha's headquarters was located on the east coast of the United States, and their destination, Los Angeles, was located on the west coast. The two were more than 3,700 kilometers apart, and an ordinary flight would take at least 5 hours to arrive. Even if they were on a Quinjet, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours. According to Rogge's personality, he would never waste time on such a long flight. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to play a few more games? But now, he didn't directly teleport like before, but he honestly took the Quinjet. This was a completely unimaginable thing for Daisy, who was familiar with his personality. Perhaps it was because of Rogge's presence, the special force members in the Quinjet were very nervous, and they were almost sitting in the standard military posture. Jack, are you all afraid of me? Rogge said to Jack, the special force member opposite him. Sir, no, we. Jack quickly said in a tone like he was reporting to a superior. But before he finished, he realized that something was wrong. I said, I'm just an ordinary special force member now, don't treat me as your superior. You only have her as your superior. After that, Rogge pointed to Daisy sitting on his right. However, his explanation did not alleviate the tense atmosphere at all. Jack and the other members of the special forces were still in a tight spot. Damn it! How can I play live-action role-play like this? Rogge sighed helplessly. Then, he used transformation jutsu. Boom! When the white smoke completely dissipated, the familiar Rogge had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a young man with blonde hair and a handsome face. In order to make these special force members relax, Rogge changed his appearance and turned himself into Minato. Let me reintroduce myself, my name is Minato, code name Golden Flash, Konoha registration number 006510, I'm a recruit who just joined the Special Force. Chapter 476. I don't believe you. The transformation effect of the transformation jutsu is really magical, and it can make people look real. Although for ordinary people, it's almost impossible to see through the transformation jutsu with just the naked eye. However, this doesn't mean that the transformation jutsu can deceive others. This was especially true for someone like Rogge, who didn't even bother to hide his transformation. What did you say your name was? Daisy felt that she seemed to know what Rogge was doing. Namikaze Minato, you can call me Minato. Daisy shook her head helplessly as she looked at her face that seemed to glow with sunshine. Men were indeed creatures that would never grow up. Although they knew that the man who claimed to be Namikaze Minato was Rogge, after he changed his appearance, Jack and the others became relaxed. At least they didn't have to sit up straight like before. What's this ability called? Can you only change into this appearance? Can you change into other appearances? Can you change into a woman? Johnny's contact with Rogge was still relatively short, and he wasn't particularly familiar with Rogge's ability. After seeing Rogge instantly change into another appearance, he curiously asked as if he had discovered a new world. If it was any other time, Rogge wouldn't mind satisfying Johnny's curiosity. But now, he only had one answer. Fixed body jutsu. Rogge directly gave Johnny a fixed body jutsu that he hadn't used for a long time, making this overly curious guy completely quiet down. Although Johnny awakened his superpower, his physical strength didn't have any obvious changes. Especially when he didn't release flames around his body, he was a complete ordinary person. Rogge suddenly fixed Johnny's behavior, making Daisy and the others stunned, but they quickly ignored it. Under Rogge's active guidance, Jack and the others began to talk normally, and gradually returned to their original appearance of going on a mission. The depressing atmosphere in the cabin gradually disappeared, and in the midst of chatting, they finally flew over Los Angeles and landed in the hangar of Konoha's Los Angeles branch. The moment the cabin door opened, Jack and the others who were chatting became quiet again. They left the cabin without saying a word like warriors rushing to the battlefield. Rogge and the others didn't stay at the branch for too long. To be precise, after landing, they directly boarded the vehicles that had been prepared for them and drove towards their destination. There are more targets, so we'll split into 4 groups. Vulture Hound Team 1, Iceman Poker Team 1, Night Thunderbolt Fire Swordsman Team 1, Golden Flash you follow me. Vulture and Iceman will enter through the gate of Area B, and Night will enter through the back door. Standard Operation Procedure. Kill anyone who resists on the spot. While heading towards the target warehouse, Daisy quickly arranged the combat mission. Whether it's in Konoha or in other forces, they rarely call each other by their real names. For these warriors who walked on the edge of life and death, their code names were their heroic names. Other than Johnny, everyone present was an experienced expert. After Daisy arranged the mission, the Special Forces members began to check and prepare. Even Roger, who had joined the Special Forces at the last minute, started to check the equipment on his body. He is now Minato, a newcomer in the Special Forces, not the 4th Hokage, and not the director of Konoha's intelligence agency. And in this mission, if it is not necessary, he does not intend to use any ninjutsu or genjutsu. As for taijutsu, if he encounters hand-to-hand combat, there is no other way. Explosive rifles, explosive pistols, 3 energy grenades, 2 flash grenades, 2 smoke grenades, 2 combat daggers. The communicator is normal, the combat computer is normal, the combat helmet is normal. After checking all the equipment on his body, Rogge put on the combat helmet connected to the combat computer. The combat helmets used by Konoha's special forces are specially customized. The lens in front of the helmet can not only project the information on the combat computer, but also transmit the view back to Konoha's headquarters at any time. When necessary, the lens can also be switched to night vision or infrared thermal imaging mode. On the helmet, there is also an independent communication system to facilitate individual communication within the team or to send messages to the nearest branch. A few minutes later, the action vehicle stopped on the street near the target warehouse. Action, start. The door opened, and the Special Forces members went to different areas according to the established plan. After the other 3 teams left, Daisy turned to look at Rogge with a vigilant face and slowly said, "They have all left, do you still want to keep this appearance?" "Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean," Rogge answered seriously. Looking at Rogge's completely unfamiliar face, Daisy couldn't wait to give him a shock wave now. Up to you. Just as Daisy was about to go to the warehouse gate, she suddenly remembered something. Don't you want to play? Then I will play with you. Golden Flash. Yes. Now I will give you a new order, take care of the guards at the gate to prevent the target from knowing our arrival. Use the dagger and be quiet. Daisy gave Rogge a new order. Yes, sir. After receiving Daisy's order, Rogge raised the rifle in his hand and used the standard combat method to move forward step by step toward the warehouse gate. After carefully coming to a corner near the warehouse gate, Rogge turned on the infrared thermal imaging mode on the combat helmet and began to search for the nearby guards. In the past, he would directly use Chakra's perception in this kind of situation. But now, he was only a Special Forces member, so he could only use the Special Forces way to solve the problem. 1, 2, 3. Through the thermal imaging, Rogge found the guards hidden near the gate one by one. In this seemingly inconspicuous warehouse, there were 5 guards near the gate. After confirming the target's location, he switched the thermal imaging to night vision mode, then put the rifle behind him and pulled out the combat dagger on his belt. Although he couldn't use ninjutsu and genjutsu, Rogge still had experience. Relying on the skills he had honed in the previous battles, he arrived behind the nearest target. Ordinary people? When he used the thermal imaging, he couldn't determine whether these guards were werewolves or not. But now, he was 100% sure that this guard was an ordinary person. Even in human form, werewolves also have a far better sense of smell than humans. There would never be a situation where the enemy was behind them without them noticing. Although he felt that something was not quite right, he still appeared behind the guard like a ghost. The next second, his left hand covered the guard's mouth, and his right hand directly stabbed the guard's heart from the back. Backstab. Rogge performed a real backstab and silently killed the guard. After dragging the guard's body to the corner, he walked to the next target. Even if he didn't use ninjutsu and genjutsu, assassinating these guards was not difficult for Rogge. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to assassinate all 5 guards near the gate without making any sound. The gate guards have been eliminated, I repeat, the gate guards have been eliminated. After reporting the results to Daisy, Rogge put the blood-stained dagger back into his belt and picked up the blaster on his back again. It didn't take long for Daisy to come in front of Rogge and casually looked at the body on the ground. Daisy thought that Rogge was just bored and came to experience the task of the Special Forces. But she didn't expect that Rogge actually treated himself as an ordinary person without extraordinary abilities and used ordinary assassination methods to kill these guards. Just as Daisy was about to say something, a huge explosion and a burst of wolf howls suddenly sounded in the warehouse. Are there really werewolves inside? When the battle in the warehouse started, Rogge and Daisy didn't hesitate and immediately entered the warehouse from the gate. Although the sound of the blaster wasn't as fierce as ordinary gunfire, there was the unique sound of the energy beam cutting through the air. Just as Daisy was about to rush directly to the battle area, Rogge behind her suddenly raised the muzzle and pulled the trigger at a huge figure above. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The red energy beam flew like a bullet toward the figure that was obviously not an ordinary human. Werewolf! It was a huge werewolf that was more than 2 meters tall. Although Rogge rarely used the blaster, his shooting skills were no worse than a professional sniper. With only 3 or 4 shots, he hit the werewolf that was running around like a real beast on the walls and cargo boxes. Through the night vision mode, Rogge could clearly see each of the werewolf's fangs. Goodbye. Without any hesitation, he directly aimed the muzzle at the werewolf's head and ended his life with an energy beam. This werewolf is weaker than I thought. After quickly killing the werewolf, Rogge frowned slightly. Although he didn't have much hope for these werewolves, the level displayed by this werewolf was much lower than he thought. While he killed the werewolf with the blaster rifle, Daisy didn't stay idle. Her hands constantly released shockwaves and blasted away all the werewolves that tried to approach them. At the same time, a large number of flames suddenly burned inside the warehouse. Johnny the Thunderbolt made his move. Although there were many werewolves in the warehouse, in front of the special forces equipped with blasters, they weren't much stronger than ordinary humans. After transforming, werewolves could ignore ordinary gunpowder weapons. As long as they weren't continuously shot, ordinary pistols and rifles wouldn't cause much damage to them. Blasters, on the other hand, were completely different. Blasters did not fire metal bullets, but particle or plasma beams. Werewolves that were hit by the energy beam of a blaster usually only needed 1 or 2 shots to completely lose their ability to move. If they were hit in a vital spot, it was basically a one-shot death. Chapter 477. The battle in the warehouse was over soon. Although the werewolves had the numerical advantage, they were as fragile as ordinary humans in front of Konoha's special forces who did not care much about morality. After the war, Konoha's special forces began to clean up the battlefield and check if there were any werewolves that were not dead or hidden. 27 werewolves. This is the number of werewolves in the warehouse. However, this is not all the enemies that Rogge and others destroyed. In addition to these 27 werewolves, they also eliminated 46 ordinary humans, including the 5 human guards who were assassinated by Rogge at the beginning. No. There is something wrong with this mission. In previous missions, Konoha's special forces have dealt with imitators who have a morbid desire for supernatural powers. However, they have never encountered so many imitators gathered together. It would be fine if these imitators just gathered together. Perhaps they just wanted to share their experiences with each other. But the problem is that in addition to these imitators, there are real werewolves here, and there are a lot of werewolves. In the middle of the night, a group of werewolves and a group of imitators appeared in the same warehouse. This is not a normal phenomenon no matter how you look at it. Even Johnny, a rookie on his first mission, can see that something is wrong. Iceman, Poker, guard the perimeter. Vulture, Hound, Swordsman, search the warehouse. Knight, check these werewolves and imitators. After thinking for a few seconds, Daisy immediately issued the latest instructions. After Daisy gave the order, Knight and the others immediately took action. Rogge and Johnny, on the other hand, became idle for the time being. Although Daisy did not arrange anything, Rogge and Johnny are not the kind of people who can be idle. While Knight was busy checking the bodies, Rogge also came to a nearby werewolf body and took out a dagger to check the body. After opening the mouth of the werewolf corpse with a dagger, he saw something on the werewolf's canine teeth that did not belong to a werewolf. On the 2 canine teeth of this werewolf, there is an abstract pattern like a blood rose. It is almost impossible to find the existence of these 2 patterns with the naked eye. If Rogge hadn't studied magic in camouflage and was more sensitive to magic fluctuations, he wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of these 2 patterns. Of course, if he opened his Byakugan and Sharingan at this time, it would be a different story. After discovering these 2 unusual patterns, he went to another werewolf corpse and used his dagger to pry open its mouth. Sure enough, there was one. At this moment, he remembered some of the content he had browsed in camouflage. According to records, during the early Middle Ages in Europe, which was known as the Dark Ages, werewolves and vampires weren't mortal enemies like they were now. Note 1. At that time, werewolves were only the slaves and guards of vampires, responsible for the safety of vampires during the day. The phenomenon of werewolves being slaves continued all the way until the Dark Age. Until one day, a werewolf who didn't want to continue being a slave started a fight. Under the leadership of this werewolf, the werewolves were freed from the control of the vampires and had freedom that they had never had before. It was also from that time that the werewolves and vampires began the fateful battle that has continued to this day. There is something wrong with these werewolves. They have the magic mark of the vampires on their bodies. They are not ordinary werewolves. Putting away the dagger, Rogge came in front of Daisy and told her about his discovery. Vampire magic. After hearing Rogge's words, Daisy frowned slightly. Although Konoha has a lot of superpowers, the only ones who are really related to magic are Rogge and Wangda. Yes, the magic of vampires. I don't know much about vampires, so I can't tell which clan of vampires did it. In the beginning, there were a total of 13 clans of vampires. However, under the double attack of the church and the werewolves, several vampire clans were completely wiped out, so there are only about 8 or 9 clans that still exist. Although Rogge doesn't know which clan the blood rose pattern he just saw belongs to, one thing he can be sure of is that the vampires who imprinted the magic mark on these werewolves are not very strong. As soon as these werewolves died, the magic mark on their canine teeth began to fade gradually, which is a typical manifestation of the magic mark connected to the werewolf's vitality. Under normal circumstances, the magic mark, which does not consume much magic power, does not need to borrow the target's vitality. There is only one situation where this phenomenon occurs, that is, the spellcaster's own strength is not strong enough to imprint the magic mark for a long time, so this trick is used. Just as Daisy was about to continue to ask about vampires, Iceman, and Poker, who were in charge of security, sent a message almost at the same time. 3 unidentified targets, suspected vampires, are quickly approaching the door. 4 unidentified targets appeared at the back door, quickly approaching. The voices of Iceman and Poker sounded in the headset one after another. It should be the master of these werewolves. Rogge turned on the safety switch of the blaster rifle and said with a smile. The battle just now was too short for him to enjoy himself. Everyone hide on the spot and let them in. Daisy issued the latest order through the tactical headset. However, just as she had just given the order, Iceman, who was in charge of guarding the warehouse gate, sent another message. There is another unknown target, he is chasing the 3 vampires in front of him. Iceman reported in an uncertain tone. What's going on? Someone is chasing the vampires? After hearing Iceman's report, Rogge suddenly felt as if he had seen a similar scene somewhere. Chasing the vampires, chasing the vampires, chasing the vampires. Iceman, what does the person who is chasing the vampires look like? Rogge remembered a vampire hunter with half human and half vampire blood. Adult male, African, wearing a black trench coat and a pair of black sunglasses. His weapons are a katana, 2 semi-automatic pistols, silver darts, a wooden dagger, and, garlic counts as a weapon. Iceman asked with some uncertainty. If it weren't for the current environment, Rogge would definitely think that Iceman was joking with himself. Yes, I know who is the one chasing after the vampires. In addition, garlic can be regarded as a weapon when dealing with vampires. Rogge answered Iceman's question. Although Iceman's description is simple, he can basically confirm that the one who is now chasing the vampires is the Blade Warrior who has achieved the achievement of killing Dracula, the Vampire King. Of course, he is not sure whether the current Blade Warrior has achieved this achievement or not. After Rogge and others all hid, the vampires chased by Blade and the 4 vampires who came from the back door finally came to the warehouse. Then they saw the werewolf corpses and human corpses on the ground. Vampires are not werewolves. They don't have the abnormal sense of smell of werewolves, so they didn't notice Rogge and others hiding in the warehouse at all. Looking at the werewolf corpses on the ground, the 7 vampires were stunned for a while. However, the Blade Warrior, who was chasing after them, quickly made them regain their senses. The Blade Warrior, wearing a black trench coat, directly pulled out the 2 semi-automatic pistols on his waist and shot at these vampires. Bang 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 bang. Although it is night, the light in the warehouse is not very good, and he is wearing sunglasses, these factors do not affect Blade's shooting level. In the blink of an eye, 2 vampires were hit, and their bodies turned into a pile of black ashes like charcoal after being burned. Special bullets against vampires. Like werewolves, vampires are not afraid of ordinary firearms. If you want to kill vampires with bullets, you must use special bullets such as ultraviolet bullets or silver bullets. Although it is 1 against many, Blade used facts to prove what is called a unilateral crush. In less than a minute, there were only 2 vampires left in front of him. Just as the Blade Warrior planned to finish off the last 2 vampires in one go, Rogge raised the rifle in his hand and fired a shot at the silver katana in the blade warrior's hand. Shout! The red particle beam accurately hit the katana, forcibly interrupting the blade warrior's attack. Rogge had thought that this was just an ordinary mission, but now, he realized that this mission was much more interesting than he had imagined. Werewolves, imitators, vampires, blade. This is obviously not an ordinary capture or kill task. You can't kill these two vampires, at least until I figure out what they are doing, you can't kill them. Rogge, who still maintained the appearance of Minato, came out of hiding and said calmly. The role-playing game can be temporarily ended, and the rest will be handled by the Yandere Hokage. Blade, whose face was as black as his skin, turned to look at Rogge, and then directly pulled out a pistol in his left hand, trying to shoot the remaining two vampires. However, just as he raised the pistol and didn't even have time to aim, a red particle beam hit his left hand holding the gun. I won't say a word to you twice. When the blade warrior pulled out his gun, Rogge also pulled out the explosive pistol at his waist and shot the blade warrior first. Being stopped twice in a row, Blade's body exuded a fierce aura. Although he doesn't do much to humans, it doesn't mean that he never kills. Anyone who dares to stop him from killing vampires or colluding with vampires, he won't let any of them go. At this time, Rogge just stopped him from killing vampires, and twice. Chapter 478. The Blade Warrior looked down at the wound on his left wrist. Unlike ordinary bullet damage, the particle beam fired by the blaster is not only more damaging, but also more difficult to recover from. The high-energy particles left on the wound hindered the recovery of the wound. However, the Blade Warrior didn't take this to heart. Holding the katana in one hand, he directly attacked Rogge. At this time, the Blade Warrior was full of killing intent, as if Rogge was one of those cruel vampires. The half-human and half-vampire Blade Warrior perfectly combines the advantages of humans and vampires. He not only has the strength, speed, endurance, and longevity of vampires, but he is also not afraid of sunlight and ultraviolet rays like vampires. In fact, compared with the nickname of Blade Warrior, he prefers the title Daywalker. The Blade Warrior's attack speed is very fast, no slower than that of a real vampire. But for Rogge, his speed is still too slow. Even if he doesn't open his Byakugan and Sharingan, he can clearly capture every movement of the Blade Warrior and even make accurate predictions in advance. Clang! The Blade Warrior's silver katana, which was specially designed for vampires, just came in front of Rogge and was easily blocked by his dagger. Overconfident, Rogge said to the Blade Warrior. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the katana in the Blade Warrior's hand came towards him from another direction. Clang 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 clang. From a human point of view, the Blade Warrior is definitely a Grandmaster level martial arts master. Whether it is the strength of the attack, the angle, the speed, the skill, the experience, and the mentality, he is first class. But the problem is that the opponent he is facing now is not a vampire who is afraid of the sun and silver, but a ninja who can crush him in all aspects. The short dagger in Rogge's hand became an indestructible shield, blocking the Blade Warrior's attack one by one. No matter how the Blade Warrior attacked, the katana in his hand could not touch Rogge's skin. After more than 10 seconds of the Blade Warrior's storm-like attacks, Rogge used his dagger to block the katana's blade, then turned and cut the Blade Warrior's right hand tendons. For the Blade Warrior, who had amazing recovery ability, having the tendons in his right hand cut was not a serious injury. This kind of injury would take at most 5 seconds to completely recover. But the question was whether Rogge would give him the time to do so. The silver katana in the Blade Warrior's hand fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retreat, Rogge inserted the dagger into his chest. Rogge didn't deliberately aim at the Blade Warrior's heart. What he needed now was a place where he could temporarily place the dagger. After inserting the dagger into the Blade Warrior's chest, Rogge released his right hand that was holding the dagger, and then performed a few moves of Chinese ancient martial arts for the Blade Warrior. Receive, transform, and release. Rogge first used 3 moves that Blade had never seen before. Spread, arms, and fall. Then, he turned around and used another 3 moves that looked simple but were very powerful. Wrap, stick, and pull. Note 1. When the Blade Warrior tried to fight back, he used 3 moves that were like moving clouds and flowing water, completely resolving the Blade Warrior's counterattack. After being hit by Rogge's random combination of moves, the Blade Warrior uncontrollably retreated, his footsteps were messy, and his body was unstable. However, Rogge's combo was not over. Just as the Blade Warrior retreated again and again, he followed up like the Blade Warrior's shadow, his left wrist turned slightly, and finally attached to the Blade Warrior's chest. 3 strengths, returned to 1. Although the Blade Warrior didn't understand the meaning of Rogge's words, the moment he heard Rogge's voice, he felt a terrible force passing from Rogge's palm to his chest. Boom! The Blade Warrior, who had lost his balance, was directly blown away by Rogge's palm, knocking over several containers in succession, and finally hit the wall of the warehouse heavily. Puff! Before the Blade Warrior had time to speak, he spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and then knelt on the ground weakly. Overestimating himself. At this time, the Blade Warrior really understood what Rogge meant by overestimating himself. He couldn't resist at all. He and Rogge were not in the same world at all. For the first time, the Blade Warrior felt that he, who had half human and half vampire blood, was so weak. After hitting the Blade Warrior, Rogge turned to Daisy and others who were watching the play behind him and said, "Look at the 2 vampires, don't let them escape, and don't kill them, I have something to ask them later." After that, he walked straight towards the half-kneeling Blade Warrior. After coming to the front of the Blade Warrior, Rogge squatted down and let his line of sight be on the same level as the Blade Warrior. Then, he stretched out his right hand and removed the dagger inserted in the Blade Warrior's chest. "Now, I ask, you answer, do you understand?" The dagger stained with the Blade Warrior's blood flew up and down in Rogge's right hand as if it had a life of its own, drawing a dazzling knife after knife. The Blade Warrior didn't speak, but he showed his attitude with his actions. He nodded slightly, indicating that he had understood. "Your name?" "Eric Brooks." "Age?" 47. "Nationality?" "England." "Profession?" "Vampire hunter." Note 2. At this time, the Blade Warrior was a completely different person compared to when he first appeared. Basically, he answered whatever Rogge asked. Although Rogge knows the existence of the Blade Warrior, he knows that he is the vampire hunter who killed the vampire king Dracula. Apart from this, he doesn't know much about the Blade Warrior. Last question, did you kill Dracula? No. I've been looking for him, but I haven't really seen him yet. The Blade Warrior is no stranger to Dracula. It should be said that every vampire hunter is no stranger to Dracula. Dracula, the legendary vampire, was also recognized as the king of vampires. Killing the vampire king Dracula is not only the dream of the Blade Warrior, but also the dream of all vampire hunters. In the circle of vampire hunters, there is even such a saying. If anyone can kill Dracula, they can get all of Dracula's power, and they can live forever. After confirming that the Blade Warrior has not completed the peak of his life for the time being, Rogge stood up and left without looking back. Although the Blade Warrior's strength is not bad, it is not enough for him to recruit into Konoha. For the sake of the Blade Warrior's cooperation, he doesn't mind sparing the life of the vampire hunters so that he can continue to shine for the cause he loves. From the mouth of the Blade Warrior, Rogge learned a lot about vampires. For example, why did these vampires, who have been away from the world for many years, suddenly appear in Los Angeles and bring out their old enemy, the werewolves? After dealing with the Blade Warrior, Rogge came to the 2 remaining vampires and said slowly, "I want to know what's going on with these werewolves. If you cooperate, I can consider letting you go." After witnessing the scene of Rogge beating the Blade Warrior, the two vampires knew that they were definitely not the opponents of Rogge. How can they beat Rogge if they can't even beat the Blade Warrior? As long as their brains haven't turned into garlic, they can easily come to this conclusion. My name is... Just as one of the vampires was going to open with a self-introduction and answer the questions Rogge wanted to know, Rogge suddenly interrupted him. I'm not interested in knowing your names. Understood, I understand. Things are like this, in the beginning, a few of us. Under the pressure of death, the two vampires told the whole story, including why they appeared in Los Angeles, why they were chased by the Blade Warrior, why they came to this warehouse, and why there were so many werewolves in the warehouse. When the two vampires told everything without reservation, they looked at Rogge in front of them humbly and respectfully, trying to hear the good news they wanted to hear from Rogge's mouth. However, the facts were cruel, and they didn't hear the good news they wanted. Kill them, and then arrange for someone to come and deal with these bodies. Rogge said expressionlessly. You didn't keep your word, you promised to let us go. Promise? When did I promise you? After thinking about it, my decision is to kill you, not let you go, understand? The two vampires reacted at this time. Rogge only said that he would consider letting them go, but he didn't promise to let them go. Considering and agreeing are two completely different things. However, the two vampires didn't need to worry about these problems anymore. After Rogge finished, Konoha's special forces ended their lives with the blasters in their hands. Restore the glory of the vampires. This idea is very interesting. From the two vampires, Rogge learned that the vampires are preparing a big move recently. These vampires, who have been hiding from the world for many years, intend to establish a country on Earth that belongs to the vampires. Although this plan seems crazy, this plan has been unanimously agreed by all clans. The so-called all clans referred to the 8 clans that were still in existence. In order to achieve this plan, these vampires intend to resurrect the ancestor of vampires, the legendary third human Cain. Note 3. Rogge doesn't know whether Cain is the legendary third human, the first son of Adam and Eve. However, he is interested in this crazy idea of the vampires. If the vampires really fit the description of the legendary third human, Cain, it wouldn't be a difficult thing to understand. After all, in this world, hell and heaven are real. Chapter 479. Rogge is convinced about the existence of hell and heaven. After all, he just came back from hell not long ago, and he personally planned Cynthia's ascension to heaven. However, this does not mean that he believes in the legend of Adam and Eve, and Cain as the third human being in the world. Heaven and hell are real, but it does not mean that the legend of Adam and Eve is true. In Norse mythology, Odin and Thor are also gods, and Asgard is the so-called god's realm. But in fact, Asgard is just a relatively special existence in the universe, and Odin and Thor are just powerful aliens. To give a very simple example, if he really believes that those legends are true, he has to believe that Odin's 8-legged horse, Sleipnir, was born after Loki became a mare. Note 1. But speaking of which, this may be true. Based on Roger's understanding of Loki, the young and frivolous Loki might really do something that would make people's jaws drop just for a moment of excitement. What's more, Loki already had some bad records. After shaking his head and dispelling these goosebump-inducing associations in his mind, Rogge said to Daisy, "Go back to the headquarters directly after you've dealt with the things here. I'll take care of the rest." Okay. Although Daisy didn't know what Rogge was going to do, since he had taken the initiative to speak, Daisy could only obey his instructions. After explaining to Daisy, Rogge came to Blade, who had initially recovered from his injuries. "If you're not dead, get up. I'm now a little interested in the profession of vampire hunter. So, I need an experienced guide." Except for Blade, Rogge doesn't know other vampire hunters. In fact, until he asked Blade just now, he didn't know that vampire hunters had developed into an independent small society. For a long time, he thought that vampire hunter was just a nominal title, like a keyboard warrior or a great onmyoji. However, reality proved that wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. Even vampire hunters, which were the most unpopular of the unpopular professions, had their own little world. Like Daisy, Blade didn't know what Rogge was going to do. But under the huge gap in strength, there was no hope of victory at all. Even if Rogge's request was unreasonable, Blade Warrior could only accept this choice. As a vampire hunter with half human and half vampire blood, the Blade Warrior had his own obsession. He could not die before he killed the vampire that had to be killed. No matter what, he had to end the vampire's life with his own hands, no matter the cost. Rogge and Blade left the warehouse together and began to go to Blade's secret base. "This is your means of transportation." Glancing at the black Ducati Monster 696 parked by Blade, Rogge asked casually. "Motorcycles are better than cars when hunting vampires." The Blade Warrior gave an answer. Rogge didn't like to ride other men's motorcycles. After seeing that Blade's means of transportation was a motorcycle, he summoned his own means of transportation. Dodge Tomahawk. When he went to Hell with Ghost Rider Johnny, he drove a Dodge Tomahawk in Hell for a while. The excellent performance of Dodge Tomahawk gave him a good driving experience. More importantly, he hasn't found a motorcycle that suits his taste better than Dodge Tomahawk so far. Therefore, after leaving Hell, he bought a new Dodge Tomahawk. For Ghost Rider Johnny, Dodge Tomahawk was something he wanted to buy but couldn't afford. For Rogge, Dodge Tomahawk was no different from a one-time use prop. After all, the life of the rich was simple and boring. Dodge Tomahawk? This car can't be legally used on the road. You'd better change. Blade didn't expect Rogge to summon a Dodge Tomahawk and silently reminded him. "Do you follow the traffic rules and wait for the traffic lights when you're hunting vampires? Can't be legally used on the road?" What a joke! They were all people who wandered the world of transcendence, so who would care about such things? And even if traffic rules are violated, it has nothing to do with him. The illegal driver is Minato. What does it have to do with me, Rogge? Rogge didn't intend to change back to his original appearance. He didn't intend to give up his identity as a member of the Special Forces for the time being. Blade, who was refuted by Rogge, froze for a moment, then directly started the motorcycle and drove toward his secret base. After driving the Dodge Tomahawk and following Blade in the streets of Los Angeles for a while, Rogge finally arrived at Blade's secret base in Los Angeles. Similar to what he imagined, Blade wasn't the kind of superhero with a particularly good economic condition. This can be seen from the equipment he used and the environment of the base. Blade's secret base is located in the slums of southern Los Angeles, where a large number of bottom-level blacks and Mexicans live, and the security environment is far from comparable to the north. In fact, Los Angeles is only the northern part of Los Angeles. For example, Hollywood, Lakers, California Polytechnic State University, etc., are all in the north. As for the south, it is a complete slum. One city, two worlds. Los Angeles proved with facts that there is only a wall between heaven and hell. However, these have nothing to do with Rogge's plan. Of course, if this plan is successful, he doesn't mind buying his own small house in Beverly Hills, a high-end residential area where Hollywood stars gather. Can you hurry up? Rogge didn't enter Blade's secret base but stood at the door. How to say, the health standards of Blade's secret base didn't meet his minimum requirements, so he wasn't very willing to go in. Anyway, Blade can't run away, so he didn't bother to go in. The Blade Warrior heard Rogge's urging, but he didn't answer him. He continued to make his preparations unhurriedly. Although Rogge only asked Blade to bring him into the circle of vampire hunters, Blade, who has always been cautious, didn't immediately take him to the bar where vampire hunters gathered. Instead, he returned to his secret base to replenish ammunition. Before the vampires arrived at the warehouse, the Blade Warrior had already engaged in several battles. The 3 vampires were just bait that he deliberately let go. Most vampire hunters wouldn't dare to cast a long line to catch a big fish. But he is not an ordinary vampire hunter. When Rogge finished teaching the 3rd wave of gangsters who tried to steal the Dodge Tomahawk, Blade finally came out of his messy and poorly cleaned secret base. "You can't just go in like this, your outfit is too official." Blade pointed to Rogge's Special Forces uniform. "This is simple, it will be done soon." After that, Rogge snapped his fingers, and a white smoke instantly enveloped him. When the white smoke dissipated in the air, Rogge changed his appearance again. At this time, although he still maintained the appearance of Minato, he was no longer wearing Konoha's Special Forces uniform, but casual clothes. He used transformation jutsu to directly change his clothes, so that he completed the change in an instant. Although too fierce a fight will make transformation jutsu lose its effect, he is not going to fight now. He is just going to the bar where vampire hunters gather. Even if something happens, he doesn't think that those vampire hunters will have the strength to break the effect of his transformation jutsu. Glancing at Rogge, who had completely changed his outfit, Blade didn't say anything and directly started his Ducati Monster 696 and drove towards the bar. Bat must die. This is a small bar in the slums of Los Angeles. On the surface, this bar is no different from other shabby and old bars. It is not high-end, there are few guests, and it is also in a remote location that is not easy to find with a map. However, unlike the other old bars, Batty had to die. This bar was not a place that anyone could enter. This is a bar that only vampire hunters can enter. If you are not a vampire hunter, you are not eligible to enter at all. Only vampire hunters are served, this is the rule of this bar. But rules are meant to be broken. Blade didn't explain the rules of the bar to Rogge, and he also wanted to see what method Rogge, with his amazing fighting power, would use to solve this problem. Looking at Blade, who had been let in by the security guard, but still stayed at the door, Rogge suddenly understood. "Want to try my means?" Rogge didn't let Blade do as he wished. He used the simplest and most violent way, but also the most effective way. Boom! The security guard responsible for guarding the bar's door was kicked by him, smashing the wooden door that didn't look strong and flew into the bar. Rogge, who kicked the hotel's security guard, acted as if nothing had happened and walked straight to the bar's door. When passing by Blade, he slowed down a little. Without looking at Blade, he said directly, "Don't play tricks in front of me, you can't afford to pay the price." After entering the bar, Rogge immediately felt the enthusiasm of these vampire hunters. Except for the security guard who was kicked by him, everyone in the bar, including the bartender, raised their pistols of different models and aimed at him who had just entered the bar. These vampire hunters are really enthusiastic. Rogge swept his gaze across the unfriendly vampire hunters. He slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Golden Bind Illusion. After a snap, these vampire hunters in the bar, without exception, all became puppets that lost their ability to move. Chapter 480. There were many ways to join a new circle. Some people would choose to build a good relationship with the seniors in the circle and let the seniors in the circle recommend them to join. Some people would choose to work hard to increase their values so that they would be qualified to be invited by the circle. These two methods were not only more feasible, but also more in line with the actual situation of most people. However, in this world, there were some people who didn't act according to common sense. Rogge was a typical example. Rogge didn't choose these two mainstream methods, but chose the method that he was better at and more in line with his personality. Dimensionality reduction. He entered the circle with an irresistible force and made everyone in the circle shut up. Simply put, it was a bit like a professional NBA player joining the circle of a school's basketball team. Although this was a little unreasonable, this world was not a reasonable one to begin with. Seeing that this is the first time you raised your weapon against me, I forgive your ignorance. I'm not here to be your enemy, and you don't deserve to be my enemy. After the restriction is lifted, if anyone dares to point a weapon at me, you'll have to bear the consequences. After that, Rogge lifted the restriction effect of the Golden Bind illusion and returned the freedom of movement to these vampire hunters. After doing this, he passed by the security guards who hadn't had time to get up and went straight to the bar counter. He said to the bartender inside, "I want all the information related to vampires in the Los Angeles area. Give me a glass of single malt supreme mellow whiskey, double the amount." When telling the bartender his request, Rogge didn't forget to order himself a glass of whiskey. In this kind of old bar, it was unlikely to have expensive or limited whiskey, so he ordered the world's best-selling Irish whiskey Supreme Mellow. Even the most ordinary bar couldn't not have Supreme Mellow whiskey. The bartender, who looked like he hadn't rested for many days and had obvious dark circles under his eyes, looked at Rogge, and then poured him a glass of Supreme Mellow whiskey according to his request. "What do you want information about vampires for? You're not a vampire hunter." Although he knew that Rogge wasn't an ordinary person, the bartender still asked his question. "Did I say you can ask me questions?" Rogge's tone was very calm, but his body exuded an astonishing pressure that seemed to have materialized. Looking at Rogge, who almost had the word overbearing carved on his face, the bartender wisely shut his mouth. It didn't take long for the bartender to sort out pieces of paper of different sizes from the drawer above the bar, and then put the pile of things in front of Rogge. "The information you want is all here, the oldest one is from a few months ago." After that, the bartender went to the other side of the bar counter and began to clean the glass. Konoha's way of doing things is always this overbearing. The black-clothed blade warrior asked as he sat down beside Rogge. He was a vampire hunter, and the information he paid attention to was only related to vampires. When he returned to the secret base to replenish his ammunition, he recognized that Rogge's uniform was the uniform of Konoha's special forces. Overbearing? This is not overbearing, this is just the basic operation of Konoha. Rogge gave Blade an answer that was very in line with Konoha's style. After answering Blade, he began to look through the documents provided by the bartender. How to find the information you want from a pile of messy information is a technical work. Thanks to his previous years of detective career, Rogge quickly found the information he wanted. Combined with the information revealed by the two vampires, he roughly understood the complete plan of these vampires. According to the two vampires, with the cooperation of the 8 clans, they found the whereabouts of Cain. To be precise, it should be the first city that Cain once ruled. In the legend, Cain and the first city were destroyed by Noah's flood. However, the remaining 8 clans had discovered the whereabouts of Cain and the first city from the incomplete Book of Shifting, the vampire Holy Bible. They believed that the so-called Noah's flood, used by God to wash away the sins and decay of human beings, did not destroy the first city, nor did it eliminate Cain. The first city and Cain were merely sealed in a place where no one could ever find them. After hundreds of years of long research, they finally confirmed the location of the first city and Cain's seal. Of course, the two vampires didn't know where the sealed place was. Their status in the clan was too low, so it was impossible for them to know the exact location of the sealed land. It was said that only the 8 dukes of the 8 clans knew the specific location of the seal. Within the Blood clan, according to the level of strength, they were divided into 5 levels: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Although the Duke of the Blood clan was the highest level that vampires could reach, it was not the limit of vampires. Above the Duke, there was the existence of the King of Vampires and the Ancestor. However, the King of Vampires and the Ancestor had only appeared once, so they were excluded from the ranks of the Duke. As for the so-called Prince, it did not represent the power of the Blood clan. It was just a position, and it was not a lifelong position. In the 6 precepts of the Blood clan's secret party, there were 2 precepts: territorial power and honored guest. The position of Prince was born from these precepts. Territorial power meant that the Blood clan had the highest authority in their own territory, and other Blood clans who entered the territory had to respect this authority. In the territory, the prince was the highest ruler, and no one could go against the prince's orders. Honored guest meant that they had to respect each other's territorial power. When a blood clan entered the prince's territory, they had to meet the prince. Without the prince's permission, they could not do anything in the territory. Simply put, when a blood clan entered the prince's territory, they had to accept the prince's rule until they left the territory. The title of duke represented strength, and the prince represented status. For example, in Los Angeles, there was a blood clan prince who ruled Los Angeles. Although the prince was the highest ruler in the territory, there were times when the territorial power in the secret party's 6 precepts was not useful. For example, when the duke of a clan came to the territory. No matter when, those with great power would always have some small privileges. This phenomenon was not only in the blood clan, but also in the human world. After browsing through all the information provided by the bartender, Rogge put the pile of documents aside and said to Blade, "Are you interested in hunting the blood clan prince in Los Angeles together?" In a building in Los Angeles. More than 20 werewolves, more than 40 blood slaves. Is this how you guard them? Do you know that the Grand Duke will be here in a few days? A man with red eyes, wearing an expensive suit, roared at the man in front of him. This man was none other than the blood clan prince of Los Angeles, Jacob Luthor. Jacob Luthor was born in the Brook clan, a blood clan count, and the current blood clan prince of Los Angeles. The young man standing in front of him was his descendant, Jamie Luthor. If Jamie was not his only descendant, Jacob would have killed him. "Father, it's all because of the vampire hunter called Blade Warrior. He killed Brooke and the others. Someone saw him chasing after Brooke." Jamie Luthor explained silently. "I don't want to know which vampire hunter did it. I just want to know how you are going to deal with this matter. The Grand Duke will be here soon, but all the sacrifices are dead. How do you want me to explain this to the Grand Duke?" The Grand Duke that Jacob was talking about was the only blood clan duke of the Brook clan, William von Behring. The Brook clan was the most suitable clan for fighting among the blood clan, and William von Behring was one of the best. It could even be said that as long as the blood clan was not completely wiped out, William von Behring's name would definitely leave a deep mark in the history of the blood clan. "Forget it, you can leave." In the end, Jacob suppressed the anger in his heart and waved his hand weakly, allowing Jamie to leave his office. After Jamie left, Jacob went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office and looked at the night view of Los Angeles. Jacob had spent a few months to finally capture those 20 werewolves as sacrifices. He had even sacrificed a few of his personal guards for these werewolves, and had almost started an all-out war with them. Blood clan Duke William was going to arrive in Los Angeles in a few days, and at this critical moment, Jamie, who was in charge of guarding the werewolves and blood slaves, had actually killed them all. After all, there were still many homeless people in Los Angeles, and he could just capture some of them and turn them into blood slaves. But the problem was the werewolves. Vampire Duke William had given him a death order to capture at least 20 werewolves no matter what. Although there were still many werewolves in Los Angeles, he could not capture at least 20 werewolves in just a few days. The reason was simple. His previous capture operation had made the werewolves, who liked to form groups, even more united. Now, if he wanted to capture the werewolves, he had to start an all-out war with them. If it was in other cities, Jacob might have really risked an all-out war to capture the werewolves by force. But in Los Angeles, or rather, in the current Los Angeles, he did not dare to do so. His informant in the police had sent him a piece of bad news that he did not want to see at all. Konoha's Intelligence Bureau. The werewolf and vampire incident in Los Angeles had been reported to Konoha's Intelligence Bureau. Chapter 481. All the people and organizations in the Dark World were more or less worried about being targeted by Konoha. Although Konoha generally didn't take action against these organizations in the Dark World, as long as they were targeted by Konoha, nothing good would happen. Konoha's tyranny was not only deeply rooted in the hearts of ordinary people, but also in the dark world. Since the establishment of Konoha, it was unknown how many organizations that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth had been uprooted by Konoha and became a string of names in Konoha's merit book. If it wasn't to complete the task of Duke William, Jacob wouldn't violate the commandment of seclusion and take his own guards everywhere to capture those damn werewolves. Although Jacob didn't know why Grand Duke William wanted him to capture those werewolves, since it was a task personally issued by Grand Duke William, he could only bite the bullet and do it. Just as Jacob was thinking about how to catch up with the werewolves and blood slaves before Grand Duke William arrived, in the Bat Must Die bar, the Blade Warrior looked at Rogge as if looking at a madman. The Vampire Prince of Los Angeles was Jacob Luthor. This was known by all the vampire hunters in Los Angeles. However, no one had ever dared to have any ideas about Jacob. Jacob was the Vampire Prince of Los Angeles, which meant that he could control all the vampires in Los Angeles. In addition, Jacob's own strength was not weak. Among the vampires, although the Earl was not a high or low rank. But for those who were not vampires, a vampire Earl was equivalent to strength. Not to mention those ordinary vampire hunters, even the Blade Warrior, who was half human and half vampire, dared not say that he would be Jacob's opponent. Have you ever fought a vampire before? The Blade Warrior didn't directly refuse Rogge, but instead asked Rogge. No. Then do you know that Jacob is a vampire Earl? Do you know what kind of strength he has? The Blade Warrior's face sank and continued to ask. I don't know. Rogge's answer was still brief. Then why do you think you can hunt Jacob? The Blade Warrior asked the last question. Obviously, he did not think that Rogge had the strength to kill Jacob. Although he had been defeated by Rogge not long ago, he still did not think that Rogge had the strength to kill Jacob. Jacob was not one of those noob vampires in the warehouse who were only slightly stronger than normal humans. He was a true vampire warrior, a vampire count from the Brook clan. It's very simple, just because I'm Aro, just because I'm Minato. Rogge almost exposed his identity, but he came back to his senses in time and reported his current identity. Minato. After hearing Rogge's name, Blade showed a puzzled look. There are many powerful superheroes in Konoha, such as Abomination, Red Tank, Shockwave Girl, Quicksilver, Venom, and so on. However, Blade had never heard of a person named Namikaze Minato in Konoha. If your team is with you, you might still have a chance to kill Jacob. You alone? That's impossible. Blade said in an incomparably firm tone. He had personally experienced Rogge's fighting strength, and had also seen Rogge's summoning jutsu and golden bind genjutsu. But these were still not enough to convince him. From his point of view, Rogge was nothing more than a person with top-notch combat skills who had mastered some mysterious magic. For ordinary people, this was already considered the strength of a superhero. But to deal with the vampire Count Jacob, it was far from enough. As long as it was a vampire from the Brook clan, they basically had a good level of close combat. As for magic, there was no vampire above the Count level that couldn't do it. I can now confirm a fact, that is, people who wear sunglasses in the middle of the night have bad eyesight. Rogge pointed to the sunglasses worn by Blade and said in a sarcastic tone. I'm not the opponent of a vampire Count, are you kidding me? This is an insult to me. Earth, Hell, Asgard, Warnerheim, Jotunheim, Land of Nothingness, Xandar, Sokka, Hala, Symbiote Mother Planet. Wherever he went, there was no place where he didn't leave his name. But now, in an old tavern in Los Angeles, he was publicly doubted by the Blade Warrior. I thought you would be better than those vampire hunters, but I didn't expect you to be as ignorant as them. But it doesn't matter, I don't blame you. After that, Rogge drank the glass of Zunmei mellow whiskey in one gulp. Dare to make a bet with me, this is a commission scroll, as long as you commission me to kill Jacob, I can bring his head to you within an hour. At this time, Rogge was like a demon from hell, tempting Blade. What's the bet? Although Blade felt that something was wrong, he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. It's very simple, if I lose, you can make any conditions, even if you want Konoha to help you kill vampires. But, if you lose, you have to go back to Konoha with me and cooperate with my scientists to do a little experiment. Don't worry, it won't be an inhumane experiment, at most, I'll help you do a physical examination and draw blood. Rogge said the content of the bet. After he finished the bet, Blade didn't answer him, but the other vampire hunters in the bar showed a vigilant look. Konoha. This overbearing guy is actually from Konoha. When Blade asked Rogge if Konoha had always been so overbearing, he deliberately lowered his voice, so no one heard their conversation except for the two of them. But now, Rogge deliberately said the bet loudly so that the vampire hunters around him could hear the content of the bet. He did this, of course, not because he was bored, but because he had his own purpose. With the exception of the Blade Warrior, the vampire hunters in the bar were all trash. Rogge didn't look down on their work, but simply looked down on their strength. But Blade was different, he belonged to the kind of existence with a little potential. More importantly, Konoha lacked talents like Blade. Yes, Blade was a talent. His strength, when compared to Konoha, was not outstanding. However, due to his special bloodline, he was destined to be a rare talent. Half human, half vampire, this kind of mixed bloodline sounded simple, but it was not easy to achieve at all. Perfectly combining the advantages of two bloodlines was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Chapter 482. If Rogge can study how the different bloodlines complement each other perfectly, then he can try the experiment that he wanted to do for a long time but never had the chance to do it. Commission. He didn't know why, but after seeing Rogge's commission scroll, Blade suddenly felt that this Konoha's special force member, who claimed to be Minato, gave him the feeling of meeting Konoha's fourth Hokage. It is said that the fourth Hokage had obsessive-compulsive disorder when he was a private investigator. Is this a special tradition of Konoha's intelligence agency? Blade opened the blank commission scroll and carefully checked it, and this thought came to his mind involuntarily. Don't worry, I have a good reputation in the industry. By the way, I'll tell you one thing, my commission completion rate is 100%. As long as you sign the scroll, you can see Jacob's head in front of you within an hour. How about it? Simple enough. Rogge knew that Blade wouldn't believe him so easily, but he wasn't worried about the final result. Is the bet the reward? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Blade asked again. No. The bet is the bet, and the reward is the reward, they are two different things. Although the bet could also be the reward, Rogge didn't intend to do so. The bet was just to make Blade willing to follow him back to Konoha to do the experiment. If the bet was the reward, it would make the commission incomplete for a long time, leading him to be unable to accept other commissions before the experiment was completed. What's the reward? After hearing Rogge's answer, Blade's face showed a look of vigilance. It's very simple, just help me pay for that glass of wine. Rogge said, a reward that was completely beyond Blade's imagination. You're not kidding me, are you? I, Minato, never joke about commissions. Looking at the serious expression on Roger's face, Blade finally decided to sign the commission reward. Mission details: bring the head of vampire Count Jacob Luther to the Blade Warrior. Mission status: incomplete. Mission reward: 30 ninja coins. As Rogge expected, Blade's commission successfully passed the system's judgment, and the system gave a commission reward that was not high. I'll accept your request. After receiving the commission scroll from Blade's hand, Rogge glanced at the reward written on it. $20. An ordinary glass of Zunmei mellow whiskey couldn't be that expensive. Strictly speaking, the reward given by Blade was already a premium. You can exchange your experience with your peers here, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge's body shone with a brilliant aurora-like light, and then he completely disappeared. At this time, Jacob couldn't have imagined that someone would pay $20 for his life. Moreover, the assassin was a ninja's killer. As the vampire prince of Los 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 he has a lot of properties in Los Los. This unknown building is one of them. Whenever late at night, Jacob likes to hold a cup of fresh drink that has just been taken out of the girl's body, with some residual warmth, and stand alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, admiring the night view of Los Angeles that he never gets tired of. But tonight, Jacob obviously didn't have such leisure time. He still stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance. However, he wasn't thinking about the glory of the vampire race or his own life experiences. Instead, he was thinking about how to capture at least 20 active werewolves before the vampire Duke, Grand Duke William, arrived. Jacob would never have thought that there would be a time when he would miss these old enemies so much. If he could, he even hoped that the number of werewolves in Los Angeles could increase several times. It would be best if they were young werewolves who liked to be independent and extremely rejected group behavior. But he knew that this kind of thing could only be imagined in his mind. Although werewolves are crazier than vampires, they are not crazy to the point of being irrational. Just after Jacob sighed for who knows how many times tonight, a brilliant aurora-like light lit up 4 or 5 meters behind him. Then, Rogge, who still maintained the appearance of Minato, appeared in the office. Almost at the moment when the light of quantum transmission lit up, Jacob sensed the arrival of Rogge. "Who are you?" Jacob exuded a fierce aura, and asked in a cold voice. "Konoha, Minato." Jacob couldn't know who Minato was, so Rogge deliberately added the prefix of Konoha. Konoha. If there was anyone Jacob didn't want to see right now, it was definitely Konoha's people, even 2 places higher than Duke William. As for the second place, of course, it was his unaccomplished descendant, James, who would only cause him trouble. We vampires have never had disputes with Konoha, and we don't intend to be enemies with Konoha. With Jacob's identity, vaguely expressing concessions was the limit of what he could do. "I didn't come here for business." While answering Jacob, Rogge used chakra to perceive Jacob's situation. Worthy of being a vampire count, his life force was very high. His energy intensity was also not weak, and he should be proficient in a lot of vampire magic. By perceiving Jacob's life force and energy intensity, Rogge roughly judged his strength. "What do you mean?" Jacob suddenly had a bad intuition. "Someone is willing to pay for your head." "He's very willing to pay." Note 1. Rogge said casually, as if the person standing in front of him wasn't a vampire count, but a slave who couldn't resist at all. "Ha ha ha. Pay for my head, I want to know if you are qualified to take the money. Tell me, let me see how much my head is worth." Jacob made a disdainful laugh, drank the bright red liquid in the glass, and then gently put the empty glass on the desk. $20. What? Your head is only worth $20. Rogge said the Blade Warrior's reward. Then, he saw Jacob's pale face turn red like a drunkard's. "You are Namikaze Minato, right? Very good, you have successfully angered a vampire count. I can assure you that I will not kill you. I will turn you into the lowest blood slave, so that your soul will never rest in peace." Jacob suppressed his anger, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Is that so? If you can do it, I won't mind." Rogge did not take Jacob's threat to heart. A vampire count's threat was not a threat at all. Just as Roger finished speaking, Jacob appeared in front of him like a ghost. Jacob's right hand, which was as white as a corpse's, turned into a sharp claw and grabbed at Roger's heart. Shadow Claw. In the face of Jacob's ferocious attack, Roger did not dodge. It was as if he could not react in time. However, just as Jacob's claw was about to touch Rogge, an orange flame appeared out of thin air in front of Rogge, helping him block Jacob's attack. "What is this?" The moment the orange-red flame appeared, Jacob realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. The orange flame, which looked no different from ordinary flames, instantly swallowed his right hand. Although Jacob immediately urged the blood power in his body to protect his right hand, it did not change the fact that his right hand was quickly burned to ashes. Hellfire. As a member of the blood race, Jacob was no stranger to hellfire. Although the blood clan had a recovery ability that was far superior to that of ordinary people, this kind of extraordinary recovery ability was not always effective. For example, when facing hellfire. With his right hand burned to ashes, Jacob did not hesitate, and immediately retreated, trying to open the distance between him and Rogge. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. As soon as Jacob thought of retreating, Rogge's right hand grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Bat incarnation. The blood power in Jacob's body surged again, and he cast one of the signature spells of the blood clan. Just as Jacob's body began to transform into numerous black bats, a ball of hellfire emerged from Rogge's right hand, completely enveloping Jacob's body. The black bats did not have time to take off, and they were burned to nothingness by the hellfire. You want to leave so soon? That's not good. Bat incarnation was not a spell used to attack, but it was a spell used to avoid damage or escape. Depending on the strength of the user, the number of bats they could transform into was also different. If a vampire duke was proficient in magic, it would not be difficult for him to transform into thousands of bats at once. Who the hell are you? When Rogge's hellfire forcefully destroyed his bat incarnation, Jacob knew that he was most likely going to be in trouble tonight. I just said, my name is Namikaze Minato. Someone offered $20 for your head, so I came here. After answering Jacob's last question, Rogge did not continue to waste time on Jacob, and burned his body from the neck down to ashes. The amazing vitality of the blood clan was once again reflected at this time. Even if only his head was left, Jacob still did not die immediately. If he could return to the clan's blood pool in time, he could recover with only his head left. Unfortunately, he would not have such an opportunity. Holding Jacob's head, Rogge once again used quantum transmission, and then completely disappeared. Chapter 483. Although hellfire doesn't have any holy attributes, it's no worse than the holy fire of heaven when used to deal with dark creatures such as vampires and werewolves. The only difference is that holy fire can purify the enemy's soul, while hellfire completely annihilates the enemy's soul. Creatures killed by hellfire won't even be qualified to go to hell. With Jacob's head, Rogge teleported back to the Bat Must Die bar. The head you want, I brought it back. From Rogge's disappearance to his reappearance, it was less than 5 minutes. At this time, Blade hadn't even finished his first glass of whiskey. This is Jacob. Watching Rogge put Jacob's head on the bar without changing his expression, Blade showed an unbelievable look. As if to further confirm that he was not mistaken, Blade took off the black sunglasses that he would never take off even in battle. It's really Jacob. Jacob Luthor, the vampire prince of Los Angeles and the vampire count of the Brook clan, was placed on the bar. Blade, who took off his sunglasses, looked at Jacob's head repeatedly for a few minutes, and finally took Jacob's head and placed it in front of him. It turned out to be you, a lowly mixed blood. Lowly mixed blood really can't come up to the table, even revenge is just a pretense. Although Jacob didn't have most of his body, the vitality of the vampire was perfectly displayed at this time, so that he still kept his mind. Revenge? After hearing Jacob's words, Rogge turned his head and glanced at Blade. It turned out that they were defeated before, and judging from Jacob's performance at this time, Blade suffered a lot. I just want to end your life with my own hands. It doesn't matter to me whether I defeated you or not. The Blade Warrior put on the pair of black sunglasses that never left his body and said with a cold face. I have paid for that drink for you. When the matter here is over, I will go to Konoha with you. After that, the Blade Warrior casually took a rag from the bar and spread it out in a square. The original color of the rag could no longer be seen. Then, he picked up Jacob's head and put it in the center of the rag. After completely wrapping up Jacob's head, the Blade Warrior took out a phone with an unknown number of buttons and put it in front of Roger. "Call the number on it and you can find me." After leaving the phone, the Blade Warrior picked up Jacob's head and left the bar without looking back. After Blade left, Rogge opened the system and took a look. Ninja coins not consumed, 940. The commission was completed smoothly, and the system also sent the reward for the first time. Although the reward for this commission is only 30 ninja coins, Rogge has no dissatisfaction. The difficulty of this commission is infinitely close to zero. It can even be said that the 30 ninja coins are free. Strictly speaking, it can't be said that it's free. After all, he still had to bear the upcoming risks, such as the revenge of the blood breeds. "Father, can I come in?" Jamie Luther, who was driven out of the office by Jacob, was like a guard at this time, holding a silver tray. In the glass on the tray, there was the blood of Jacob's favorite 16-year-old girl. After being scolded by Jacob, the more Jamie thought about it, the more he felt like he had to do something. So, he returned to his office and racked his brain to come up with a perfect plan. Of course, this perfect plan is just Jamie Luther's own idea. Although he is the only descendant of Jacob and has the strength of a vampire viscount. But ever since he was born, he had never experienced a proper battle, let alone a battle with his nemesis, the werewolves. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how perfect his perfect plan to capture the werewolves would be. "Father, I can make up the number of werewolves before Grand Duke William arrives. Can I come in and explain it to you in detail?" Jamie Luther, who didn't get a response for a long time, asked again and said his purpose. Under normal circumstances, no matter how angry Jacob was, he would let Jamie enter the office. However, after waiting patiently for a few minutes, Jamie still didn't hear Jacob's reply. If he had a little bit of experience, he would have realized that something was wrong. But this noble vampire viscount didn't react at all. He still stood at the door like a fool, waiting for Jacob's agreement. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills Hotel, 5-star suite. After the Blade Warrior left Bat Must Die, Rogge also left. Bat Must Die was an old bar that didn't suit his taste. So, he came to the famous Beverly Hills Hotel and booked a 5-star suite here for a week. Beverly Hills Hotel is a famous 5-star diamond-free hotel in Los Angeles. Since it opened in 1912, it has been popular with celebrities. Business tycoons, movie stars, royal family members, leaders of various countries, and so on, have frequently visited here. Beverly Hills Hotel is located in the most famous city in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, covering an area of about 12 acres. Not far from the hotel is the famous Wilshire Boulevard. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rogge didn't use his real identity to check in. Instead, he used a legal fake identity specially registered by Konoha to check in. Although the Blade Warrior's commission was completed, he didn't plan to leave Los Angeles immediately. He didn't have any conflicts with the vampires, and the vampires had always been well behaved and abided by the commandment of seclusion. However, after knowing about Kane, the first city, and the reappearance of the glory of the vampires, he wouldn't easily leave here. It didn't matter whether the vampires provoked Konoha or not. What was important was that he was interested in the vampires. According to the two unlucky vampires, in order to restore the glory of the vampires, the 8 dukes of the 8 major clans used the legendary 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires. Whether the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires were used to unlock the seal of Kane and the first city, Rogge wasn't sure yet. Although the two vampires swore that what they said was true, considering their status in the clans, Rogge felt that the authenticity of the news had yet to be confirmed. The news could be fake, but one thing was true. That was, the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires were real. As a ninja with some strength, Rogge and the father of the gods, Odin, had the same hobby. They took treasures from the enemy and put them in their own collection room. The box of ice, the eternal fire, the tesseract, and so on in the treasury of the Asgard palace were all obtained in this way. Putting aside whether or not they could be used, just the fact that these treasures were placed there was enough to make people happy. Collector Tanya Divan was a typical example of this. And this hobby had nothing to do with the level of strength. Even ordinary people would have a similar collecting hobby. The only difference was that the items they collected were different. For example, some people like to hoard figurines, some like to hoard Lego, and some like to hoard money. While thinking about how to make the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires his own collection, Rogge took out the phone left by the Blade Warrior and took out the SIM card inside. Then, he threw this outdated phone into the trash can and inserted the phone card into the latest fruit phone. After doing this, he summoned a shadow clone and gave the special bullets he bought from Bat Must Die to the shadow clone. Since he was going to deal with the vampires, it was reasonable to prepare some weapons to deal with the vampires. When the shadow clone returned to Konoha with the silver bullets and ultraviolet bullets, Rogge picked up the phone in the room and called for room service. The Beverly Hills Hotel was famous for its luxurious rooms and exemplary hotel service. Rogge, who hadn't eaten for a night, certainly wouldn't let himself go to bed hungry. The next morning, Rogge, who had changed into casual clothes, drove a Chevrolet SUV out of the hotel. This Chevrolet SUV wasn't a psychic one. He had rented it from the hotel. As for why he didn't drive his own sports car, the reason was simple. The place he was going to next was not suitable for a sports car. Last night, outside the secret base of the Blade Warrior, in less than 10 minutes, he met 3 waves of gangsters who tried to steal his Dodge Tomahawk. In order to avoid this kind of thing, he chose a more ordinary SUV. I don't believe that you won't even let go of a car worth tens of thousands of dollars. From the prosperous Beverly Hills Hotel all the way to the gate of the Blade Warrior's secret base, Rogge once again saw the special scene of 2 worlds in one city of Los Angeles. I'm at your door, come out. Rogge didn't tell the Blade Warrior what he was going to do next. With the character of the Blade Warrior, even if he just asked him for lunch, he would bring all his weapons and equipment. A few minutes later, Rogge saw the Blade Warrior, who was obviously not as energetic as last night. Aren't you not afraid of the sun? How can this happen? Rogge asked curiously. Not afraid doesn't mean I like it. The Blade Warrior with sunglasses answered with a blank expression. You don't like the sun, then the vampire must dislike it even more. After that, Rogge started the car and left the slum where the security environment was only a little better than Hell's Kitchen. The Blade Warrior didn't ask where Rogge was going to take him. Anyway, it didn't matter where they went. However, the Blade Warrior would never have thought that the place Rogge was going to take him to was the vampire's castle. Chapter 484. Rogge is now going to a castle in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Strictly speaking, the castle is not located in the suburbs of Los Angeles. After all, when the castle was built, not to mention Los Angeles, even the United States of America had not been established. The United States is indeed the most powerful country in the world at present, but its history is not very long. In 1776, the Declaration of Independence was issued and the United States was officially established. The castle Rogge is now going to was built at the end of the 15th century. Last night, when he was tutoring on the knowledge of vampires, Rogge found a very meaningful place. Although the main country where vampires are currently active is the United States, vampires, like the current American people, are not indigenous to the North American continent. Since the 15th century, European people have migrated to the North American continent. Among them, there are vampires and werewolves, the native products of the European continent. With the development of time, the vampires in Europe declined and the vampires in North America rose, just like the European and North American continents. Now, the North American continent, which was once just a place of immigration, has become the headquarters of the vampires. What do you think of the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires? On the way to the castle, Rogge suddenly asked the blade next to him. The 13 sacred artifacts are the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans. After some clans perished, the sacred weapons that belonged to those clans also disappeared. Some vampires have tried to find these lost artifacts before, but so far, no one has heard of any artifacts being recovered. The blade is a professional vampire hunter, and his understanding of vampires is far beyond Rogge. If someone took away all the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampires, how do you think the vampires will react? Rogge continued to ask. Take away the 13 sacred artifacts. The blade froze for a moment and looked at Rogge doubtfully. If it wasn't Rogge who asked this question now, he would definitely think that the person who asked this question was a madman. It's impossible for this to happen. The 13 sacred artifacts are kept by different clans, and no one can defeat all the clans. Moreover, the holy weapons of some of the clans have been lost. Even those vampires don't know where they are. After a pause of 10 seconds, the Blade Warrior continued, I advise you to give up the idea of collecting the 13 sacred weapons. Konoha is indeed very powerful, but if the vampires go completely crazy, they will not be less harmful than those aliens. Blade also hoped that vampires could completely disappear from this world, but he knew that this was only a delusion. Ever since the first vampire, Cain, appeared, no matter how people dealt with these vampires, they were like malignant tumors that clung to the human world. No matter how they were killed, there was no end to them. Even the church that worshipped the Heavenly Father could not do this. Where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't try, how do you know you can't do it? Rogge replied with a smile and ended the topic. For the rest of the time, Rogge and Blade did not speak. Even when they took a break for lunch, they ate separately, as if they were two strangers who did not know each other at all. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Rogge and the Blade Warrior finally arrived at the castle surrounded by walls. Every 10 meters or so, there were warning signs that read Private Property, No Entry. This castle with 400 or 500 years of history is sitting alone on the grassland. At the gate of the castle, some modern vehicles are parked. From the outside, there is nothing wrong with this castle, it is similar to those castles that have become tourist attractions. But as long as you perceive it carefully, you will find that this castle is always exuding a cold aura like a haunted house. Even if it is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun is at its strongest, the castle still gives people a deep chill. Don't tell me you are going to attack this castle next. The Blade Warrior turned his head and asked Rogge. You already have the answer in your heart, why ask me? After that, Rogge opened the door and went to the trunk. Although this car was rented from the hotel, the things in the trunk were not rented. When Rogge opened the trunk, a small arsenal appeared in front of him. Daggers, katanas, grenades, pistols, rifles, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, Gatling guns. In the trunk, there are enough weapons to equip a US Army combat squad. Most of these weapons were taken directly from Konoha's armory last night by the Shadow Clone. Only the daggers, katanas, grenades, and bullets were processed overnight. The daggers and katanas are silver, and the bullets and grenades are also specially modified ultraviolet versions. Take whatever you like. After seeing Blade's arrival, Rogge said casually. He has just perceived that there is no powerful existence in the castle, only some low-level goods. It seems that you really want to go against the vampires. Blade didn't know why Rogge suddenly had the idea of killing vampires, but he knew that after today, Minato's name will definitely become the most important one on the vampires' hit list. The vampire hunters in Los Angeles have known about the existence of this castle for a long time, but this castle has always stood here. The reason is simple, there are too many vampires in the castle. For these vampire hunters, this castle is a forbidden place, and once they step into it, they will completely lose their lives. When Blade first came to Los Angeles, he had the idea of attacking this castle. However, that operation had left him with an extremely painful lesson. Other than him, none of the vampire hunters who worked with him survived. Among them, there are several people who are important to him. This was what Jacob had been talking about when he said he wanted revenge. It is the duty of Konoha's intelligence bureau to protect the lives of citizens. Rogge gave Blade an extremely official answer. You want to go in with me, or stay here and cheer for me, you decide. After hanging all the weapons he needed on his body, Rogge picked up the Gatling gun that only a true warrior can use with one hand. The Gatling gun in his right hand, and the rocket launcher in his left hand. On his back was a silver katana, and an M4A1 assault rifle loaded with an M203 grenade launcher. On his tactical vest were UV grenades and onion grenades, as well as an M17 pistol and a silver dagger. On his belt, there were 2 HK-USP pistols. After coming to the entrance of the gate, Rogge jumped over the 4-meter-high gate. After watching Rogge walk in without hiding, Blade hesitated for a few seconds, then followed Rogge in. Although there was no one around, Rogge knew that the vampires in the castle already knew of his arrival. But because it was daytime, they couldn't openly stop him. Although not all vampires were afraid of the sun, it was obvious that these low-level vampires in the castle had not reached the point where they could ignore the sun. After coming to a place only 30 meters away from the castle gate, Rogge aimed the rocket launcher in his left hand at the castle gate and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A huge explosion instantly resounded through the castle, and the solid wooden gate that was several times older than him shattered. After blasting open the castle gate with a rocket, Rogge did not hesitate and immediately used the body flicker technique. When he pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher, he sensed the eyes that were aimed at him. Although vampires are a very traditional race, it doesn't mean that they don't use human weapons. In the study of lethal weapons, human talent is much better than vampires. Rogge, who used the body flicker technique, instantly disappeared in front of these vampires. The next second, his figure appeared in the hall of the castle. The range is the truth, the caliber is justice. Gatling gun, fearless. Rogge, who entered the hall of the castle, showed a crazy smile, and pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun like a devil. Chapter 485. Da-da-da-da-da. The intense gunshots continued to sound like buzzing bees. In the silent castle hall, a symphony symbolizing death was played. Although Rogge has always joked that Arhut's fists were Gatling gun techniques, he had never used the famous Gatling gun before. Today, he finally felt the unique killing charm of the Gatling gun. After he teleported into the hall of the castle, the vampires in the castle swarmed towards him like a swarm of locusts. However, these vampires that showed their fangs like ghosts were as fragile as a piece of white paper in front of the Gatling gun that used ultraviolet bullets. The 6 barrels rotated at an amazing speed, and the place where the muzzle pointed was like opening the door of death. Looking at the vampires that were hit by the ultraviolet bullets turned into ashes, Rogge had a deeper understanding of the word mowing. At this time, although he was surrounded by vampires, he was not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, an untimely joke appeared in his mind. Since the invention of the machine gun, the nomad's racial specialty changed from riding and shooting to being able to sing and dance. Under the frenzied fire of the Gatling gun, it didn't take long for him to wipe out the most numerous and weakest small fry vampires in the castle. After emptying all the bullets of the Gatling gun, Rogge put aside the hot barrel of the Gatling gun and picked up the M4A1 assault rifle on his back. After loading the M4A1 and loading a grenade into the grenade launcher, he ignored the blade warrior who had just arrived in the hall and walked directly into the castle. The vampires in the hall could only be regarded as an appetizer, the real main course had not yet been served. He didn't know if the vampires had the habit of closing the door, or if it was because of his arrival that all the doors of the castle were closed. He was soon blocked by a door in the side hall. A solid wooden door with a long history. At this time, Rogge did not have the idea of protecting the antique and directly launched the grenade. Boom! The solid wooden door shattered, and large and small pieces scattered on the ground. Unlike the main hall, there weren't many vampires in the side hall. Moreover, unlike the vampires in the hall that only pounced on him like wild beasts, the vampires in the side hall were obviously much more advanced. They wore the same dark red uniform and held various cold weapons that looked like antiques in their hands. If it was any other time, Rogge wouldn't mind playing with these swordsman-like vampires. But now, he had no such intention. Although he was carrying a silver katana on his back, he wasn't going to use it to deal with these vampires who looked like guards. Thus, he made a move that suited his current image. Aim, fire, all in one go. Although he hadn't undergone professional shooting training, it didn't mean that his shooting skills were bad. On the contrary, his shooting skills could even be considered quite good. He could even play with shurikens, a throwing weapon, to the point of perfection. Of course, a mere firearm would not be a problem for him. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! At this time, Rogge did not use burst fire. Instead, he switched the safety on the rifle to triple burst mode. Note 1. Using hot weapons to bully cold weapons was not a very fair thing in the first place. Especially now, the people with hot weapons were far stronger than the people with cold weapons. The result was obvious: hot weapons were superior to cold weapons. Although these vampires wanted to rely on the high agility of the Blood Clan to quickly approach Rogge, they were killed by Rogge, who used Mozambique shooting technique before they could get close. The Mozambique shooting technique was a shooting technique that he had learned from movies. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be regarded as learning. He just opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and watched it for a while. Mozambique shooting technique, simply put, was to shoot the target's body twice, and then shoot the target's head once. The principle of this shooting technique was very simple, that is, the body was hit the largest area, and it was the easiest to hit. Shooting at the body first can effectively reduce the target's mobility, and then shoot the head to completely kill the target. In game terms, it was a hard hit first, and then a critical hit. After easily killing the 7 vampire guards with Mozambique shooting technique, Rogge took out the unfinished magazine and replaced it with a full magazine. He knew that the bullets in the magazine were not finished, but he couldn't change the habit of reloading cancer in the game. Since he couldn't change it, then he wouldn't change it. There were many players who had reloading cancer like him. People like them, as long as there was a little gap, they would unconsciously reload. Although this would lead to an accident of being killed by the enemy when reloading, a full magazine could provide them with a sense of security and satisfaction. However, other people's reloading cancer only appeared in the game. There were not many people who brought this habit to the real world except him. After reloading, he did not stop and continued to walk inside the castle. Bang 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 bang! Boom! Boom! Intermittent gunshots and explosions sounded in the castle. Rogge was like a special forces member who was clearing out terrorists, one room after another. Although his speed was not fast, his clearing efficiency was not low at all. Up until now, none of the vampires that had appeared in his line of sight had been able to leave his sight alive. Click click click! Because of the wasteful behavior of reloading cancer, Rogge quickly used up all the rifle magazines on him. After throwing away the M4A1 that was out of bullets, he also threw away the remaining grenades. Then, he pulled out the 2 HK-USP pistols on his belt. Although the firepower of pistols was not as good as rifles, it was more than enough to deal with these low-level vampires. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang! As he continued to go deeper into the castle, the vampires he encountered became more and more powerful. The vampires in the hall, as long as they were hit by the ultraviolet bullets, their entire body would turn into ashes. When he reached the side hall, the ultraviolet bullets could only turn the body parts of the vampire guards into ashes. Now, the power of the ultraviolet bullets was almost the same as the effect of ordinary bullets on humans. If he continued to develop at this pace, it would not be long before he encountered vampires who were not afraid of the ultraviolet bullets at all. Is there no one among you who knows magic? You are vampires, born with long lives, is there no one who is aggressive? While killing these vampires with pistols, Rogge calmly said to the vampires who were besieging him. Although there were many vampires present, none of them answered his question. The only thing these vampires could do was to attack him with the weapons in their hands, or aim and shoot at him. Yes, shoot. When he came to the second floor of the castle, he finally encountered vampires who knew how to use firearms. Unlike him who used ultraviolet bullets, these vampires used silver bullets. It could be seen from the bullets that these firearms were not prepared for him, but specially prepared for the werewolves. However, these vampires could not be blamed. They would never have thought that the one who attacked their castle was not the werewolves they imagined, but a human who was equivalent to food in their eyes. Relying on more powerful firepower, these vampires temporarily stopped Rogge's advance. Sigh, why bother? Rogge, who was leaning against the wall, sighed helplessly, and then used a ninjutsu that he had not used for a long time. Raiden, Thunder Coat Armor. Thunder Coat Armor was a Raiden defensive ninjutsu that he developed after studying Electric Man Max in detail. The principle of defense was very simple. It was to use a powerful electric net that could decompose metal to defend against attacks from all sides. Of course, in the process of defense, it also involved the use of some electromagnetic force. After using Thunder Coat Armor, Rogge directly came in front of these vampires and aimed the pistol at them. These vampires certainly would not be stupid to let Rogge attack them. Almost at the moment when Rogge came out, they pulled the trigger. The silver bullets used to deal with the werewolves flew in front of Rogge without any suspense, causing a circle of ripples in front of him. Under the gaze of those vampires, these silver bullets were quickly decomposed by the transparent layer of Thunder Coat, and then completely dissipated. While using Thunder Coat Armor for defense, Rogge was not idle, and sent the ultraviolet bullets from the pistol into the forehead of these vampires. After killing all the vampires on the second floor, he took the remaining ultraviolet grenades and onion grenades, as well as the silver katana and silver dagger to the third floor. This castle only had 3 floors, and this was his last stop. After dealing with the vampires here, he could return to Los Angeles to enjoy a delicious dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel. The number of vampires on the third floor was far less than the first and second floors, but their life signal strength was far stronger than the vampires on the 2 floors below. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to meet a vampire who can use magic here. Compared with the 2 floors below, the environment on the third floor was relatively less gloomy, and the light was more abundant. Just as Rogge was considering whether to throw out the ultraviolet grenades and onion grenades, a noble-looking vampire appeared in front of him. Just by looking at the appearance, this was a slender and handsome vampire. If you ignore the blood on his mouth and hands, and the girl lying not far from him, with bite marks on her neck and completely dead, he should be the perfect lover in the eyes of many women. Chapter 486. Her white dress was stained with blood, and her messy blonde hair was spread out. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was filled with horror. The girl's fear before her death was vividly displayed. Although Rogge didn't have any personal grudges with vampires, there was one thing that he hated. Although vampires needed to consume blood to survive, he hated the way vampires treated humans as playthings. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. In order to survive, it was understandable for vampires to consume human blood. But there were some vampires that consumed blood not to survive, but to satisfy their own perverted desires. For example, they enjoyed the fear and panic of humans when death approached, and used the insignificance of humans to contrast their strength and superiority, thus obtaining pleasure. You were able to come here under the siege of those trash. You have the qualifications to be my descendant. Kneel down and submit to me. I, Alexander Christ, will grant you eternal life. The vampire named Alexander opened his arms and spoke to Rogge in an exaggerated tone, as if a superior emperor was bestowing a gift to a commoner. Idiot! Rogge's answer to Alexander's suggestion was abnormally simple. After he finished speaking, he ignored Alexander's increasingly cold eyes and directly removed the last few ultraviolet grenades and onion grenades from his tactical vest. Ignorant human, you know what you rejected. Just as Alexander Christ was about to let Rogge understand what he rejected, 2 ultraviolet grenades with the safety pins removed flew in front of him. Behind the 2 ultraviolet grenades, there was an onion grenade. The onion grenade wasn't a grenade made of onions, but a tactical grenade filled with onion extract. For example, the common flash grenades, smoke grenades, and so on were tactical grenades. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and the originally quiet 3rd floor of the castle instantly became lively. The power and impact of the explosion wasn't small, but it didn't cause any damage to Alexander. Before the grenades exploded, Alexander's body disappeared like an illusory shadow, completely disappearing in front of Rogge. Shadow jump. Using the power of shadows, Alexander disappeared from where he stood and suddenly appeared behind Rogge. Just as Alexander, whose mouth and hands were stained with the girl's blood, was about to use his sharp right claw to pierce through Rogge's heart, a silver-white dagger appeared in front of him at an unimaginable speed and stabbed into his right eye. Ah! The excruciating pain from his right eye made Alexander scream uncontrollably. He struggled to retreat. Did you know that I rarely kill my enemies in battle? And you just so happen to have the qualifications. After blinding Alexander's right eye with the silver dagger, Rogge slowly turned around and said coldly, "Kneel down and beg. Beg me to mercifully end your life." As he spoke, Rogge took off the silver katana on his back and looked at Alexander as if he was looking at an ant. "Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting." Alexander didn't expect Rogge to return the words he had just said. Laughing wildly, Alexander pulled out the silver dagger that was stabbed into his right eye and licked the blood on the dagger. "Come, let me see how you are going to end my life." Under the nourishment of the power of blood, Alexander's pierced right eye quickly recovered. Within a few seconds, his right eye returned to its original state, as if everything before was just an illusion. The vampire's recovery was originally very good, and Alexander was one of the best. Unlike the vampires who pursued physical strength and magical power, Alexander didn't choose the 2 most stable paths. Regeneration. On the basis of the vampire's amazing recovery, he pursued an immortal regenerative ability. Alexander's choice was very unconventional, but he relied on this unconventional choice to walk his own path. Relying on this obsessive pursuit, Alexander was promoted from an ordinary vampire to an earl, and even received the title of Alexander the Immortal among the vampires. If you don't go crazy, you won't live. Alexander Christ was a typical representative of this philosophy. Rogge ignored Alexander's maniacal laughter and shifted his gaze to Alexander's limbs. The best way to communicate with a perverted vampire like Alexander was not words, but violence. Thus, when Alexander opened his mouth and laughed wildly, Rogge directly launched an attack. Body flicker. The shadow leap that Alexander just used was not bad, but for Rogge, who was used to high-speed combat, it was nothing. The speed that Alexander just displayed didn't even make him interested in using lightning body flicker. Before Alexander's laughter stopped, Rogge was already in front of him. Then, a silver arc flashed across Alexander's sight. Before Alexander could react, his right hand holding the silver dagger was completely separated from his body. After chopping off Alexander's right hand, Rogge did not stop what he was doing. He continued to wield the silver katana. Left hand, right foot, left foot. In less than 3 seconds, Alexander's limbs were all removed by Rogge. Bright red blood splashed out from the wounds on his limbs, and Alexander fell back uncontrollably. However, Rogge's attack still didn't stop. Before Alexander's body fell to the ground, the silver katana slashed across his chest again and again, cutting the clothes on his upper body into pieces. As the pieces of clothes fluttered like fallen leaves, the wound on Alexander's chest was fully revealed. Rogge didn't use the katana to write on Alexander's body, but used the sharp blade to draw a bloody hexagram. After doing all this, he summoned a small cluster of hellfire to his left hand and let the hellfire burn on the middle finger of his left hand. Alexander didn't expect Rogge's attack to come so quickly. It was indeed painful to have his limbs cut off, but it couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. "Who are you?" Alexander, who was cut into a human stick, shouted in horror. Rogge didn't answer his question, but slowly came to him with the katana that was still dripping with blood, waiting for him to recover. Alexander's terrifying regenerative ability, which he obtained with all his might, was once again reflected at this time. Under Rogge's gaze, his limbs began to recover quickly. However, just as Alexander's limbs were about to recover, Rogge once again waved the katana in his hand. Chi 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 chi. It was another 4 slashes, and Alexander's limbs were once again separated from him. "Who are you?" Alexander asked Rogge loudly again. Rogge still didn't answer, but at the moment Alexander finished speaking, he flicked the small cluster of hellfire on his left middle finger. The hellfire bullet, which was only the thickness of a finger, hit Alexander's chest like a bullet, and then ignited the blood on Alexander's chest like igniting oil, igniting the hexagram cut out by the katana. "Ah!" Alexander screamed again. The burning hellfire on his chest not only brought him extreme pain, but also completely disrupted his control of the power of blood. Just now he seemed to have lost control, but in fact, he was secretly mobilizing the power of blood in his body, trying to cast magic to completely get away from Rogge. But his plan had just begun, and it was seen through by Rogge. Looking at Alexander, who was rolling on the ground and constantly screaming, Rogge's face didn't change. Torturing the enemy to death is not a praiseworthy thing. Similarly, playing with human life with self-righteous arrogance is not a praiseworthy thing. Defeating Alexander, Rogge wasn't dissatisfied at all. But he didn't do that. Because he wanted to let this self-righteous vampire feel the despair experienced by the humans who were played to death by him. He wasn't fighting Alexander as Konoha's Minato, but as a human to avenge Alexander. "Alexander!" The vampire count's screams lasted for more than 5 minutes before they gradually grew softer. Then, they stopped. The silver katana was inserted into Alexander's head and nailed him to the ground like a worm. Rogge walked toward the other rooms on the 3rd floor. A few minutes later, Rogge, who sent all the vampires on the 3rd floor of the castle to hell, returned to the gate of the castle that was blown up by the rocket. All done. The Blade Warrior, dressed in black, was leaning against the wall next to the door, holding a cigar of unknown brand in his hand. "Of course." Rogge simply replied, then turned to look at the castle where there were no vampires. "Aren't you going to deal with it?" After taking a deep breath of the cigar, the Blade Warrior pointed to the surveillance cameras next to the gate. "I killed so many of their people, I have to leave them a target for revenge, otherwise, it would be too unreasonable." Rogge came with the idea of completely offending the vampires from the beginning. Otherwise, how could he wait for the revenge of those vampires? Without these vampires, he couldn't get the collection he wanted. "After returning to Los Angeles, help me spread the news that you and a man named Namikaze Minato have joined forces to eliminate all the vampires in the castle." Before driving away from the castle, Rogge deliberately said to the Blade Warrior, "Do you still care about this reputation?" "No, I just hope that those vampires can find me faster." Chapter 487. Although he was driving back to Los Angeles, Rogge didn't drive all the way back like he did when he came. Instead, he used quantum teleportation and teleported himself and the car directly back to Los Angeles. After sending Blade back to his secret base in the slums, he drove the rented SUV back to the Beverly Hills Hotel. Before returning to the car, he didn't forget to deal with the weapons in the trunk. In the next few days, he enjoyed the decadent life of a rich man in the Beverly Hills Hotel and patiently waited for the revenge of the vampires. The most important stronghold in the Los Angeles area was uprooted. Unless the vampires didn't know the news, they would definitely carry out bloody revenge. Vampires were a very prideful race. They had a longer lifespan than humans, and they also had a higher self-esteem than humans. However, what Rogge didn't expect was that after enjoying the decadent life of a rich man in the Beverly Hills Hotel for a few days, the first thing he waited for was not the revenge of the vampires, but the vampires' archenemy, the werewolves. Beverly Hills Hotel, Polo Lounge. Mr. Minato, hello, my name is Henry. Just as Rogge was tasting the specialty cocktails in this famous Polo Lounge, a rugged man who didn't fit in with the Polo Lounge came to him and introduced himself in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. We don't know each other, right? Rogge looked up at Henry, who was wearing a brown sheepskin jacket and light blue jeans, and asked in confusion. He didn't sense a vampire's aura on Henry, who was well built. Today is the first time we meet, can I sit here? Unlike his rugged appearance, Henry, who took the macho route, showed politeness that didn't match his image. Sit down. When Henry sat down, Rogge used chakra to sense his life force. This is a werewolf? On Henry, he perceived a life signal that was completely different from that of humans. I took the liberty to come here today, I hope Mr. Minato doesn't mind. The rugged Henry continued, then turned his head and glanced around. I don't mind. Tell me, what do you want from me? Although he had never seen a werewolf before, he was certain that Henry was a werewolf. I heard a few days ago that Minato-san went to a vampire's lair with the vampire hunter called Blade Warrior, so if Minato-san doesn't mind, I hope to get some small help from you. After saying that, Harry raised his right hand slightly, and his right hand, which was no different from a normal person's, changed rapidly. Grey hair quickly grew out of his palms, and his white fingernails began to grow thicker and longer, finally turning into claws. Henry maintained the werewolf's right claw for a few seconds and then quickly changed back to his human right hand. To be able to control parts of his body to transform, this werewolf was quite interesting. Although Rogge had never dealt with werewolves before, it didn't mean that he knew nothing about them. Werewolves and vampires were both dark creatures. There was a lot of information about werewolves in Camartage's library. However, Camartage didn't attack these werewolves and vampires. She just registered them in detail like a zookeeper. Camartage wasn't particularly concerned about the native creatures of the earth. As long as these native creatures didn't contact some evil existences from other dimensions or try to set off a magical apocalypse on the earth, Camartage generally wouldn't do anything. Otherwise, these vampires and werewolves wouldn't have lived to this day. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One wasn't someone that these vampires and werewolves could compete with. If you want help, why don't you go to the vampire hunters? As far as I know, vampire hunters don't reject working with werewolves. You have the same enemy, and you have cooperated with each other before. It wasn't impossible for vampire hunters to cooperate with werewolves. Vampire hunters were just a small branch of the demon hunters. Because they only targeted vampires, they were called vampire hunters. Although werewolves were also dark creatures, they belonged to the category of monsters. But werewolves were not in the scope of vampire hunters' work. Although this was not in line with the professional ethics of demon hunters were originally a neglected profession, and there was no such thing as a demon hunter guild. Therefore, the demon hunters also turned a blind eye to the cooperation between vampire hunters and werewolves. As long as they didn't cooperate under the eyes of the demon hunters didn't bother to pay attention to them. They are not strong enough. They don't even have the strength to deal with the vampire earl, so they can't help us. Obviously, this Henry did some homework before coming over. Tell me about your plan, but I can't guarantee that I will agree. Rogge took a sip of the Polo Lounge's specialty cocktail and said slowly. Those vampires plan to rescue their ancestors from the sealed land. Our plan is very simple, that is, to completely destroy their plan. Mr. Minato, you should also know that although we werewolves have gotten rid of the vampires' slavery, the strength of our race is always weaker than theirs. So if you don't mind, I hope you can join us in our plan. Henry gave a simple explanation. It was not a secret that the vampires were trying to let Cain and the First City return to the world. Even Rogge, an outsider, could find out about it. Of course, the werewolves could also find out about it. It was normal for Henry to want to stop the vampires' plan. But the problem was, he didn't feel the need to help the werewolves. Before Rogge could refuse, Henry continued, "Mr. Minato, you can rest assured that this plan will not let you do it for free. As far as I know, Mr. Minato, you've been interested in the vampire's 13 sacred weapons recently. I happen to have a few in my hands, I wonder if you are interested in taking a look." After saying that, Henry took out 4 photos from his pocket and handed them to Rogge. Rogge took the photos from Henry and glanced at them casually. Bone harp, butcher's knife, ghost lantern, poison bottle. I wonder if these 4 sacred weapons can meet your needs. While Rogge was browsing through the photos, Henry said the names of the 4 sacred weapons in the photos. It seems that the vampires and others have underestimated you. No wonder the vampires haven't been able to find these lost sacred weapons. Although Rogge didn't know how Henry found these sacred weapons, he was quite satisfied with the reward that Henry gave. Chapter 488. Although Harry had only taken out the photos of the 4 holy weapons, there were only 5 blood-breed clans that had perished. This also meant that only 1 saint artifact was still missing. If he could get his hands on the remaining 8 sacred artifacts of the Blood Kindred, it would be no different from gathering all 13 of the Blood Kindred's sacred artifacts. 4 sacred tools of the Vampire Clan. You should not just want to stop the plan of the Vampire Clan, right? If it was just to stop the Vampire Clan, Henry didn't need to pay such a huge price. Although the 13 sacred tools were only the sacred tools of the Vampire Clan, they were also of great value to the werewolves who were also dark creatures. Stopping those blood-sucking bastards is our main purpose. In addition, we hope Minato-san can help introduce us to Fenrir. Fenrir? Rogge was not surprised that Henry knew about his relationship with Konoha. In Bats Must Die, he deliberately revealed this, so it was not strange that Henry knew about it. But what he didn't expect was that Henry's additional request was to see Fenrir. Introducing Fenrir is not a problem, but I want to know why you want to see him. Although Fenrir was also a wolf, his wolf was completely different from Henry's wolves. Fenrir was a native demon wolf of Asgard. Although he looked very similar to the wolves on Earth, when it came to genes and lineage, Henry's werewolves were more similar to baboons than to Fenrir. This is the case, Minato-san, you also know that vampires have a common ancestor, Cain. Although the history of werewolves is not shorter than that of vampires, unfortunately, we still don't know where we came from. Some people say that the ancestor of werewolves was an ordinary person who was bitten by a wolf. Some people say that our ancestor was an out-of-control magician who studied black magic in ancient times. Some people say that our ancestors were a group of sinners cursed by God and could only survive in a half-human, half-beast state. Where we werewolves were born is a part of the fog of history that cannot be investigated. But Fenrir's appearance gave us hope. Fenrir's appearance is definitely not a coincidence. His existence may be able to solve this mystery that has troubled our people for countless years. Harry didn't hide anything and told him the whole story. Through Fenrir, the mystery of the birth of werewolves was solved. It had to be said that werewolves like Henry were quite imaginative. Fenrir's appearance was indeed not a coincidence. It was because he had revived Fenrir and brought him back to Earth. However, this had nothing to do with what Henry wanted to know. Fenrir was not a creature from Earth. It was definitely not what Henry and the others had imagined. Just as Rogge was about to use practical actions to tell Henry what it means to be an honest and trustworthy ninja with good morals, he suddenly thought of a problem. Wait a minute. It didn't seem impossible. Although Rogge did not know when Fenrir was born, from Hyla's age, Fenrir could have appeared on Earth more than 2,600 years ago and left behind some impulsive products. Could it really be such a coincidence? After thinking of this, Rogge's eyes looking at Henry became a bit strange. Should I take a little blood from Henry and let number 2 analyze it? It's not impossible for you to meet Fenrir, but I want to ask a digression. If you find out that Fenrir really has something to do with the origin of werewolves, what will you do? This was what Rogge was very curious about. Although the nobles in Europe liked to find some famous ancestors for themselves, as far as he knew, werewolves didn't have this hobby. If Fenrir really has something to do with our ancestors, or is the origin of our werewolves, we will certainly treat him in a way that is consistent with his status. Henry didn't say how he would treat Fenrir, but gave a seemingly flawless answer. I will tell Fenrir about this, but I can't guarantee that he will come to see you. After all, he has just entered Konoha. Rogge gave an answer that was very consistent with his current identity. He was now Rogge, not the director of Konoha's intelligence agency. He couldn't promise. Although he said that, that was not what he was thinking at the moment. Fenrir, whether or not your future dog food can be doubled depends on whether or not you made some mistakes that young wolves should make when you were young. No problem, this is my contact information. If there is any progress, you can contact me at any time. After that, Henry took out a business card with only a phone number and handed a document to Rogge. This is some information about the butcher's knife and other sacred weapons. Minato-san, you can browse it if you have time. After handing the business card and the document to Rogge, Henry left the polo lounge that didn't match his temperament at all. When Henry's figure completely disappeared in the lounge, Rogge put away the smile on his face and became very serious. Henry's performance just now was indeed very polite, but Rogge could see that Henry didn't say a word about what he really wanted. Stopping the Blood Clan or seeing Fenrir was not Henry's ultimate goal. Even if Fenrir was really the source of the werewolf, Henry would never treat Fenrir as an ancestor. Although the time of contact was not long, he could be 100% sure that Henry was a very ambitious werewolf. Henry wanted to use his power to stop the Blood Clan's plan, which was very reasonable. It was not particularly strange that he wanted to see Fenrir. Including the statement he gave, it was also very reasonable. But the problem was that these two things should not happen at the same time. The news that Fenrir was in Konoha was known all over the world. The werewolves wanted to confirm whether Fenrir had anything to do with their ancestor. There was plenty of time, and there was no need to stop the Blood Clan at this critical time. But Henry just had to deal with these two things together, which was very problematic. Stopping the Blood Clan was not something that one or two werewolves could do, so Henry would definitely summon a large number of werewolves, and it was not impossible to call all the werewolves in the United States. The gathered werewolves could be soldiers to stop the Blood Clan, and they could also become spectators to witness the birth of a great leader. If Rogge guessed correctly, Henry's plan should be like this. In the name of stopping the Blood Clan, all the werewolves in the United States were gathered together. Then, before setting out to stop the Blood Clan, he would first say his guess about Fenrir in public. Of course, his statement could not be agreed by all the werewolves, but as long as a small number of werewolves agreed, it was enough. If there was not even a small number of werewolves, it didn't matter. He could let a few men who did not belong to his side on the surface to do it. Although he did not know what method Henry would use to confirm the relationship between Fenrir and the werewolves, this was not the point. If Fenrir was really the source of the werewolves, then Henry would be the greatest contributor to finding the ancestor of the werewolves. If not, he could immediately change his tone. No matter what he used next, the werewolves were different from the cowards like the vampires. They did not need the protection of the ancestor to be as powerful. Or he could use the reason that the ancestor of the Blood Clan was about to return, but there was still no news of the ancestor of the werewolves. He could encourage the werewolves, who were already in a disadvantageous position, to fight to the death. This would allow him to gain unprecedented prestige among the werewolves. At that time, as long as he slightly pretended to take the lead, there would be a large group of werewolves with blood in their heads rushing to the Blood Clan regardless of their own safety. As for whether he could successfully stop the Blood Clan, this was not important. Whether he succeeded or failed, Henry would become the leader of the werewolves on the surface. If he succeeded, he could take the opportunity to integrate the entire werewolves. If he failed, he could also use this as an excuse to encourage the werewolves to form the same structure as the Blood Clan. As long as a clan or similar organization appeared among the werewolves, Henry could rely on the previous operation of finding the ancestor of the werewolves and leading the organization of the Blood Clan to successfully ascend to the position of the ruler. At that time, he would no longer be the leader on the surface, but the king of the werewolves in the true sense. Fenrir and other werewolves were just Henry's chess pieces. Even Rogge was just a small chess piece in his calculations. As long as Henry could gather the three elements of the werewolves, Fenrir, and the Blood Clan, no matter how things developed in the end, he would be the biggest winner. Judging from the current situation, except for the element of Fenrir, which he could not determine for the time being, he already had the other two elements. Although these were only his own guesses at present, Rogge believed that his guesses were correct. When he sensed Henry's life force, he found that Henry's life force was far stronger than that of the Blood Clan Count. If Henry really cared about the future of the werewolves as much as he showed, he should have come to Los Angeles to rescue his compatriots when Jacob captured the other werewolves, instead of waiting until Jacob died and the castle stronghold in the suburbs of Los Angeles was also uprooted before appearing in Los Angeles. And Rogge now had reason to suspect that Henry's plan was temporarily made by him. Because he knew that a member of Konoha named Namikaze Minato suddenly fought with the Blood Clan, he made a plan that included Fenrir. Of course, it was also possible that Henry had a similar plan early on, but because of the appearance of Namikaze Minato, he slightly adjusted the plan. After all, Namikaze Minato came from Konoha, and Konoha just had a prehistoric giant wolf Fenrir that suddenly appeared. Chapter 489. Outside the Beverly Hills Hotel. Sir, are we really going to give the 4 sacred tools to this guy named Namikaze Minato? This is a treasure that our people have spent hundreds of years and countless manpower and resources to obtain. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss to give them away? In the latest dark green Bentley SUV, the young man sitting in the driver's seat said to Henry in the back seat. Of course, it's a loss to give them away, but as long as we don't give them away, we won't lose. The current Henry was a completely different person compared to when he was in the Polo Lounge. The kind and friendly expression completely disappeared, replaced by a face full of arrogance. Isn't this not good? After all, Namikaze Minato is from Konoha. The young man who was the driver asked doubtfully. Although Konoha was just a new organization that was established a few years ago, in the dark world, there was such a saying. Even if we are enemies with the US military and the Restoration Alliance at the same time, we will never become Konoha's enemy. After all, the US military and the Restoration Alliance wouldn't do such a thing. But Konoha was completely different. If they were enemies with Konoha, not to mention their relatives and friends, even their neighbor's dog would be in danger. Konoha's overbearingness wasn't expressed with words, but with bloody records. Namikaze Minato is Namikaze Minato, and Konoha is Konoha. Offending Namikaze Minato doesn't mean offending Konoha. Although Henry had enough power to compete with the Vampire Dukes, and was one of the highest-ranking alpha wolves in the Wolf Clan, he didn't underestimate Konoha. Konoha's anger wasn't something an alpha wolf like him could withstand. Even if the entire Wolf Clan gathered together, they may not be able to withstand Konoha's anger. Don't worry, although Namikaze Minato is a member of Konoha, his status is not high. If I'm not wrong, he should just be a mid-level member. If Namikaze Minato was just a civilian, Henry might be worried about whether he was an important member of Konoha. But obviously, Namikaze Minato was just a soldier. Konoha's important combatants had a very obvious characteristic, that was, they had enough fame. For example, Punisher, Abomination, Shockwave Girl, Quicksilver, Venom, etc. Harry had never heard of Minato in Konoha, so he could conclude that Minato was just an ordinary member of Konoha's fighting force. At most, he would be a captain or something. It was because he was convinced of this that he dared to include Minato in his calculations. "Let's drive, we still have a lot of things to do," Henry said to the young man who was the driver. "Yes, sir." Not long after, the dark green Bentley SUV quickly disappeared at the end of the street. "I gave you such an important mission, and this is how you do things." In Jacob's office, a man in an expensive classical suit said to a trembling James Luther. From his appearance, this man was only in his early 40s and was in the prime of his life. However, those who knew him knew that his real age was at least 10 times his appearance. The man who made James Luther tremble was none other than the only Duke of the blood race's Brooke clan, William von Balen. "Grand Duke, this was an accident. Father prepared enough werewolves and blood slaves early in the morning. It's all the fault of the mad dog called Blade Warrior. He killed all the werewolves and blood slaves." Vampire was a derogatory term for the blood race. The blood race itself didn't call themselves that. Similarly, the blood race didn't call Blade Warrior and others vampire hunters. Instead, they called them mad dogs. Because only a mad dog would bite people for no reason. What I want to hear is not an excuse. All I know now is that you didn't prepare the werewolves and blood slaves, and you allowed 2 mad dogs to break into the castle and slaughter our people. Although Grand Duke William's tone was calm, in James Luther's ears, it was no different from the whispers of death. Don't look at Grand Duke William's polite appearance now, this demeanor showed that he wanted to kill. "Grand Duke, this is really not our fault. We had no way to stop them. Father and Alexander were killed by the man called Namikaze Minato. We can't find anyone stronger than Father and Alexander." Although his voice was trembling slightly, James Luther still didn't forget to throw all the blame to Namikaze Minato. And Namikaze Minato is still a member of Konoha. We don't dare to take revenge easily, for fear of causing Konoha's dissatisfaction. Jamie Luther added another excuse. After hearing the word Konoha, Grand Duke William's face became dignified. The higher the strength and status, the more one could understand the horror of Konoha. Like Henry, Grand Duke William didn't want to fight with Konoha. If possible, Grand Duke William even hoped that the blood race could reach some friendly cooperation with Konoha. "I will deal with Namikaze Minato personally. As for the other mad dogs, I don't want to hear about them in Los Angeles." Grand Duke William finally made a decision and ordered James. "I don't know how Jacob became a prince. In the entire Los Angeles area, there are only 2 counts. This is simply nonsense. My personal guards will assist you. If you can't achieve your goal, you don't have to come back." After saying that, Grand Duke William waved his hand impatiently and let James leave the office. Namikaze Minato. Konoha. Just as Wolf King Henry and Grand Duke William were both thinking about how to deal with Namikaze Minato, Rogge directly teleported from the 5-star suite of the Beverly Hills Hotel to Konoha's headquarters. In the completely renovated hangar, he saw Fenrir lying on the ground, as well as Abomination, Red Tank, and Black gathered together. Perhaps it was because of their extraordinary physiques, Fenrir became good friends with Xiao Hei and the other 2. They would often gather together when they had nothing to do. Of course, because they were not of the same race, the only entertainment they had when they got together was fighting and eating. Awoo! Fenrir was the first person to discover Rogge's arrival. Before Rogge's figure appeared at the hangar gate, Fenrir discovered his arrival and greeted Rogge in his own way. "Hokage-sama." Red Tank and Abomination, who were barbecuing meat, immediately stood up and saluted when they noticed Rogge's arrival. As for Black, at this time, he was like a pool of slime, paralyzed on Fenrir's head. He casually transformed a black arm and waved at Rogge as a greeting. "Give me a copy too, slightly spicy." Glancing at the barbecued chicken wings and roast beef in the hands of Red Tank and Abomination, Rogge said. Then, he came in front of Fenrir and looked at Fenrir and Black on his head. At this time, he discovered that Black was not paralyzed on Fenrir's head, but symbiotic on Fenrir's body. It seems that you finally chose a host. Not bad, you are no longer alone. Rogge was not surprised that Black was parasitizing on Fenrir. Although Black was a symbiotic demon weapon he created by imitating the Black Death Sword, Black was still a symbiotic demon after all, so it was not particularly strange that he embarked on the same path as Venom. As for why Black chose Fenrir as a host, it was easy to understand. As a symbiotic demon with strength far beyond the Lord level, Black has his own pride. Ordinary creatures, he doesn't even look at them. Although Fenrir was not a human, he was an out-and-out powerful demon wolf. Choosing Fenrir as a host can be regarded as a strong alliance and mutual achievement. It can't be helped, who told you not to be parasitized by me? I am also one of the top existences in the symbiotic demon clan, but in the end, I have fallen to the point of being abandoned by my master. Black said in a resentful tone. If someone didn't know the details, they would definitely think that Rogge did something to him. I told you before that I don't want you to be a parasite. It's not that I dislike you, but I can't accept being hung on by a male creature. Symbiotic demons have no gender distinction. If you like, I can become someone else, just like now. At this time, Black completely transformed his voice into the voice of an earth woman, and deliberately used a coquettish tone. No need, you should stay with Fenrir, Fenrir is also good. After speaking, Rogge patted Fenrir's huge head. Yes, I think so too. Just when Rogge thought that Fenrir would answer him with a whimper like before, Fenrir suddenly spoke in pure English, with a magnetic voice unique to a mature man. Damn! The moment Fenrir spoke, Rogge was stunned. What's going on? The demon wolf Fenrir actually spoke English? The symbiotic demon gives its host an insignificant ability. If you like, I can also let you have such a voice. Blackie explained with a proud look on his face. Ugh! I still prefer my own voice. Rogge didn't even think about it and directly rejected Black's good intentions. Accepting the parasitism of the symbiotic demon could indeed strengthen his body. However, this wasn't in line with Rogge's character. Moreover, he didn't want his secret to be exposed in front of others. Fenrir, since you can speak, then use human language to communicate in the future. Don't use the wolf language anymore. Rogge rubbed the soft fur on Fenrir's head and said softly. Okay. Fenrir immediately replied. Right, I almost forgot about the important matter. Rogge retracted his right hand and then continued, Fenrir, you should have come to Earth before. Then, have you done anything on Earth that would make people happy? Something that would leave behind your bloodline. Abomination and Red Tank, who were barbecuing, heard Rogge's words and immediately turned their heads to look at Fenrir. Even Black, who was on Fenrir's head, revealed an expression that all men would understand. No. Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of wolf. Fenrir didn't react at first. Until he saw Abomination in the other's eyes, he immediately understood and denied it 3 times. Chapter 490. Fenrir firmly denied it, but unfortunately, the 4 men present did not believe him. Are you sure? A werewolf told me that you might be their ancestor? Rogge continued to ask. This is absolutely impossible. At that time, I would only treat humans as food. How could I give birth to a werewolf descendant with a human? This is slander, blatant slander. Where is that werewolf? I want to eat him and let him know the price of slandering a demon wolf. Fenrir said fiercely with his teeth bared. However, his behavior made Rogge and the others even more suspicious. Fenrir's behavior was similar to those men who suddenly found out that they had a few years old child. Since you are so sure, then you wouldn't mind letting little Black search your memory, right? It was not that Rogge did not believe Fenrir, but his intuition told him that Fenrir might really have some unclear relationship with those werewolves. Of course, I am innocent. I have nothing to be afraid of. Fenrir still had that expression of I have been slandered. Little Black, look at Fenrir's memory and see if he has forgotten anything. No problem. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Little Black began to search Fenrir's memory. After parasitism, the symbiotic body could search the host's memory at will, regardless of whether the host agreed or not. If the symbiotic body did not take the initiative to mention it, the host would not realize that his memory was being searched. This was also the reason why Rogge did not let Little Black parasitize him. The symbiotic body could indeed give the host unimaginable regeneration and transformation ability, but compared to his own secret, these abilities were not attractive to Rogge at all. It did not take long for Little Black to search Fenrir's memory and confirm that what Fenrir said was the truth. No? That's a pity. I wanted to give you double the treatment, but I didn't expect you to be such a rule-abiding wolf. Rogge sighed slightly and said helplessly. Although Henry wanted to use him and Fenrir as chess pieces, he did not mind cooperating with Henry's plan a little. In the beginning, he had no interest in the werewolves. What he wanted was none other than the 13 sacred weapons of the blood race. But he didn't expect that Henry would take the initiative to come to him with 4 sacred artifacts. What was even more unexpected was that Henry actually wanted to use him as a pawn. Although Henry kept calling him Mr. Minato when they were talking, Rogge could tell that this was just flattery on the surface. Harry took out the pictures of the 4 sacred artifacts and provided the information about them. It seemed that he had shown enough sincerity. But in fact, Henry didn't mention anything about how to hand over the 4 saint artifacts. Not only did he not mention anything about the delivery, but Harry also did not give a clear answer as to how much he needed to do to obtain the sacred artifact. Since the beginning of his detective career, Rogge had his own set of principles when it came to business. This included how to deal with the situation where the client did not take the initiative to mention the remuneration, as well as how to deal with the situation where the client went back on his word. From his point of view, Henry was the kind of client who was highly likely to go back on his word. In a few days, you two will come with me to Los Angeles. We'll make a small deal with the werewolves. Rogge looked up and said to Fenrir and Xiao He. Later, he joined the Abomination and Red Tank's barbecue team. Fenrir agreed to come to Los Angeles at 12 o'clock this evening. This is the address of the meeting. After staying in Konoha's headquarters for 3 days, Roger sent a message to Henry to meet him. He wanted to find a spell that could shrink Fenrir's size for a long time from the magic book provided by Dr. Doom. As a result, he only found the shrinking technique that lasted only 1 minute. In addition to the duration of only 1 minute, the shrinking effect of the shrinking technique was not particularly in line with his requirements. The shrinking technique could only shrink the target's size to 1/3 of the original size at most. With Fenrir's size, even if he was reduced to 1/3, he was still far larger than the same kind of giant wolf on Earth. So he directly gave up the idea of learning the shrinking technique and learned the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak, as the name suggests, was a spell that could make the caster or the target invisible. After casting, the caster or the target would be completely invisible as if they were wearing the invisibility cloak. After learning the magic of the invisibility cloak, Rogge deliberately tested the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak. It was impossible to see through the invisibility cloak with the naked eye. Even with the thermal imager and infrared night vision, it was also impossible to see through the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak. The best way to break the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak was to use magic to detect. After all, only magic could defeat magic. After spending 3 days to learn the invisibility cloak, Rogge took Fenrir and Blackie to the suburban forest of Los Angeles. After arriving at the agreed meeting place through the portal, he cast the invisibility cloak on himself and Fenrir, then lay on Fenrir's back, patiently waiting for Henry's arrival. As for Blackie, he was in Fenrir's body and did not need any invisibility. As long as he did not take the initiative to show up, others would not discover his existence at all. In order to make the meeting more enjoyable, Rogge deliberately arranged the meeting time to be in the middle of the night. Because the moon was dark, the wind was strong, and the night of murder. Time passed little by little, and when there were only 5 minutes left before the agreed time, Rogge perceived the life signals quickly approaching the forest. Among these life signals that were far beyond ordinary people, he saw the life signal belonging to Henry. 100, 300, 500, 1000. In less than 5 minutes, more than 1,000 werewolves' life signals broke into his perceptual network. This Henry is very charismatic, he can really call so many werewolves. Although he had guessed that Henry would call many werewolves over, more than 1,000 werewolves were still beyond Rogge's expectations. Not to mention more than 1,000 werewolves, even if more than 1,000 ordinary people gathered together, it would attract the attention of the authorities. By the time the meeting time arrived, there were more than 1,500 werewolves in the forest. Although Rogge and Fenrir were both under the magic effect of the invisibility cloak, Henry, who was walking in front, still found their position first. He smelled the scent of Rogge and Fenrir. "Mr. Minato, we came as agreed." Henry looked at the open space in front of him and said in a friendly tone. After Henry spoke, Rogge removed the invisibility cloak on himself and Fenrir and appeared in front of Henry and others. "I brought Fenrir, if you don't mind, I want to see the 4 sacred tools first." After hearing Rogge's words, some displeasure quickly appeared on Henry's face, but he quickly suppressed this displeasure. "Mr. Minato, you can rest assured that we will never go back on what we promised you. But the 4 sacred tools are very important, so we didn't carry them with us. If Mr. Minato wants to see it personally, I can take you there later. What do you think?" Henry still had the same pleasant look, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Yes. Fenrir is there. If you want to confirm something, you can do it now." Rogge pointed to Fenrir behind him and said casually. In fact, he was also curious about what method Henry would use to confirm the relationship between Werewolf and Fenrir. After expressing his gratitude to Rogge, Henry waved his hand and motioned to several old werewolves behind him to come forward and arrange it. Unlike the blood breed, werewolves don't have much research on magic. But after seeing the old werewolves take out one magic material after another from the boxes they carried, Rogge felt that he seemed to have underestimated these werewolves. Various magic materials were laid out one by one, and at the same time, these werewolves began to draw an extremely complicated magic array on the ground. This magic array? Although Rogge is not a professional sorcerer, he is a student of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and his magic knowledge and theory are not bad. After carefully observing the magic on the magic array, he soon found that something was wrong. This is definitely not a magic array to confirm bloodline, this is a magic array with the effect of forced enslavement. After discovering this, Rogge looked at Henry with some displeasure. At first, he thought that Henry just wanted to use Fenrir to play with political means to gain great prestige. However, it turns out that Henry's ambition is bigger than he thought. Henry intends to directly enslave Fenrir. Is this magic array a bit wrong? Rogge came to Henry and said calmly. This is the magic array developed by our werewolf ancestors, so it is not the same as the magic array of human beings. Speaking of which, Mr. Minato is laughing at us. Although our werewolves have a stronger fertility in people than vampires, in terms of magic, we can't compare with those vampires. Henry, who looked rough, said in a regretful tone. Is that so? But from what I see, the spells used here are no different from the spells used by humans. For example, the magic that represents soul imprisonment and enslavement. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Henry, who had been very kind just now, immediately revealed his original appearance. A sharp right claw was aimed directly at Rogge's neck. Faced with Henry's sudden attack, Rogge did not move, but mobilized chakra in his body and released a ninjutsu in an instant. Raiden Chidori Toru. Light blue lightning instantly appeared around Rogge, blocking Henry's attack and knocking Henry out. I was going to play with you for a while and see what kind of plan you have, but I didn't expect that you would dare to directly enslave Fenrir. Chapter 491. Henry, who was repelled by the Chidori, rolled a few times in the air, and then fell to the ground like a real beast. He tried to attack Rogge with his right hand, but he felt a strong numbness, as if thousands of needles were piercing his palm at the same time. However, what Henry cared about at this time was not the numbness in his right hand, but the light blue lightning around Rogge's body. As we all know, only one person in Konoha can use lightning attacks, and that is the director of Konoha's intelligence agency, the 4th Hokage Rogge. You're not Minato, you're the 4th Hokage. Henry's face became very serious, and he slowly said in a low voice. Minato is the 4th Hokage. Rogge answered with a joke that only he knew. Oh, I didn't expect that the 4th Hokage would not dare to show his true face. Although Henry didn't understand why Rogge said that, he didn't care about it, and instead mocked Rogge. If you want to provoke me and make me lose my mind in the battle, I advise you not to waste your effort. This kind of simple and idiotic method will only work on werewolves with no brains. Since the other side took the initiative to mock him, Rogge certainly won't be polite, and directly taunted him back. At the same time, in front of Henry and many other werewolves, he summoned 4 wood clone jutsu with Minato's appearance. Without any instructions, when these 4 wood clone jutsu appeared, they didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the north, south, east, and west. Not good. He's going to activate a barrier. When the wood clone jutsu disappeared, Henry immediately realized that something was wrong. However, it was all too late. In just a few seconds, a rectangular barrier with purple transparent flames quickly formed, trapping all the werewolves in the forest. Barrier ninjutsu, 4 violet flame formation. Although Henry didn't know the name and power of the 4 violet flame formation, he was no stranger to it. When the Skrull attacked the headquarters, he saw the 4 violet flame formation from the live TV broadcast. However, when he was trapped in it, he really understood the despair of the Skrull people. Not letting any of them off? As expected of the 4th Hokage, his appetite is really big. The moment the 4 violet flame formation was formed, Harry instinctively thought that Rogge was going to wipe them all out. Judging from the situation, it was normal for Henry to have such thoughts. After all, to a certain extent, the name of the 4th Hokage is equivalent to the Grim Reaper. Not only did Henry have such a thought, but the werewolves that he had gathered also had the same thought. Konoha's tyranny and the strength of the 4th Hokage, in the dark world, is a well-known fact. Don't worry. Even if I want to kill someone, I will only kill you and some of your loyal subordinates. As for the other werewolves, I'm not a demon. I won't kill them all. Roger said in a friendly tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at the werewolves around him. Although he didn't think much of these werewolves, it would still take some time to kill over 1,500 of them. More importantly, killing these werewolves is not in line with his habit of maximizing economic benefits. Although these werewolves are a bit irritable and wild, as long as they are trained a little, they will become a group of very good workers. So you want us werewolves to become Konoha's dogs? You don't have to be delusional, we werewolves will never be slaves. Henry coldly snorted and said with a disdainful look. Is that so? I hope you won't be slapped in the face later. After saying that, Rogge no longer controlled his aura. Instead, he completely released the aura that he had gained from his many years of fighting and killing. At the moment when he completely released his momentum, in the eyes of Henry and the others, he was no longer a handsome human man, but a Grim Reaper who is in charge of the life and death of all living things. Those who kneel down, I will spare their lives. Rogge didn't look at the werewolves around him and just said in a soft tone. Although his voice wasn't loud, every werewolf in the forest heard it clearly. You don't have to. Just as Henry was about to say something, he saw the werewolves kneeling down one after another silently. In just a few seconds, there were more than 1,000 werewolves kneeling down in the forest. Do you know why you have always been no match for the vampires? The reason is very simple. Because you are too weak to be a leader. If you want to turn your subordinates into an invincible pack of wolves, you must first make yourself an unparalleled wolf king. A weak wolf king can't lead a pack of powerful wolves. Only when you have enough strength can you create a group of powerful subordinates. I'll teach you this lesson for free. Rogge didn't know what the situation was like inside the werewolves. But one thing he was sure of was that the werewolves' current small group structure couldn't be compared with the vampire clans that had a complete social structure. This was also the reason why the werewolves couldn't compete with the vampire clans after breaking free from their enslavement. Relying on their superior reproductive ability and the fact that they weren't afraid of sunlight, the werewolves could organize a decisive battle where they had the advantage in terms of numbers and timing. They could use an unprecedented large-scale group battle to establish the werewolves' position. Unfortunately, the werewolves' loose structure of groups of 3 to 5 severely hindered their progress in forming a complete tribe. If the vampires, who used clans as their foundation, were an empire, then the werewolves, who used small groups as their foundation, were a small tribe. Of course, it was impossible for a tribe to compete with an empire's power. There should be a lot of people in the werewolves who saw this. For example, Henry should know this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have painstakingly planned for the position of the werewolves' king. Of course, this didn't exclude the possibility that Henry was purely trying to satisfy his desire for power. Looking at the kneeling werewolves, Henry suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Although the battle between him and Rogge hadn't officially started, the result could be announced in advance. There was no need for anything. No matter what the result of the battle between him and Rogge was, it couldn't change the reality in front of him. The werewolves were completely kneeling. Well done, worthy of the 4th Hokage who single-handedly established Konoha, you win. Henry removed his werewolf form and returned to his human form, then continued to say, as the loser, I don't know if I'm qualified to make a small request. You can say it. Rogge didn't directly refuse Henry. Now, it was impossible for Henry to play any tricks. From the moment the 4 purple flames formation was formed and the werewolves knelt down, the result was already determined. I underestimated you, underestimated Konoha, and overestimated my people. Everything was my own plan. I wanted to become the king of the werewolves, so I schemed against you. None of this has anything to do with them. They just trusted me and thought that I wanted to stop the vampire, so they came here. I know I'm not qualified to ask you to do anything, but the werewolves have been broken by the vampire once. If you can, I hope you can give the werewolves a chance to stand up again in the future. I don't have any satisfactory reward to give you. I hope that my insignificant life will be enough for you to be magnanimous this once. Henry put his right hand on his left chest, turned it into a claw and pierced his chest, then he grabbed it hard. Puff! A faint sound like a water ball being crushed sounded in Henry's body. Henry, with a rough face, maintained his last smile, his whole body fell forward and fell heavily to the ground. Bright red blood continued to flow from the wound, dyeing the surrounding grass red. Looking at Henry who had completely lost his life, Rogge didn't say anything. After a few seconds of silence, he turned and looked at the werewolves behind him. Give him a funeral worthy of his status. After that, Rogge didn't pay attention to these werewolves, came in front of Fenrir, and asked Fenrir, those werewolves who didn't kneel, do you think it's necessary to kill them? Although he was 100% sure that Henry was not his opponent, but Henry's action of committing suicide still touched Rogge a little. Henry may not be a very qualified leader, but it was undeniable that he was indeed a werewolf who cared about the future of the werewolves. It's just that he didn't choose the right way, but had the idea of killing Rogge and Fenrir. Let them live, their tribe is quite pitiful. After thinking seriously for more than 10 seconds, Fenrir gave his answer. Since you've said so, then let's spare their lives. From now on, these guys are under your command. Rogge immediately decided the fate of these werewolves. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? No, they are werewolves, you are the demon wolf, you are the most suitable to lead them. Oh, all right. Fenrir wasn't surprised by Rogge's arrangement. In his view, this was what Rogge would do. After burying Henry, these werewolves looked up at the direction of the moon at the same time, turned into werewolves, and then howled to the sky. This slightly messy collective howling lasted for nearly half a minute before it gradually stopped. Although Henry was dead, it didn't mean that things were over. After these werewolves held the funeral for Henry, Rogge sitting on Fenrir's back said again, "Give me the 4 vampire sacred tools. In addition, go and inform the other werewolves that from today onwards, Fenrir is the wolf king of your werewolves. I don't care where they are, let them all come over within 3 days. Those who refuse to recognize Fenrir as the wolf king will have to bear the consequences." Chapter 492. Beverly Hills Hotel, in a 5-star suite. Because the vampire issue had not been resolved, Rogge extended the suite for a month when he was at Konoha's headquarters to make it easier for him to live in the future. At this time, he was sitting alone in the suite's living room, looking at the 4 vampire sacred tools that Henry used to lure him into the trap. Bone harp, butcher's knife, ghost lantern, poison bottle. It had to be said that the vampire was a bit too casual when naming the sacred tools. However, Rogge could completely understand the vampire's approach, because to a certain extent, he also had naming difficulties. Xiao He had a deep understanding of this. Throwing these messy thoughts to the back of his mind, he opened the box containing the bone harp. Bone harp, if one only looked at the name, one would think that this was a sacred tool that looked like a harp. But in fact, the bone harp was an ancient rib. Yes, it was a set of ribs, a complete set of ribs with a spine. The reason why this set of ribs had the name bone harp was purely because when the bones were stained with blood, they would make a creaking sound, making the creatures who heard the sound fall into a state of weakness. In addition to this sound that was similar to the sound of weakening magic, the bone harp had another function. As long as the bone harp was worn on the body, one would have a set of bone armor with amazing defensive power. After putting the ribs that belonged to some unlucky person back into the box, Rogge took out the butcher's knife that was said to have killed 5 million people from another box. The butcher's knife, also known as the angel's thorn, was a weapon that was similar to a fist. Rogge did not believe that the butcher's knife had killed 5 million people. The butcher's knife may have killed a lot of people, but the number of 5 million was obviously an exaggeration. Although he did not know when the butcher's knife was made, even in the current era where the population was far more than before, 5 million people was a very exaggerated number. Compared to the bone harp, the butcher's knife's effect was much simpler. The butcher's knife could curse the souls of the killed and imprison them, making these souls the slaves of the butcher's knife's owner. It was said that holding the butcher's knife was equivalent to having 5 million undead warriors. But until now, no one had ever successfully summoned the undead warriors. For some reason, the image of the goddess of death appeared in Rogge's mind when he was playing with this bayonet-shaped butcher's knife. Alas, I don't know where the eldest princess of Asgard went after leaving Jotunheim. If it were her, she would definitely be able to confirm if there were 5 million undead warriors in butcher's knife. Compared to the bone harp and the butcher knife, which were obviously not good weapons, the ghost lantern and the poison bottle looked much more normal. The ghost lantern looked no different from the black iron lanterns of the Middle Ages. The only difference was that the ordinary lantern had a candle, while the ghost lantern had a crystal ball that emitted a dark green light. The simple-looking ghost lantern did not have the flashy abilities of the bone zither and butcher blade. The only effect of the ghost lantern was that it could cause the target to hallucinate through its green light and control the target's actions. Among these 4 holy weapons, whether it was the bone zither and butcher knife used for direct combat or the ghost lantern used for support, none of them piqued Rogge's interest. The only thing he was more interested in now was the blood race holy weapon known as the poison bottle. The poison bottle was the most simple of the 4 holy weapons. It was a round bottle with a narrow top and a wide bottom. If it were not for the golden threads that wrapped around the bottle, the poison bottle would be a trash glass bottle that no one would be interested in even if it was thrown on the street. The poison bottle's appearance was very simple, but its ability was not simple at all. Dripping blood into the poison bottle would cause the blood to mutate in the poison bottle. Drinking the mutated blood would cause humans, vampires, werewolves, and other creatures to mutate and become terrifying and violent monsters. The first time he saw the picture and information of the poison bottle, Rogge had already thought of the most suitable candidate for the poison bottle. Dr. Lizard. As a top expert in the field of cross-species genetics, Dr. Lizard would definitely be interested in the mutated blood in the poison bottle. After the matter with the vampires was over, he would give the poison bottle to Dr. Lizard to study for a period of time to see if he could find anything interesting. After throwing the 4 holy weapons into the psychic scroll, Rogge picked up the full moon ritual that was sent along with the holy weapons. The full moon ritual was the holy book of the werewolves after the werewolves broke free from the vampires' enslavement. They referred to the vampires' holy book, the Book of Shifting. Of course, due to the cultural heritage, the contents of the full moon ritual could not be compared to the Book of Shifting. Although the full moon ritual recorded some history and black magic of the werewolves, it had basically evolved into a list of the werewolves' internal members. Every alpha werewolf would have a full moon ritual in their hands, which recorded the names of all the werewolves under their control. Speaking of alpha werewolves, it was necessary to talk about the vampires' noble titles. According to the vampires' method of dividing vampires into 5 levels by their noble titles, the werewolves had also developed their own ranking system. Alpha werewolves, beta werewolves, omega werewolves, and wolf pups under the age of 10. Alpha werewolves corresponded to vampires' dukes, and the other levels corresponded to the vampires' noble titles. However, compared to the vampires who had long formed a stable clan system, the werewolves were much more backward in terms of organizational structure. Alpha werewolves controlled all the werewolves in an area, and alpha werewolves were the leaders of the small packs. According to the number of people, an alpha werewolf would have a small pack of 4 to 10 werewolves. Werewolves were dark creatures, but compared to vampires who had a long lifespan, their individual strength was relatively weaker. After all, as they grew older, they would be able to learn more abilities. In terms of learning black magic, vampires were far more talented than werewolves. If it were not for the vampires' low fertility and the strict embrace restrictions, werewolves would have been beaten up by vampires long ago. Currently, there were a total of 5 alpha werewolves in North America, including the dead Henry. The area on the west coast of the United States was Henry's territory. In the full moon ceremony book that belonged to Henry, there were about 2,000 werewolves registered. Among the werewolves he brought here tonight, only about 200 were his subordinates, that is, the werewolves who never knelt down. As for the rest, they were all from the other 4 alpha werewolves. Henry was openly poaching the other alpha werewolves. Wasn't he afraid of causing the dissatisfaction of the other 4 alpha werewolves? But thinking about it carefully, this was a very normal operation. Henry was thinking about how to become the king of the werewolves. Sooner or later, he would offend the other 4 alpha werewolves. Since he would offend them sooner or later, he might as well poach them earlier. He even dared to plot against Konoha, so how could he be worried about causing the dissatisfaction of the other 4 alpha werewolves? If the situation of the other 4 alpha werewolves was similar to Henry's, then the total number of werewolves should be about 10,000. 10,000 werewolves, this number was a bit small. Rogge originally planned to drive all the werewolves to the planet Tatooine after this matter was over, letting them plant vegetables, trees, and flowers there. The news of Henry's suicide and Rogge's plan to make Fenrir the king of the werewolves quickly spread. However, the next development of the matter was once again beyond his expectations. The day after Henry's death, the other 4 alpha werewolves rushed to the Beverly Hills hotel where Rogge lived and expressed their gratitude for his decision to make Fenrir the king of the werewolves. This development was wrong, right? Looking at the 4 alpha werewolves with happy faces, Rogge actually had the illusion that he played too many games and couldn't keep up with the times. In the following conversation, he finally knew why the 4 alpha werewolves showed such a happy look as if they won the lottery. The reason was very simple: the werewolves were bullied too badly by the vampires. In the words of these alpha werewolves, their days in recent years were no different from the fugitives of the American colonial period. Although the number of vampires was not comparable to the werewolves, in terms of wealth, the vampires were several streets ahead of the werewolves. In a capitalist country like the United States, the power that the vampires could use was much more than the werewolves. In addition to guarding against the attacks of the vampires, they also had to guard against attacks from human society. For example, gangs, mercenaries, assassins, and so on were hired by the vampires. Ordinary human weapons could not cause fatal damage to the werewolves, but the problem was that the vampires not only hired these people but also provided them with silver bullets that were specifically targeted at the werewolves. Under such a double blow, these werewolves could only live a vagrant life like the gypsies. As alpha wolves, they didn't have to live like vagrants, but their subordinates weren't as happy. The 4 alpha werewolves had heard of the plan of the vampires to bring Cain and the First City back to the human world. It was not that they did not want to stop the vampires, but they were really powerless. Henry had contacted them early in the morning, but they never gave Henry a clear reply. Even when Henry took the initiative to poach them, they chose to turn a blind eye to it. Henry wanted to become the king of the werewolves, not only to satisfy his own ambitions, but also because the current werewolves really needed a bold leader. After sending the 4 alpha werewolves away, Rogge suddenly understood Henry a little. The vampires had broken the werewolf's spine, and Henry was right. Just by looking at the 4 alpha werewolves, one could see how far the werewolves had fallen. How were they still **ing wolves? Even huskies were braver than them. Chapter 493. After knowing the true thoughts of the 4 alpha werewolves, the first thing that came to Rogge's mind was not that these werewolves were pitiful, but that these werewolves were really disappointing. To put it bluntly, the current werewolves were simply sorry for their ancestors. If those werewolves knew that the freedom of their clan that they fought for with their lives had fallen to such a group of juniors, they might have preferred to do nothing. At least this way, the werewolves would not become stray dogs. Although these werewolves were really pitiful, Rogge did not intend to stand up for them. He had always believed in one sentence, that is, God helps those who help themselves. If you don't work hard, don't expect others to help you. Although this approach was slightly cruel, it was the basic principle that maintained the operation of the world. For a simple example, it was like borrowing money from the bank. If you want to borrow money from the bank, you have to make yourself valuable first. The bank was not a philanthropist, it would not lend money to people who had nothing. Similarly, the world was not a philanthropist. If you want to change your fate, you have to risk your life to make yourself more valuable. If you can't do this, don't blame the world for being cruel. Although these werewolves were still a little useful in Rogge's eyes, they were far from enough to make Konoha fully help them. Konoha would not let others bully its own people, but Konoha would not raise waste. If these werewolves did not show their value, Rogge would definitely let them go back to where they came from. Don't even think about eating and drinking for free in Konoha. For the time being, Rogge put the problem of these werewolves to the back of his mind, and picked up the information about the Blood Clan that had just been sent by Konoha's intelligence department. According to the information, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, Wilhelm von Behring, had arrived in Los Angeles a few days ago. On the second day of Grand Duke Wilhelm's arrival in Los Angeles, the vampire hunters in the Los Angeles area were crazily attacked by vampires. The Bat Must Die bar he had been to before had now become a veritable broken bar. In addition to retaliating against the vampire hunters, these vampires were also collecting information about Minato. He didn't know if these vampires had discovered something, or if they were afraid of Minato's strength. Until today, Rogge had not been attacked by any vampires. It wasn't a secret that he was staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel. With the abilities of the Blood Clan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find out. Just as he was considering whether he should take the initiative to meet these vampires, the doorbell suddenly rang. After opening the door of the room, he saw a young man in a hotel employee uniform. "Hello, Mr. Minato. This is your invitation card." Rogge didn't make things difficult for the hotel employee who was obviously under the influence of a control spell. Instead, he took the invitation. Note 1. Got it. After closing the door, he opened the gold-plated invitation. The content of the invitation was very simple. It was to invite him to the top-notch Japanese restaurant, Urasawa, for dinner at 8 o'clock tonight. Note 2. The name on the letter was Duke William von Behring of the Brooke family. He didn't come directly to his door, but invited him to dinner. Duke William's approach made Rogge a little surprised. However, he didn't care too much about this. It was always better to be polite than to be polite. And he didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that Duke William asked him to meet at the top-notch Japanese restaurant, Urasawa, seemed to be hinting at something. When it comes to Japanese food, the first thing that comes to mind is Japan. And ninja is an ancient profession from Japan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Rogge, who rarely changed into formal clothes, took Henry's Bentley SUV and arrived at the Japanese restaurant, Urasawa. The driver who drove for him was also Henry's driver, a young alpha werewolf named Bran. On the way to the restaurant, the young werewolf named Bran didn't say a word, but occasionally looked at Rogge in the back through the rearview mirror. Although Bran controlled his emotions quite well, Rogge could see at a glance that the young werewolf couldn't wait to eat him alive. But he didn't care about Bran's killing intent at all. A young werewolf who hadn't experienced the beating of society and only had simple and loyal thoughts in his mind. When he got out of the car, Rogge tidied up the collar of his suit and gave the young werewolf named Bran a little advice. Don't do anything stupid. Your lives were exchanged by Henry's own life. Don't let his final sacrifice go to waste. After saying that, Rogge ignored Bran, who had a complicated expression, and got out of the car to head to the restaurant. Bran was one of the werewolves who didn't kneel that night, and he was also Henry's most promising junior. If Henry's plan went smoothly, Bran would be the one to take over his position as Alpha Werewolf King. Unfortunately, Henry was destined to live to see this day. Urasawa restaurant was known as the best Japanese restaurant on the West Coast. It was regarded as the West Coast version of New York's top Japanese restaurant, Masa. Urasawa restaurant's head chef, Iro Urasawa, was once a student of Masa restaurant's owner and head chef, the famous Japanese chef, Masa Tamayaks. Urasawa was very famous, and the level of Japanese food was very high, but the restaurant was small, with only 10 chairs, and only 10 customers could be served at most in a night. Tonight, Urasawa restaurant, which had always been difficult to find, only had 2 customers. After entering this authentic Japanese restaurant, the first thing Rogge saw was Grand Duke William sitting in a chair at the bar. He was wearing an expensive and elegant classical suit, and meticulously combed long black hair. If it weren't for the unusual blood-red color of his eyes, Grand Duke William would have looked like a European noble template in a girl's fantasy. In addition to Grand Duke William, there was only Urasawa's head chef, Iro Urasawa, who was wearing a traditional Japanese chef's costume in the restaurant. However, this famous Japanese chef was like a child who had been reprimanded by an adult at this time. He stood shivering inside the kitchen counter and looked down at the surface of the kitchen counter. Should I call you Namikaze Minato, or Rogge? When Rogge entered the restaurant, Grand Duke William took the lead and asked. His tone was very calm, without the slightest pressure, nor would it make people feel the slightest bit nervous. It doesn't matter which one you call me. Rogge replied, and then came to a chair next to Grand Duke William and slowly sat down. "Let's start." After Rogge took his seat, Grand Duke William ordered Chef Iro Urisawa. Although his tone was calm, the feeling it gave people was completely different. When talking to Rogge, his tone didn't give people any pressure, just like a conversation between friends. But when talking to Chef Iro Urisawa, his tone was full of a sense of command, as if he was ordering his subordinates. "You don't have to be so harsh on ordinary people. If the chef is nervous, he won't be able to make good dishes." As soon as his voice fell, Rogge's chakra came to Chef Iro Urisawa's body, dispelling the pressure of Grand Duke William for him. "Does an existence like you still care about the life and death of ordinary people?" Grand Duke William turned his head to look at Rogge and asked with a smile. "Except for the gods, we are all mortals, and you and I are the same." Although he has far more power than ordinary people, Rogge doesn't think that he is nobler than ordinary people like the Blood Clan. On the contrary, he cherishes his current human identity. "It's a bit interesting. If we didn't meet in this environment, you and I might have become good friends." At this time, Grand Duke William was not as violent and cold-blooded as the rumors said. If he didn't know that Grand Duke William was from the Brook clan, which was the most suitable for fighting among the Blood clan, Rogge would have the illusion that he was a kind aristocrat. "Maybe." Rogge took a sip of the sake in the glass and said slowly. "You took over the Wolf clan, and killed Jacob and the others. I can directly make the decision to write it off. What we are going to do is not against Konoha, and we don't need to let things develop into something more serious." Although Grand Duke William has not fought with Rogge, he knows that even if he went all out, he may not be a match for Rogge. The strength of a Blood Clan Duke is indeed very strong, but Rogge is not weak either. "In fact, I am not particularly interested in what you are going to do. Even if you really release Cain from the place of seal, it is not up to me. It's just that you have something in your hands that I want, so you should understand what I mean. Whether or not Cain can return to the human world is, in a strict sense, not within the scope of Konoha's handling. There were already enough hidden big shots on Earth. One more vampire ancestor was not a big deal. It's just that he is now interested in the 13 sacred tools of the Blood Clan, so he made a small move against the Blood Clan. We can't give you the sacred object. This is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan. Even the true identity of Rogge has been investigated, so it is impossible for Grand Duke William not to know what he wants. However, as he said, this is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan, and it is not an existence that can be traded. If someone suddenly tells me that they want what I have, I will not be willing to give it to them. It is human nature, and it is understandable. Well, let's make a deal. For what you are going to do next, Konoha can pretend that they don't know anything. In return, I want 4 sacred tools." Rogge made his suggestion to Grand Duke William. The Blood Clan does have 8 sacred tools in their hands, but it is not an easy thing to obtain these 8 sacred tools. This is not a matter of eliminating the Blood Clan, but that eliminating the Blood Clan may not be able to get the sacred tools. If the Blood Clan is unwilling to surrender and would rather die than be willing to give up the sacred tools, Rogge will not be able to find them all over the world. Finding things is not an easy thing. Not to mention that the person who hid them knows magic. 4 sacred tools in exchange for Konoha not to make a move? I have to say that you are a person who is not willing to suffer any losses. Of course, Grand Duke William knew why Rogge had such a proposal. He was afraid that he would not get anything in the end, so he chose to compromise in advance. But I still say the same thing. We will not give up the sacred tools. This is related to the dignity of the Blood Clan. In the end, Grand Duke William rejected Rogge's proposal. Don't refuse so quickly. I know that this proposal seems to be a loss for you, but think about it carefully. You are not without any gains. Let's put it this way. If Konoha stops you with all its strength, you will never have the chance to complete the plan. So you have to think about it differently. You are not losing the 4 sacred tools, but using these 4 sacred tools in exchange for a chance to smoothly welcome back the ancestor. If you exchange, you still have a chance to welcome back the ancestor. If you don't exchange, you really have no chance at all. Saint artifacts are precious, but compared to the progenitor, they are nothing. If your ancestor returns smoothly, you can have as many sacred tools as you want. At this time, Rogge was like an unscrupulous salesman who was trying to trick the elderly to buy health products. He was trying to trick Grand Duke William, an old man who had lived for hundreds of years. You are secretly changing the concept. In the end, you still want to take away the sacred tools. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, Grand Duke William was not moved at all. You can think of this as secretly changing the concept, but compared to secretly changing the concept, I prefer to call this a forced sale. Since Grand Duke William was unmoved, Rogge had no intention of continuing to fool him. He directly said his true thoughts. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I am going to do this business. Rogge would not have the slightest psychological burden to bully dark creatures. Chapter 494. Konoha's tyranny really lives up to its reputation. Grand Duke William turned his head to look at Rogge, who was not even a fraction of his age, with a faint smile on his face. This is also something that can't be helped. If Konoha is not tyrannical, it will not be able to suppress those monsters in the dark. Rogge replied with a smile. Looking at Rogge, whose expression did not change, and who completely grasped the initiative, Grand Duke William did not speak. He picked up the sake in front of him and slowly took a sip. Along with Grand Duke William's silence, the small dining hall fell into a strange silence. The slight sound of the restaurant's chef making sushi became the only source of sound in the restaurant at this time. After a few minutes of silence, Grand Duke William spoke again. The matter of the sacred tool is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the other Grand Dukes before I can decide. No problem, I'll give you 3 days. After saying that, Rogge directly got up and left this famous top-notch Japanese restaurant on the west coast, without any intention of tasting the sushi. When Rogge's figure disappeared from the restaurant, Grand Duke William, who had a pleasant expression just now, immediately changed his expression. His expression was as cold as an iceberg in Antarctica that has not melted for thousands of years. Inform the other clans, let them bring the elites of their clans over, the peace talks have failed. Grand Duke William, who was sitting in the chair, did not get up, as if he was giving orders to the air. Then, he raised the wine glass in front of him again and drank the sake in it. The moment he put down the wine glass, his figure also disappeared strangely from the restaurant like a chalk painting being erased. After returning to the Bentley SUV driven by Bran, Rogge took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the Punisher at Konoha's headquarters. In 3 days, bring the Abomination and the Red Tank, as well as 10 teams of special forces to Los Angeles. The weapons will be specially made for vampires. After sending the message, he said to Bran, go to the factory in the suburbs. After saying that, he directly closed his eyes and began to empty his mind. Although Grand Duke William said that he wanted to discuss with the other Grand Dukes, his real subtext was that there was no room for discussion on this matter. Rogge understood what he meant and gave him 3 days to do so. These 3 days did not refer to waiting for them for 3 days. Instead, it referred to using their fists to do the talking after 3 days. 3 days later, Konoha and the Wolf Clan won, and the Blood Clan handed over the sacred weapon. Similarly, if the Blood Race wins, Konoha and the Wolves won't interfere with the Blood Race's plan. This was a plan that was not explicitly stated, but both sides agreed to. After driving for about 20 minutes, Bran arrived at an abandoned suburban factory. Because Fenrir was not suitable to appear in the city, Rogge let him stay in the suburbs and gave him the task of reorganizing the werewolves. Although Fenrir was only a magic wolf, he was born in Asgard and accompanied the goddess of death on her expedition to the 9 realms. Fenrir definitely couldn't handle government affairs. However, it was not difficult for him to reorganize the wolf clan into an army. Although only 2 days had passed, these werewolves initially had the appearance of an army under the training of Fenrir's fangs and claws. After entering the factory that had been abandoned for many years, Rogge saw the 4 alpha wolf kings that he had just seen this morning near Fenrir. I have reached an agreement with the Duke of the Brook clan. After 3 days, there will be a decisive battle between the Wolf clan and the Blood clan. Of course, some people from Konoha will also participate in the battle, but the main ones will be your Wolf clan and the Blood clan. Don't you Wolf clan want to rise? Now the opportunity is here. As long as you can defeat the Blood clan this time, you can join Konoha and completely get rid of the Blood clan's pursuit. This time, I want all your Alpha Wolf clan to participate in the battle. I don't care where these Alpha Wolf clan are. After 3 days, I want to see them here. As for these Beta Wolf clan and Omega Wolf clan, they can leave now. Rogge said his request directly. This was also a small test for the Wolf clan. If the Wolf clan can't complete this test with the help of Konoha, then there are only 2 paths in front of them. One is to be chased to death by the Blood clan, and the other is to be thrown to the Tatooine planet as a laborer. Rogge-sama, isn't this a bit too risky? All the Alpha Wolf clan will participate in the battle. If the losses are heavy, our Wolf clan will really have no resistance. After Rogge finished speaking, an Alpha Wolf King named Michael came in front of him and said. This Alpha Wolf King named Michael is the oldest of all the Alpha Wolf Kings and the most timid one. During the day in the hotel, Rogge confirmed this. I may not have told you very clearly during the day, but I will tell you again. Whether you want to get the protection of Konoha or become a part of Konoha, what you have to do is to obediently listen to my instructions and not question my decisions, understand? Rogge glanced at Michael and said with a blank expression. That's true, but in case. Michael still wanted to explain something, but before he could speak, he saw a silver-white arc across in front of him. In the next second, his vision turned upside down. He saw the upside-down night sky and earth, saw Rogge and Fenrir spinning, and saw his own body without a head. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword draw. Rogge didn't intend to continue listening to Michael's nonsense and directly ended his life with thunderbolt sword draw. It wasn't until Michael's head rolled a few times on the ground that Rogge removed the thunderbolt sword in his right hand. Now, does anyone have any questions? Rogge didn't look at the dead Michael and looked at the remaining 3 Alpha Wolf Kings. No. None at all. We will definitely support Rogge-sama's decision. Looking at the 3 Alpha Wolf Kings who were obedient like pet dogs, Rogge sighed helplessly. Bran, from now on, Henry and Michael's position as Alpha Wolf belongs to you. Bran was chosen by Henry and personally guided by him, which meant that Bran was definitely outstanding. Although Rogge hadn't discovered Bran's strengths yet, he didn't mind giving this little guy a chance in advance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Fenrir's training, the 1,000 over Alpha Wolf Kings that appeared in front of Rogge finally had the aura of an elite warrior. In the hierarchy of the Wolf clan, the Alpha Wolf Kings were an existence that corresponded to the Vampire Marquis. But in reality, the strength of these Alpha Wolf Kings was far from being comparable to the Vampire Marquis, and they were even inferior to the Vampire Earl. The Vampire clan had strict criteria for the Vampire Marquis. Vampires that weren't strong enough couldn't be promoted to the Marquis until they died. The Wolf clan was much more casual. As long as they had a small group of 4 or 5 people that belonged to them, they could be called Alpha Wolf Kings. The Alpha Wolf Kings that were judged by this criteria were naturally far from being comparable to the Vampire Marquis. At present, there were only 8 clans left in the Vampire clan, and there were only 8 Grand Dukes. As a Marquis that was second only to the Grand Duke, there would be no more than 50 of them. This was still an ideal situation. If the Vampire clan's criteria for promotion were more stringent, the Marquis of the 8 clans may not even add up to 30 people. You are being chased by the Vampire clan, I don't need to tell you how embarrassed you are. You like to be a stray dog, that's your own business, but Konoha never raises trash. If you want Konoha to protect you, you have to show the value of Konoha's protection. The opportunity is now in front of you, whether you can seize the opportunity or not, it depends on you. Before departure, Rogge made a pre-war mobilization to these wolf kings that had nothing to do with hot-bloodedness. Then, he didn't care about what these alpha wolf kings would think. He jumped directly on Fenrir's back and rode Fenrir out of the abandoned factory. Behind Fenrir were the Punisher, Abomination, and Red Tank. Behind them were fully armed 60 members of Konoha's special forces. Bran, who had just become the Alpha Wolf King for a few days, glanced at the murderous Konoha special forces and turned to look at the Alpha Wolf behind him. It wasn't until now that Bran finally understood why Konoha, with few combatants, could make many unruly underground organizations obediently abide by Konoha's rules. Obviously, they were just a group of humans, but they had a fiercer momentum than the Wolf Kings. What shocked Bran even more was the fearless posture shown by every Konoha Special Forces member. Although the opponent they were going to face next was the famous vampire in the Dark World, Bran didn't see the slightest fear in these Special Forces members. It felt like the enemy they were going to face next was not a vampire, but a group of street punks. Compared to the alpha werewolf behind him, Bran finally understood what Henry had been saying all the time. The backbone of the wolf clan was broken by the vampire. Glancing at the 3 wolf kings around him and the alpha wolf behind him with a heavy heart, Bran didn't say anything and silently followed behind the Special Forces members. When Bran followed the Special Forces member without saying a word, the other 3 wolf kings looked at each other and followed as well. During the day, Grand Duke William sent a letter of challenge with the time and place written on it. Grand Duke William didn't say anything about the tactics, nor did he say any superfluous nonsense, he just wrote the time and place on it. The only interesting thing was the signature of the letter of challenge. The 13 vampire clans. Grand Duke William didn't use his own name, nor the name of the 8 vampire clans, but the name of the 13 vampire clans. Signing in the name of the 13 vampire clans means that in the eyes of the vampire clans, this is the ultimate battle for the future of the clan. Chapter 495. There was a crescent moon, a gentle breeze, and everything was quiet. Before the appointed time, Rogge, who was riding on Fenrir's back, brought the werewolves to the appointed location. After looking up at the night sky, he set his eyes on Grand Duke William and the others in the distance. Similar to the werewolves, there were not many vampires who came this time. There were only a little over 1,000 of them. Although not many blood breeds had come this time, the blood breeds that were present were all elites of the blood breeds without exception. There were more than 200 of them whose life force was not weaker than vampire Count Jacob and Alexander. However, at this time, only a few people, including Grand Duke William, attracted Rogge's attention. Through Chakra's perception, he confirmed the identities of the 7 people beside Grand Duke William. Vampire Dukes. To be precise, they were the dukes of the other 7 clans. There were 8 vampire dukes and more than 1,000 vampire elites. Now, those who appeared in front of Rogge and the werewolves were not the peak combat power of the vampires, but they were not far from it. While Rogge was observing the situation on the vampires' side, Grand Duke William and the others were also silently observing Konoha and the werewolves. Grand Duke William and the others were not surprised that Rogge only brought a little over 1,000 werewolves. 2 days ago, they already knew that Rogge only left the alpha werewolves behind. Since both sides had arrived, the next thing to do was naturally to start fighting. Whether it was Rogge, Grand Duke William, or the other vampire dukes, none of them had the intention to challenge before the battle. They raised their right hands tacitly and then waved it down. Da-da-da-da-da. Awoo! 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 The howls of the werewolves and the endless gunshots rang out at the same time, breaking the silence of the night. The vampires who used firearms and weapons pulled the trigger almost at the same time as Konoha's special forces. The ultraviolet bullets aimed at the vampires and the silver bullets aimed at the werewolves suddenly flew toward each other like rain. At the moment when the gunshot sounded, the werewolves behind Konoha's special force members quickly turned into wolves, and then like real beasts, they ran towards the vampire in the distance. The werewolves charged forward, and the vampires on the other side also started to cast black magic that was extremely unique to the blood race. Bats soared into the sky one after another, and the vampires disappeared one after another like shadows. The crimson light of magic continued to shine. Lava like fireballs, blood-red lightning, scarlet tornadoes. It was as if the vampires were performing a fireworks show as they threw out the spells in their hands one by one. The silver bullets and magic created a net of death in front of the charging werewolves, crazily harvesting their flesh and lives. "You two, go and help them," Rogge said to the abomination and red tank as he watched the werewolves fall one by one. "No problem." The red tank's reply was as concise as ever. As for the abomination's reply, it was becoming more and more Chiyunibu. "My fists are thirsty for blood." The abomination and the red tank rushed out like two heavy trucks out of control, and rushed straight to the vampire's position. With their completely unreasonable physique, the abomination and the red tank were like two sharp knives that pierced through the vampire's line of defense, and directly crashed into the vampire's position. With the abomination and the red tank opening the way, the werewolves who were desperately charging finally rushed through this critical distance, and the battle became the close combat that they were best at. As the werewolves continued to rush into the vampire's position, the sound of gunshots from the vampire's side became more and more sparse, and the large-scale attack magic almost completely disappeared. When the werewolves rushed out, Rogge patted Fenrir's back and said softly, "You go and play." After that, he jumped down from Fenrir's back and jumped to the Punisher's side. "Awoo!" After a long howl to the sky, Fenrir, with his amazing body size, rushed toward the vampires on the opposite side. However, before he rushed into the vampire's position, he was stopped by a dozen vampires. Blood race Marquis. The vampires who came to stop Fenrir were all Marquis. After joining Konoha, Fenrir didn't participate in any battle, and he didn't even show up much. But even so, the vampires still didn't dare to underestimate Fenrir. The werewolves and vampires fought in full swing, and they didn't stop until they died. The highest combat power on both sides, at this time, chose to watch the battle instead of participating in it. Rogge didn't make a move, nor did Grand Duke William and the other 8 dukes. They were like chess players, quietly watching the chess pieces kill each other. "You command the special forces, let them provide long-range support, don't go up and fight the vampires." After watching the battle for more than 10 minutes, Rogge turned to the Punisher and said, "No problem, I will never let any of the special forces die here." After hearing the Punisher's answer, Rogge, wearing black casual clothes, walked toward the werewolves and vampires. At the moment he stepped out, Grand Duke William and others also moved. The plan of the vampires was simple. The 8 dukes were responsible for holding back Rogge, while Fenrir, Red Abomination, Tank, and the Alpha Werewolves were dealt with by the Marquis. As for the other werewolves, the Count led the other elites to deal with them. Although the fertility of the vampires was far less than that of the werewolves, their individual strength was far stronger than the werewolves. As long as the 8 dukes could hold back Rogge, the victory would only belong to the vampires. There was no problem with the arrangement of the vampires. If Rogge was on the side of the vampires, he would make a similar arrangement. However, a plan was just a plan. The comparison of strength on the surface couldn't determine the real victory or defeat. If you want to know what the final result is, you will know after the battle. Rogge hadn't gone far when Grand Duke William and others came in front of him and stopped him. "The battle over there is not suitable for an existence like you." Grand Duke William looked at Rogge and said in a calm tone. In gaming terms, there is a term called exploding fish. It means that high-level gamers maliciously bully low-level gamers. In the past, I also hated these exploding fish players. But later on, I understood a principle. That is, in esports, being weak is the original sin. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge's figure disappeared in front of Grand Duke William and the others. Lightning body blink. Lightning sword slash. A silver-white arc instantly appeared in front of Grand Duke William. Grand Duke William didn't expect Rogge to attack just like that. What surprised him even more was that Rogge's speed was faster than he had imagined. Vampires were dark creatures with high agility and speed. However, compared to Rogge, their speed talent was not worth mentioning. Even Grand Duke William, who was a duke, couldn't completely react. The katana, which was completely formed by lightning, slashed across Grand Duke William's neck as easily as cutting through a ripe watermelon. However, no blood splattered from the neck that was slashed by the lightning sword, nor was there a head that flew high into the air. There was only a group of black bats that were fluttering chaotically. Bat incarnation. The moment the lightning sword was about to slash him, Grand Duke William instantly transformed into hundreds of bats and dodged Rogge's lightning sword. Rogge wasn't surprised that Grand Duke William was able to dodge his lightning sword slash. If the Blood Race's dukes were so easily beheaded, the Blood Race would have long gone extinct in the long river of history. The moment Grand Duke William used his bat incarnation to dodge Rogge's attack, the other 7 Blood Race dukes didn't stay idle and attacked Rogge. Scarlet Whip. Blood Blade. Death Claw. It was unknown whether it was because of tacit understanding or because they had discussed beforehand, but the 7 Blood Race dukes didn't engage in close combat with Rogge. Instead, they cast magic at the same time. The casting speed of these 7 Blood Race dukes couldn't be considered slow, but Rogge's casting speed wasn't slow either. Wood release, wooden spindle wall. Clang clang clang. A curved circular wall instantly appeared and completely enveloped Rogge, who was wielding the lightning sword, while blocking the magic attacks of the 7 Blood Race dukes. Although the wooden wall was a circular arch made of wood, in terms of defensive power, the wooden spindle wall's defensive power was not inferior to ordinary steel. While casting the wooden spindle wall to block the magic attacks of the 7 Blood Race dukes, Rogge removed the lightning sword in his right hand and used the wind release ninjutsu that he rarely used. Wind release, tornado hurricane. What had been a gentle breeze suddenly turned into a gigantic tornado. Like a natural disaster, it engulfed the 7 vampire dukes who had just cast their spells. The gigantic tornado struck the 7 vampire dukes in the blink of an eye, sweeping them into the sky and twisting their bodies wildly. If other vampires were hit by the tornado, they would definitely be twisted into fried dough twists even if they didn't die. However, as one of the top existences in the Blood Race, the means of the Blood Race dukes were far from what other vampires could compare to. In the midst of the howling tornado, it was unrealistic to transform into a bat because no bat could escape from such a tornado. Shadow leap. Moonlight flash. Moonlight transformation. It had to be admitted that the Blood Race was several streets ahead of the werewolves in terms of magic talent and magic inheritance. Magic that was incomparably difficult for others was a piece of cake for the Blood Race dukes. Relying on different flash magic and evasion magic, the 7 Blood Race dukes all got rid of the tornado's attack. However, this was far from the end. As soon as the 7 Blood Race dukes got rid of the tornado, they saw Rogge suddenly appear on the wooden spindle wall. Wind release, vacuum chain wave. Before they could react, dozens of sickle weasel-like transparent wind blades came in front of them. The Blood Race dukes were indeed good at magic, but Rogge was also proficient in ninjutsu. Chapter 496. Not only were the 7 vampire dukes attacked by the sickle weasel-like wind blades, but even the bats that Grand Duke William had transformed into were also hit. Whoosh! Sharp cutting sounds rang out one after another. Shredded clothes and broken limbs flew up in a disorderly manner. Although these vampire dukes had speed and reaction that were far beyond that of ordinary people, none of them noticed that Rogge's white eyes had turned into a blood-red color that was very similar to theirs. 3 Tomo Sharingan. When wind release, tornado hit these vampire dukes, Rogge opened his Sharingan. With the Sharingan's unparalleled dynamic vision and rich experience honed over many years of combat, Rogge accurately predicted the landing spot of these vampire dukes and used wind release, vacuum renbo in advance. Whether it was tornado or vacuum renbo, they were not particularly powerful wind release ninjutsu. But as long as they were used properly, even the most basic ninjutsu could produce an effect beyond imagination. After the end of vacuum renbo, Rogge did not continue to use ninjutsu. Instead, he stood calmly on the arch of the wooden spindle wall and looked at these vampire dukes with a smile. Although the sickle weasel-like wind blades did not cause fatal damage to them, they seriously destroyed their image. The damage was not high, but it was extremely insulting. In addition to Grand Duke William, the other 7 vampire dukes had similar thoughts. Their clothes were messy, and their hair was messy. Coupled with the wounds that had not been completely healed and the blood stained on their bodies, these vampire dukes were as embarrassed as they could be. Looking at their current image, rather than the legendary noble vampires, it was better to say that they were special lovers who had just experienced a forbidden party. Although their image was a bit embarrassing, these vampire dukes were old monsters who had lived for who knows how many years. They quickly adjusted their state of mind and recovered from their injuries. As for the damaged clothes, they could do nothing about it. After all, not everyone could repair their clothes directly with energy like Hyla. The warm-up is over, it's time to start the real show. Rogge ignored the cold eyes of the vampire dukes and jumped down from the wooden spindle wall, summoning the Kusanagi sword. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you get injured, it's not something that can be recovered by consuming some energy. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge summoned the orange-red hellfire and let it wrap around the Kusanagi sword. The moment the hellfire appeared, the countenances of Grand Duke William and the others turned extremely grim. As dark creatures, not only were they familiar with hellfire, but they were also very familiar with it. Although Johnny was the only Ghost Rider still alive, there had been more than one in the past. It is said that after the flood, God discovered that the sinful nature of man had not changed. However, he had promised that he would no longer use cruel means like the Great Flood to punish humans. Therefore, he developed and created the second batch of spirits of vengeance, which were called living weapons. He let the spirits of vengeance supervise the evil nature of humans. The spirit of vengeance descended from heaven in the form of a rain of fire and fused with the soul of its human host. In the end, it evolved into a Ghost Rider and shouldered the responsibility of cleansing the sins of the mortal world. Although Johnny also had the spirit of vengeance, he was a special kind of Ghost Rider. Because in his body, there was still the power of the elemental demon Lord Zardanos. Note 1. Ghost Riders were knights who cleansed the sins of the mortal world, but this didn't mean that they would only attack humans. Compared to humans, dark creatures like vampires and werewolves were more to the Ghost Riders' liking. Therefore, in the past few thousand years, the vampires had been harassed by Ghost Riders. But later on, for some unknown reason, the Ghost Riders disappeared one after another, and the vampires finally escaped the fate of being hunted down by the Ghost Riders. Although the Ghost Riders had disappeared, the deep memories left behind by Hellfire wouldn't disappear just like that. Lightning Body Blink. Rogge wasn't interested in explaining Hellfire to Grand Duke William and the others, and once again used Lightning Body Blink. Although he had also disappeared, this time, Grand Duke William and the others were finally able to see Rogge's route clearly. The hellfire wrapped around the Kusanagi sword was like a guiding line, leaving behind an orange-red arc in the air. Of course, Rogge knew that hellfire would leave traces in the air, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Because seeing it didn't mean that he could block it. It was like seeing an afterimage left behind by an enemy who was too fast. Although he could see the afterimage, he couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed. After appearing in front of a vampire duke as if he had teleported, Rogge didn't hesitate and directly swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Facing the Kusanagi sword wrapped in hellfire, the vampire duke didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly retreated. In the past, the vampires who had died tragically under hellfire had used their lives to leave behind an incomparably valuable advice for the vampires. That was, there was no need to try to use blood magic to resist hellfire. Whether it was an energy shield like the blood shield or a physical defense like the earth wall, it was impossible to block hellfire's attack. This had nothing to do with whether energy or physical matter could block hellfire. It was purely because hellfire restrained the vampire's blood power. In front of hellfire, blood power was like butter thrown into a pot of oil. It melted on a whim and didn't give any face at all. The vampire Duke Rogge chose first wasn't the weakest among the 8 dukes, but he wasn't the strongest either. What was more troublesome was that he wasn't the fastest. In front of Rogge, who had used lightning body blink, the vampire's pride in speed was like that of an ordinary human. Chi. The vampire Duke, who had just recovered his right arm, didn't even take a few steps back before Rogge's Kusanagi sword slashed across his neck like the Grim Reaper's scythe. As the top fighting force of the vampires, Duke-level vampires would never be burned to ashes again. Even if they were hit in the heart by an ultraviolet bullet or directly exposed to the sun, they wouldn't be reduced to ashes. However, at this moment, the vampire Duke whose head had been chopped off by Loge's sword quickly burned into a pile of black ashes, just like the lowest level of vampires. With the fatal attack and the burning effect of hellfire, Rogge let the vampire Duke die in the same miserable way as a low-level vampire. First 1. After dealing with the vampire Duke, Rogge said softly in a voice that Grand Duke William and the others could hear. Fried fish. This was the game term he had explained to Grand Duke William and the others just now. However, what Grand Duke William and the others didn't know was that the fried fish Rogge was talking about wasn't him bullying the marquises or count-level vampires, but the 8 vampire dukes. Bullying the marquises and counts was fried fish to him. Bullying the dukes like Grand Duke William was also fried fish. Since they were all fish, there was no need to care too much about the level of the fish. After all, in front of kings, silver and gold were the same. Wait, maybe we can talk again. After watching a vampire duke die in Rogge's hands, Grand Duke William realized how big the gap was between them and Rogge. Talk again? I gave you a chance 3 days ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge disappeared again. Just as Grand Duke William was about to look around to see which duke would be chosen by Rogge, Rogge appeared in front of him like a ghost. Among these dukes, Grand Duke William was the only vampire duke who had dealt with Rogge. However, this didn't mean that Rogge would have any friendship with him and exclude him from the list of targets. Although Grand Duke William didn't expect to be Rogge's second target, his reaction speed wasn't slow at all. In fact, he was even faster than the dead duke. In terms of strength, Grand Duke William was definitely the strongest among the 8 dukes. The Brook clan was the clan that was best at fighting among the blood breeds. As the Duke of the Brook clan, Grand Duke William's combat experience and skills were naturally the strongest among the Brook clan. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to hit him, Grand Duke William made a decision that even Rogge praised. Grand Duke William didn't choose to retreat or dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to step forward and close the distance between himself and Rogge. One had to admit that Grand Duke William's idea was very creative and effective. In terms of combat, the Kusanagi sword was definitely a close combat weapon. However, this didn't mean that the Kusanagi sword would be perfect in close combat. When the distance was shortened to the point where they were almost face to face, the Kusanagi sword would be limited by the distance and unable to display the effects it should have. This was also why a dagger was more useful than a sword in a real close combat. Relying on this method of closing the distance, Grand Duke William perfectly avoided the Kusanagi sword attack and blocked Rogge's right hand with his left hand. Interesting. Looking at Grand Duke William, who was only 20 or 30 centimeters away from him, Rogge once again praised Grand Duke William's combat intuition and fighting skills. After his right hand was blocked by Grand Duke William, Rogge didn't hesitate and made a move that was also beyond Grand Duke William's expectations. He took the initiative to let go of his right hand and gave up the Kusanagi sword. The moment Rogge let go of his right hand, Grand Duke William realized that something was wrong. But at this time, he didn't have time to change his tactics. Grand Duke William's left hand blocked Rogge's right hand, while his right hand was like a sharp claw that grabbed Rogge's neck. Just as Grand Duke William's right claw was about to grab Rogge's neck, Rogge's left hand hit his right wrist first and pushed his right hand away. Playing close combat in front of a ninja who had mastered Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms, Rogge didn't know for a moment whether to praise Grand Duke William's courage or arrogance. Chapter 497. If Rogge were Grand Duke William, he would definitely not choose to continue attacking at this time. Instead, he would seize the rare opportunity to cast magic or directly retreat with speed. In a battle, one must always be cautious to avoid suddenly losing one's life. In the face of an opponent who was extremely good at close combat and whose trump cards were unknown, close combat sometimes not only did not bring about an advantage, but it could also easily become the key to a complete defeat. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Rogge's hand movements did not slow down in the slightest. Byakugan, open! Under Grand Duke William's gaze, Rogge's Sharingan disappeared and was replaced by the Byakugan, which had blue veins popping out beside his eyes. Soft Fist Technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Before Grand Duke William could fully react, Rogge's left hand turned into a fist and hit a key A cup ointment on his chest. Of course, it was impossible for a vampire to have the chakra meridian system, and there were no so-called acupoints. The key A cup ointment that Rogge had hit was actually an important energy node on Grand Duke William's body. However, in order to be more in line with the style of soft fist, he called all these energy nodes on the enemy's body acupoints. When the first palm of the 8 trigrams 64 palms hit Grand Duke William, the initiative of the battle completely fell into Rogge's hands. Compared with other physical arts, the 8 trigrams 64 palms was a set of slightly cumbersome fist techniques, and the time to perform it was also longer. If it were other physical arts moves, this kind of continuous attack time of 2 or 3 seconds would be easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity to counterattack. The time to perform the 8 trigrams 64 palms was indeed a little longer than other physical arts moves, but this did not mean that it was easy to interrupt. If the 8 trigrams 64 palms were so easy to break, it would not have become the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. As long as the enemy could always be controlled in the rhythm of their attacks, it did not matter if the time to perform it was a little longer. In Rogge's vision at this time, he and Grand Duke William were in an illusory 8 trigrams array, an 8 trigrams array that belonged to the 8 trigrams 64 palms. 16 palms. In the next second after hitting Grand Duke William's first palm, Rogge's hands struck out 15 palms consecutively at a speed that surpassed the limits of what one could capture with their eyes, completing the first stage of the 64 8 trigrams palms. The first stage of the 16 palms did not focus on actual destructive power. As the opening move of a combo, the first 16 palms were mainly used to further restrict and deprive the opponent of the ability to resist. After the 16 critical acupoints were sealed, Grand Duke William discovered that the power of blood that he could control as easily as his own arm had suddenly become boundlessly sticky, like a ball of sticky paste. Almost at the same time that he noticed the abnormality in the power of blood, Rogge struck out the next 32 palms. At this moment, not only did Grand Duke William sense the abnormality in his blood power, but he also sensed the abnormality in his body. At this moment, he was like a marionette who had completely lost the right to move his body freely. Before he could figure out what was going on, Rogge had completed all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. It was as if the power of his blood had been sealed. Intense pain spread from his body as he lost control of his body. Grand Duke William had planned to rely on close combat to obtain victory, but the development of the situation had completely gone against his plan. After finishing all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, Rogge could have ended the attack. However, he did not do so. The light blue chakra enveloped his right palm like a flame, causing it to emit a dazzling light like the sun. Then, he used his right palm, which contained the terrifying power of chakra, to heavily strike Grand Duke William, who no longer had any power to fight back. 8 trigrams, mountain smashing strike. Rogge's right palm was like a laser cannon, shooting out a huge light blue laser beam. It instantly sent Grand Duke William, who had been temporarily airborne due to the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams, flying. Boom! Grand Duke William, who had been hit by the 8 trigrams, mountain smashing strike, flew backward like a cannonball. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into one thick tree after another behind him. Rogge's palm not only sent Grand Duke William flying over 100 meters, but it also left a ditch that was more than 2 meters wide and dozens of meters long on the ground. Was this guy still human? After witnessing the scene of Rogge violently beating up Grand Duke William from the VIP seats, the same thought appeared in the minds of the remaining 6 blood-breed dukes. In the blood-breed's view, humans had always been fragile creatures that were like food. They knew that there were some existences among humans that were called monsters. However, they had never imagined that Grand Duke William, who was the strongest in the blood breed, would be as weak as a baby in front of Rogge. At this moment, they finally understood why Rogge had called the first round of fighting a warm-up. After sending Grand Duke William flying, Rogge immediately turned around and looked at the remaining 6 blood-breed dukes with shining eyes. "Don't say that I bullied you. Come at me together." As he spoke, he deliberately hooked his finger at the dukes, as if to say, "Come over quickly." However, the 6 blood-breed dukes did not attack him as he had expected. Instead, they retreated a distance with great tacit understanding and shook their heads at the same time. Weren't these guys a little too cowardly? Wasn't Grand Duke William still alive? At the final stage of the mountain smash, Rogge intentionally held back some of his strength and controlled the power of the mountain smash to the extent that it could only severely injure Grand Duke William but not kill him. At the beginning, he did have the intention of killing a few blood-breed dukes to let these dukes, who had seriously broken away from the bottom of the hierarchy, understand the threat of death. However, he changed his mind when he used the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams to attack Grand Duke William. He did not care what tricks these blood-breed dukes could play, but he was curious whether they could rescue Cain from the seal. Cain, the ancestor of the blood breed, was the third human in the myths and legends. Of course, this myth referred to the legend of God and heaven. The myths of other civilizations would not admit this. For example, Huaxia myths and Norse myths. Just as he was about to give up on communicating and use his fists to persuade the remaining 6 blood-breed dukes, Grand Duke William's voice sounded from afar. "Don't make things difficult for them. Even if you continue to attack them, they will only think about how to escape and not fight to the death with you." Grand Duke William's words could be said to have given the 6 dukes a hard slap in the face. However, not only did the 6 dukes not express any dissatisfaction, but they also nodded in agreement. **CK. Looking at the 6 blood-breed dukes who had completely lost their will to fight, Rogge cursed in his heart. After standing in place and waiting for nearly half a minute, Grand Duke William, who had been sent flying, finally returned in front of Rogge. At this moment, Grand Duke William no longer had the demeanor of an aristocrat. His expensive, custom-made clothes had completely become beggar's clothes. "We admit defeat. The 8 sacred weapons will be sent to the hotel tomorrow morning." Without any discussion with the other 6 dukes, Grand Duke William immediately decided to admit defeat and hand over the sacred weapons. From the perspective of the clans, Grand Duke William did not have the right to decide the sacred weapons of the other clans. However, the 6 dukes of the other clans had tacitly agreed with Grand Duke William's decision. "It seems that they should not address you as Grand Duke, but as Your Majesty." Although Grand Duke William was only a duke, from his current performance, he was no different from the king of the blood breeds. "The title of Your Majesty is not something that I can bear." Grand Duke William knew what Rogge meant and immediately denied Rogge's words. "I hope to see the remaining 8 sacred weapons before noon tomorrow." For Rogge, it was not difficult to completely kill Grand Duke William and the others. However, this would increase the difficulty of obtaining the 8 sacred weapons, and he might even fail. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, he accepted Grand Duke William's suggestion to admit defeat. However, just as Grand Duke William was about to ask the other blood breeds to stop, Rogge immediately stopped him. "Let them continue fighting. I'll ask the people from Konoha to stop, and you can ask the Marquises to stop as well." Although Rogge did not say it clearly, Grand Duke William immediately understood his intentions. He wanted the blood breeds to use their lives to train the werewolves. Although this would lead to a large number of deaths, Grand Duke William finally agreed to Rogge's request. Under Grand Duke William's signal, the blood breeds who besieged Fenrir, Abomination, and the others immediately withdrew from the battlefield and looked at Grand Duke William with a puzzled expression. Fenrir and the others also noticed that something was wrong, but before they had time to show their skills, they received Rogge's order to retreat. At the same time, the Punishers and the Special Forces also stopped attacking. This battle between the blood breeds and the werewolves, after some unexpected factors, finally returned to its original state. "Aren't you afraid that all the werewolves will die here?" Although the blood breeds withdrew from the battle, the blood breeds still had the advantage, and the number of deaths was far less than the werewolves. "If they die, it can only mean that they are not suitable to join Konoha." Rogge answered calmly, as if he was stating a fact that everyone knew. "It's no wonder that Konoha can become a frightening fighting organization. With a director like you, how can Konoha be weak?" Grand Duke William thought that Rogge only accepted these werewolves for the sake of the blood breed's sacred tool and sympathized with the tragic experience of the werewolves. Now it seems that his guess was wrong from the beginning. "No, you think too much. I didn't make Konoha cold-blooded. I just told them that if they were bullied, then they should double back. Of course, in this process, I also contributed some insignificant help." Rogge didn't think that Konoha could have its current reputation because of him. He just gave Konoha's people weapons and put forward some of his own opinions. As for those records, they were fought by the superheroes like the Punishers and Konoha's special forces. Chapter 498. When Roger had used the 8 trigrams mountain-crushing strike, which had the visual effect of a laser cannon, to send Grand Duke William flying, the werewolves had thought that they would soon welcome the dawn of victory. However, within a few minutes, they found that things were developing in a direction they didn't expect at all. Fenrir, the king of the werewolves, who they just recognized, withdrew from the battle, and the Red Tank, who helped them open the way for the charge, also withdrew from the battle. Even Konoha's special forces, who were remotely assisting them in the rear, also withdrew from the battle. Although the werewolves were not a race known for their IQ, it didn't mean that they were idiots with developed limbs and no brains. In particular, the werewolves present were basically all alpha werewolves. Among the beta werewolves or omega werewolves, there may be some completely brainless idiots. But the alpha werewolves who could become the leader of a small group would never be brainless. If they didn't even have this most basic thinking ability, they couldn't become alpha werewolves. If it was only Fenrir and others who withdrew from the battle, these werewolves may not be able to guess Rogge's plan in a short time. But after seeing that the Marquises who attacked Fenrir and others also withdrew from the battle, they quickly understood. If they want to win, they can only rely on themselves. Although Konoha's practice of abandoning them without saying a word made these werewolves feel a little dissatisfied, they were also very clear about their current situation. It was impossible to resist Konoha, it was impossible to resist Konoha in this life. These werewolves didn't forget that the alpha werewolf king Michael only asked half a question, and his head was cut off by Rogge. Even the alpha werewolf king had no power to fight back. Of course, they, the lower alpha werewolves, would have no chance. Although the Marquises of the kindred withdrew from the battle, under the leadership of those counts, the werewolves slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and lost the initiative of the battle little by little. If it weren't for the presence of the 3 alpha werewolves, the werewolves would only be defeated faster and more miserably. Although Bran inherited the position of alpha werewolf king of Henry and Michael, his strength didn't keep up with his status. Now, he was still an alpha werewolf. At best, he could only be regarded as a relatively good alpha werewolf. As time passed, more and more werewolves fell, and the vampires' attacks became more and more lethal. This was especially true for the vampire counts who had mastered magic. They were like messengers of death, harvesting the lives of the werewolves in a frenzy. 3 minutes after Fenrir and the others left the battle, the number of fallen werewolves exceeded 100. In addition to the werewolves who had died in battle, there were over 400 werewolves who would forever remain on this land. Are you sure you want to continue? They are about to completely lose their will to fight. Grand Duke William calmly asked Rogge as he looked at the battlefield with an indifferent expression. Looks like we're seeing something different. What I see isn't a group of werewolves who have lost their will to fight, but a group of werewolves who are about to explode. In terms of casualties, the werewolves' death rate had reached a shocking 1/3. However, Rogge did not intend to end things here. When he was playing strategy games, he had a bad habit, which was that he would only use a large amount of resources to cultivate high-level troops. In his strategic system, there was no such thing as a basic troop class. Therefore, he would only cultivate a small number of high-level troops, and then they would be completely destroyed by the opponent's mixed forces composed of high-level and high-level troops. He knew that this habit was not good, but so far, he has no plans to change this habit for the time being. This can also be seen from the number of Konoha's special forces. Konoha's intelligence agency, a violent organization that has used force to defeat many opponents, has only a little over 300 combatants so far. More than 200 special forces members who have been strengthened by extremis once, plus more than 60 Anbu members who have been strengthened twice. These more than 300 people are Konoha's conventional armed forces. If Rogge remembers correctly, the number of police officers in a New York police station is about 360 people. Note 1. This is still under the premise that only police officers are counted. If civilian personnel are included, there are more than 550 people in a New York police station. Although Secretary of State Ross has been reminding Rogge openly and secretly that he can increase the number of Konoha's special forces appropriately, he has never done so. Perhaps it is precisely because of his unreasonable insistence that Konoha's special forces have the combat effectiveness of any agency in the United States. Not to mention compared with ordinary agents or army soldiers, even compared with the famous SEALs, Konoha's special forces can easily defeat enemies 10 times their own number. The reason why Rogge remembered it so clearly was that Secretary of State Ross had arranged a meaningless battle before. A Konoha Special Forces team of 6 people fought against 10 SEALs combat squads of 8 people. The result was obvious: Konoha's Special Forces won easily, and it could even be regarded as a crushing victory. Since that time, Ross has never talked to Rogge about increasing Konoha's Special Forces. Before setting off from the abandoned factory tonight, Rogge roughly speculated how many werewolves could return alive. More than 300. According to his estimations, only 300 or so werewolves would be able to leave this place alive. Of course, whether his estimation is correct or not depends on when these werewolves will awaken. Apart from magic factors, the werewolf's physique is actually not worse than vampires. But the life of escape has made these werewolves instinctively afraid of vampires. What Rogge is doing now is to reawaken the wildness and blood of these werewolves. Aren't you afraid of vampires? Then I'll arrange a big fight between you and vampires. Whether you die like a coward with fear, fight to the end with blood, or leave with your head held high, it depends on your own ability. This approach is cruel, but it is the fastest way to awaken the blood and wildness of these werewolves. Time continued to pass, and the werewolves continued to die. Although these werewolves also took the lives of some vampires, compared to the number of werewolves, the number of vampires who died was less than 1/3 of theirs. Soon, the number of werewolves dropped from more than 800 to more than 700. Then, from more than 700, it dropped to more than 500. Although he was quite a distance away from the battlefield, Rogge could clearly smell the scent of blood that was blown by the night wind. If he could smell the scent of blood even though he was almost 100 meters away from the battlefield, the werewolves in the center of the battlefield would of course be even more aware. Just as the number of werewolves was about to drop below 500, a werewolf covered in blood suddenly let out a howl filled with indignation and anger. It's actually him? Henry really has a good eye. This werewolf howling crazily as if he had completely lost control was none other than Bran, who was once heavily groomed by Henry. Through the Byakugan, Rogge could see Bran's blood-red eyes. He could see his growing fangs and claws. He could also see the inhuman aura that belonged to a beast. Under the immense pressure of death and the unwillingness of his own kind being slaughtered, Bran crossed the natural chasm between Alpha Werewolf and Alpha Wolf King, and was promoted to Alpha Wolf King. Before the vampires could react, Bran, who had completely awakened his wildness, charged towards them like a ghost. What followed was a primitive and bloody show of slaughter. Broken limbs, severed arms, heads, organs. The newly promoted Alpha Wolf King Bran was like a meat grinder, crazily shredding the vampires in front of him. Vampire Baron, dead. Vampire Viscount, dead. Vampire Count, dead. In front of Bran, no vampire could escape his fangs and claws. One by one, they went to hell. Bran's sudden awakening not only allowed him to obtain strength and speed far surpassing before, but more importantly, he awakened the other werewolves. Wolf howls filled with anger and unwillingness sounded one after another. One by one, the werewolves opened the door of wildness that originally belonged to them, but was personally closed by them. Although the wolves in the zoo and the wolves in the wild were both wolves, the difference between them was at least 10 huskies. A wolf without wildness and blood was just a pet dog with the appearance of a wolf. In 10 minutes, call a halt to the battle. Rogge said to Duke William and Fenrir beside him as he looked at Bran, who had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, with satisfaction. After planning for so long, he finally saw the werewolf troops he wanted. 10 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. It mainly depended on whether you were the one being beaten or the one being beaten in these 10 minutes. When the 10-minute countdown ended, Grand Duke William and Fenrir stopped the vampires and werewolves fighting at the same time. However, one of them used magic to transmit his voice, and the other directly looked up to the sky and howled. Although still unwilling, Bran, who had just been promoted to Alpha Wolf King, did not completely lose his mind. In accordance with Fenrir's howl, he stopped his attack. Remember to send the sacred tool tomorrow. After reminding Grand Duke William again, Rogge jumped on Fenrir's back and rode Fenrir to the remaining werewolves. Looking at the werewolves, who were panting but still exuding a majestic killing intent, Rogge nodded with satisfaction and slowly said, "Welcome to Konoha." After hearing Rogge's words, the werewolves looked up at him at the same time, and then issued the most uniform howl of the night. Awoo! After this battle, only 276 werewolves left alive, and more than 800 werewolves completely stayed here. However, they were not alone, because there were more than 600 vampires who were sleeping here with them. Chapter 499. In terms of the number of deaths, the werewolves were undoubtedly the loser in this battle. But whether it was Rogge or the surviving werewolves, they didn't think that they had failed. In the case of a numerical disadvantage, they had an exchange ratio of 1 to 0.75 with the vampires, who had oppressed them for many years. For the werewolves, this was a brilliant victory that they had never imagined before. Although the number of dead alpha werewolves was indeed beyond their imagination, the surviving werewolves would no longer have any fear of vampires. Wasn't it just 4 for 3? This was not a problem at all for the werewolves, whose fertility was far superior to vampires. After the battle was over, Loge had the surviving werewolves hold a simple funeral for their fallen brethren. Then, he opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters. Looking at the huge portal with a diameter of more than 10 meters, Bran and other werewolves pressed their right hand on their heart and saluted Rogge. Under the leadership of the Punishers and other members of the Special Forces, the surviving 276 werewolves came to Konoha's headquarters, which was feared by the outside world like a tiger. When Fenrir and Xiaohei, who were walking at the back, also entered the portal, Rogge ended the portal magic that was extremely in line with Kamartaj's aesthetic style. Although the werewolf's recovery ability was good, in order to ensure that his werewolf troops would not decline due to some objective factors, Rogge sent them to Konoha's headquarters for the first time. Konoha's headquarters had top-notch medical resources, which could give the werewolves the best treatment that had just experienced a bloody battle. Although the battle between the werewolves and the vampires was over, the smell of blood lingering on the grass did not dissipate for a long time. After looking around the battlefield, Rogge used quantum transmission and returned to the 5-star suite of the Beverly Hills Hotel. Before getting the 8 sacred tools of the vampires, he would not leave Los Angeles for the time being. The next morning, Rogge had just finished breakfast in the hotel's restaurant when he saw the messenger sent by the vampires. "Mr. Rogge, good morning. My name is Peter, and I was sent by Grand Duke William to deliver a gift. The Grand Duke's gift has now arrived at the hotel parking lot. Do you want to receive it in the parking lot or directly to your room?" The messenger sent by Grand Duke William at this time was a young vampire who looked to be in his early 20s. Rogge saw Peter last night. If he remembered correctly, Peter was one of the vampire marquises who attacked Fenrir last night. He was already a vampire marquis at such a young age. This vampire named Peter's future was limitless. After looking at Peter, Rogge casually said, "Send it directly to my room." "Okay." After receiving Rogge's reply, Peter didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the dining hall and ordered the accompanying vampires to deliver the box containing the sacred weapon to Rogge's room. Although they were of the vampires of the vampires, of the vampires of the vampires of the hotel of the vampires of vampires. After sending all the sacred artifacts to Roger's room, Peter did not immediately leave the hotel. Instead, he returned to the restaurant. "Mr. Rogge, the Grand Duke's gift has all been sent to your room. The Grand Duke specially instructed me to give it to you. I hope you can accept it." After saying that, Peter, who was wearing an expensive custom-made suit, took out a pure black business card from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to Rogge with both hands. This pure black business card looked just like a piece of black paper. But after really getting it in his hands, Rogge discovered that this business card was actually a kind of black metal he had never seen before. Not only that, but there were also magic fluctuations on the business card. Unlike other business cards, this black business card did not have any name or contact information on it. There was only a slightly complicated imprint. A solidified communication magic array. Interesting, is this the foundation of the vampires? Although Logue wasn't a professional mage, his knowledge of magic wasn't weak. Just by simply observing a few magic patterns on the imprint, he inferred the real function of this business card. This was a communication magic array that could contact Grand Duke William at any time. Of course, Grand Duke William could also contact Rogge in reverse. "I'll accept the gift. Thank Grand Duke William for his generosity on my behalf." Although Peter was a vampire marquis specially arranged by Grand Duke William to deliver the vampires of the vampires, it was not difficult to infer from Peter's previous words that he did not know what these so-called gifts were. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first." After bowing slightly to Rogge, Peter left the restaurant and left the hotel with the accompanying vampires. Evil Key, Decayed Bracelet, Magic Puppet, Blood Cup, Spirit Staff, Soul Ring, Punishment Axe, Illusion Mirror. After returning to the hotel suite, Rogge checked the vampires of the vampires sent by Grand Duke William. There was nothing wrong with the vampires, but the vampires of the corpse hand, which he was most curious about, was not among them. The corpse hand was said to be the left hand of Cain, the ancestor of the vampires. Because the secret of the world was hidden in his hand, it was cut off. As for whether the person who cut off the left hand was Cain himself or someone else, it was unknown. In addition to the bone harp, butcher's knife, ghost lantern, and poison bottle obtained from the werewolf, Rogge now has 12 of the 13 vampires of the vampires. To some extent, he should be the first person to collect the 12 vampires of the vampires after the birth of these vampires. Although he did not collect all the 13 vampires, he was quite satisfied to be able to do this to this extent. As for the corpse hand, whose whereabouts were unknown, he did not care too much about it. Even if he could not find it, it was not a particularly troublesome matter. As long as the vampires can rescue their ancestor Cain from the sealed land, the corpse hand can make another one. Isn't it just Cain's left hand? Just cut it off. With Cain's recovery ability, not to mention a left hand, even if he lost 10 left hands, he could grow them back. After playing with the 8 vampires sent by Peter, Rogge threw them all into the summon scroll, and then used quantum transmission to return to the underground training room of Konoha's headquarters. As soon as the aurora-like brilliant light dissipated, he put his hands together and used an ability that he had not used for a long time. Inherent enchantment, Shikotsu Forest. In the blink of an eye, his private training room, which had an obvious modern style, had turned into a lush forest. Looking at this lush forest that he had once used to cultivate immortal mode and had even served as a logistics transit station, Rogge took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. After ending the memories in his mind, he came to a wide open space and used a Mokuton that he had just thought of a name. Mokuton, 3 rooms and 2 halls jutsu. As the chakra in his body continued to pour out, a building made entirely of wood appeared in front of him. Building a house with Mokuton was not his original idea. A ninja who inherited Mokuton and did not want to reveal his name once invented a Mokuton ninjutsu that used Mokuton to build a house. At this time, Rogge was just using the idea of this ninja. However, he did not completely use the architectural style of that ninja, but used the style of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City of China. In other words, he directly copied the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Except for the color that was not the classic red and yellow, the building that appeared in front of Rogge was exactly the same as the Hall of Supreme Harmony in his memory. There were 11 rooms wide, 5 rooms deep, 64.24 meters long, 37 meters wide, 26.92 meters high, and the building area was 2,377 square meters. Note 1. There seems to be something wrong? With his precise control, Rogge can be sure that the Hall of Supreme Harmony he copied will not have too much error. But he doesn't know why, he always felt that something was wrong. It's not a problem with the color, it's the kind of place that is obviously conspicuous, but you can't pay attention to it for a while. After frowning and seriously recalling for a few minutes, Rogge finally knew what the problem was. Platform base. It's the lack of a platform base. Since his own Earth release is not very good, Rogge directly gave up the idea of using Earth release to create a platform base, but continued to use Mokuton. When the platform base completely made of wood was completely formed, the Hall of Supreme Harmony in front of him was finally completed. After happily admiring his Mokuton, Hall of Supreme Harmony, he walked up the wooden steps to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and pushed open the door. Although the structure of the main hall was the same as in his memory, there weren't as many fancy things. For example, he didn't create the Emperor's throne that represented feudal rule. After entering the main hall, the first thing he saw were 2 rows of parallel wooden tables. After arriving at the innermost table on the left, he took out the reality Rubik's Cube containing the gem of reality and placed it on the specially designed table. Then, he summoned the eternal fire from the psychic scroll and placed it on the first table on the right, opposite the reality Rubik's Cube. After placing the eternity fire on the table, he summoned a golden disc from the mediumship scroll and placed it on the second table on the right. Then, he permanently peeled off a part of the hellfire that he plundered from Ghost Rider Johnny and placed it on the disc, allowing the hellfire to burn like the eternal fire. After doing all this, he directly left the main hall, randomly picked a room on the left side of the main hall, and placed the 12 holy artifacts of the blood kindred there. For the blood kindred, these holy artifacts were incomparably precious. But for Rogge, these holy artifacts were just ordinary collectibles that had just surpassed the standard of his collection. If he placed these 12 holy artifacts in the main hall, not only would it be an insult to the Gem of Reality and the Eternal Fire, but it would also be an insult to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. That's right, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After using Mokuton to create the platform base of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he decided on the real name of this ninjutsu. Mokuton, Hall of Supreme Harmony. In addition to the 12 holy artifacts of the blood kindred, he also placed the Hell Scroll that he hadn't officially signed with Mephisto in this room. Then, he returned to the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and seriously looked at the 3 collectibles, the Gem of Reality, the Eternal Fire, and the Hell Fire. Although he didn't have many collectibles now, he believed that sooner or later, he would be able to fill all 12 tables in the main hall. Because now, he had already determined the next collectibles in the main hall. The Crown of the Flame Giant Surtur. Chapter 500. Konoha Headquarters, Dr. Connor's Laboratory. Sir, this is all the research reports of Super Skrull. According to the advice you gave, we combined the research results of Super Skrull and successfully developed this combat glove called Endless Greed. Dr. Lizard, wearing a white coat, introduced it to Rogge with excitement, and kept waving his arms like a conductor of an orchestra. Compared with Dr. Lizard Connors, who was almost crazy, Mr. Wonder Reed was much calmer. If it wasn't for the expression of "I'm very powerful" that involuntarily appeared on his face, Rogge would have thought that his heart really didn't fluctuate. Today is the 7th day since Rogge returned to Konoha headquarters. In the past 7 days, in addition to getting himself a Tehi treasure haul, he spent the rest of his time in Dr. Connor's laboratory, using his profit advantage to provide them with some unique advice. The secret of Super Skrull copying other people's superpowers was studied by Dr. Connors and Reed a long time ago. Simply put, the reason why Super Skrull can copy other people's superpowers is that they have genes that can be freely changed. In general, the genes of creatures are fixed. Even for those who have awakened their superpowers, their genes are still in a stable state. Creatures with unstable genes may die completely at any time because of genetic collapse. However, the genes of the Super Skrull broke this rule to some extent. They can adjust their genes to the same as the target person, thereby copying other people's superpowers. Although this is not in line with the biological science on Earth, Super Skrull proves one point with its own existence, that is, the universe is big, and any strange creatures may be born. The secret of Super Skrull was studied by Dr. Connors and Reed. However, how to use this special genetic structure of Super Skrull in other aspects has become a problem. Just when Dr. Connors and Mr. Wonder Reed were at a loss, Rogge, who has the prophet aura, provided them with a feasible direction. Speaking of this, it is necessary to mention the parallel universe where mutants exist. In a parallel universe with mutants, there was a mutant called Mystique. Her superpower was similar to that of the Skrulls. She could change her appearance at will. Mystique's superpower wasn't particularly powerful. Aside from her ability to infiltrate and camouflage, she didn't have any outstanding offensive abilities. However, a scientist named Bolivar Trask had the foresight to discover the brilliant future of Mystique's genes. Therefore, after thoroughly studying Mystique's genes, he created the Sentinel robot that almost ended the mutants forever. Through a special internal structure, the Sentinel robots could replicate the superpowers of the mutants. They could also adjust their own form or share the superpowers with other Sentinel robots. With these Sentinel robots, Bolivar Trask almost wiped out all the mutated humans. But unfortunately, the future without mutated humans that he was looking forward to was reversed by a mutated human who smoked, drank, and drove a motorcycle. Note 1. Rogge didn't know how Bolivar Trask applied Mystique's genetic characteristics to the Sentinel robots, so that these mechanical creations had the ability to replicate mutants' superpowers. However, the unique mechanical structure of the Sentinel robots and the visual effects displayed when replicating mutants' superpowers left a very deep impression on him. So, he talked about what he saw in the Sentinel robots with Mr. Wonder Reed in detail. In the field of science, Rogge is at most an ordinary person with more strange knowledge in his mind. Asking him to give practical research ideas and directions is purely embarrassing for him. However, he can be the one who provides the key. After explaining what he had seen on the Sentinel robot to Mr. Miracle, Reed felt as if he had suddenly opened a door he had never known before. The next thing is very logical. Reed, who will receive nicknames such as the smartest man on earth and Magic Rod Reed in the future, used practical actions to prove to Rogge what a cheat-like wisdom was. The genetic secrets of the Super Skrull, the idea of the Sentinel robots given by Rogge, plus the unreasonable cheat-like IQ of Mr. Wonder Reed. A glove with the ability to replicate other people's superpowers. Endless greed was born. Of course, because of time, the endless greed that appeared in front of Rogge was only a first-generation product, and its potential and performance were far from the limit. After Mr. Wonder Reed's test, endless greed currently only replicated a target's superpower. And after replication, this superpower will be solidified and can't be replaced at any time like the Sentinel robots. In addition, endless greed also has a small limitation. To replicate the target's superpower, endless greed must be removed from the target. Touching the target's body or touching the target's blood is fine. From a scientific point of view, this is because endless greed needs to understand the genetic characteristics and structure of the target in advance, and then copy and imitate. Although endless greed is only a first-generation version, and there are certain limitations, this does not affect Rogge's evaluation of it. He doesn't need the Sentinel robots, a perverted product. Endless greed, which can only replicate and imitate a target, is enough to meet his needs. Mr. Rogge, although the glove's ability to replicate and imitate has passed some simple tests, this is only a first-generation version. So be careful when using it. In addition, if you don't mind, I hope you can let me retest the glove after using it. Unlike Dr. Connors and others, Mr. Wonder Reed, who has just joined Konoha not long ago, did not address Rogge as Lord or Hokage-sama, but maintained the initial polite address. No problem. I'll give you the glove again then. Because endless greed will be completely fixed once it truly replicates other people's superpowers, Reed has not tested endless greed in a real sense. Simply put, from a theoretical point of view, endless greed could replicate other people's superpowers like the Super Skrulls. But whether the effect will really be so good, as the inventor, Mr. Wonder Reed is not particularly sure. After all, new scientific products are often related to accidents. You should rest for a while. You've worked hard during this time. After thanking Dr. Connors and Reed, Rogge took the endless greed that looks like leather, but is actually made of nanometal and left. After returning to his office, he adjusted the glove to match the size of his right hand. Then he made a phone call to Dr. Doom. Are you ready to conquer Muspelheim? At noon the next day, Rogge opened the portal connecting to Doom's castle and let him come to Konoha's headquarters. Like the last time they met, Doom was still dressed in the metal mask and armor. Of course, the green robe that symbolized the identity of the monarch of Latavinia was still on him. Rogge did not take Doom to visit Konoha's headquarters. To be precise, he did not even let Doom step into Konoha's headquarters building. After casting the portal magic, Doom arrived at the grassland behind the headquarters building. Then, he mobilized the mana in his body and cast the portal magic again. Asgard Bifrost Hall. Dr. Doom thought that Rogge would take him directly to Muspelheim, the country of the flame giants. Unexpectedly, Rogge took him to Asgard. After arriving at the Bifrost Hall, Roger briefly explained his intentions to Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, and then received 2 Bifrost tickets to Muspelheim. Say hello to Thor for me. Because of Dr. Doom, Rogge did not plan to go to the Golden Palace to meet Thor, and quickly left Asgard with Doom. Although Rogge appreciates some of Doom's practices, it does not mean that he has forgotten what kind of person Doom is. This is a supervillain known for pursuing the mysteries of the universe at all costs. Letting him stay in Asgard is no different from letting a mouse into a grain barn. Muspelheim, the country of the flame giants, a world like a lava hell. Rogge did not let Heimdall send them directly to Surtur, but let Heimdall choose a teleportation point at random. When the brilliant light of Bifrost dissipated, the true face of Muspelheim was revealed in front of them for the first time. After carefully observing the world composed of black earth and red magma in front of him, Rogge lifted the infinite mode that he had just cast. Although the natural conditions of Muspelheim are a bit harsh, it has not reached the point where human lives will be endangered in a short time. In addition to being a little hot, Muspelheim does not emit deadly gases containing hydrogen chloride and its derivatives like volcanoes on Earth. At least in the view of Rogge, who has the body of an immortal, the air in Muspelheim is not dangerous. How are you? Do you need to maintain your status through magic? Rogge turned to Dr. Doom and asked. Unlike the last trip to Hell, this time they would stay here for a while and explore Muspelheim, which was known as the Country of Fire. It's okay, it doesn't affect my status without magic. The concentration of natural energy here is very high, even if magic is maintained 24 hours a day, it won't have much impact. Doom's armor just looks a little quaint, but in fact, his armor is not much worse than Tawny's Iron Man armor. Maintaining vital signs is just a simple function. That's good, let's go. After that, Rogge took the lead and walked forward.